We propose to replace the abstract question of nationalities with the completely concrete question of nations, their place in human history, their current moral role, 3, and the opposing principles of cosmopolitanism. We will thus speak of realities, because nations are considerable and recent moral beings, 4, and which are far from having completed their evolution. Our method, called sociological, like Durkheim or Aristotle, will thus be rigorously pragmatic. And, as reality governs practice, as it is on it that even our ideals must be regulated, we will thus be able to arrive at solutions which will not be dialectical or a priori, but rather political or ethical, that is, i.e., leading to positive, possible, and desirable solutions to the moral and political problems of the present time. I. The nations. We will first ask that we be granted two definitions, that of the nation, that of society. Society is a group of men living together in a specific territory, independent, and attached to a specific constitution. But not all societies are nations. There are currently all kinds, 5, of societies in humanity, from the most primitive like the Australians, to the most advanced, like our great Western democracies. Without going into the difficulties of classifying societies, allow us to use Durkheim's classic distinction between polysegmental, clan-based, tribal societies, including the primitive forms of the state, and non-segmental or integrated companies. Among these, two types of societies have generally been confused under the name of nation. 6. In some, central power is extrinsic, superimposed, often through violence when it is monarchical. 7. Unstable and temporary when it is democratic and reserved for assemblies of the people or simply of the elders. These societies only deserve the name of states or empires. There we only find subjects and kings, or assemblies as tyrannical as barbarian despots. In the others, the central power is stable, permanent, there is a system of legislation and administration, the notion of the rights and duties of the citizen and that of the rights and duties of the homeland oppose and complement each other. It is to these societies, which are obviously more morally elevated, that we ask to reserve the name of nation. Aristotle already distinguished very well the theta nuata from the pi lambda epsilon iota, 8, by the degree of consciousness they had of themselves, 1276, a 28, etc. If we accept this definition, the number of nations becomes singularly limited and they appear, especially the large ones, like beautiful flowers, but still rare and fragile, of civilization and human progress. The first were small, they were the Greek cities. The first great one was Rome, which, by a stroke of genius, extended the right of city beyond the suburbs and founded the first civitas, which was not a city, and the notion of a civis, which is not that of a place but that of a right. All this disappeared around the 5th century AD. Lesson for us, citizens of a civilization which is not much older than the Greek at the time of its collapse. Since then, I can only count 7 or 8 large nations and a dozen small ones in all of history, and some collapsed and others are very young: France, England, Castile Aragon, Switzerland, Bohemia, Poland, the latter two losing their independence, which they have only regained today, Netherlands, Prussia, Russia, the latter has perhaps not yet reached this level, United States, states of South America, Italy, Germany, Balkan states were successively born into national life. And finally, British dominions very recently elevated to diplomatic independence. To give a complete picture of nations, we would still have to classify them among themselves. Because they are unequal in size, in strength, in wealth, in civilization, in age, in political maturity. We must in fact feel the grandeur and dignity of these works of men and times that are the great and old nations, whose unity is almost perfect, whose laws are models, whose politics are human and wise and whose others imitate. They were also the strongest and won the war or almost won it. This inequality is also recognized by the practice, formerly of what was called the Concert of Europe, today by what is the Board of Directors of the League of Nations. The latter will really have the right to claim, when the United States returns and Germany and Russia are admitted, composed as it is, of delegates from the large and a few delegates from the small nations, to administer with authorize common interests and resolve conflicts of nations among themselves, or between them and societies that are still only on the path of progress. This is the description that can be made of the sociological state that humanity has reached. Nations are the last and most perfect forms of social life. They are economically, legally, morally, and politically the highest of societies, and ensure better than any previous form the rights, lives, and happiness of the individuals who compose them. Moreover, they are unequal to each other and, as a result, it must be noted that their evolution even within known limits will continue for a long time. 9. From these very simple considerations of fact, we can already draw a first series of practical conclusions. They are subject to public international law. 1. The first thing to do is to help societies that are not yet nations to become ones. Now these societies are of two kinds, some were formerly nations or are on the verge of becoming so, such as Lithuania, Greater Serbia, etc. For most of them, the war and the peace treaty achieved their independence, and the problem of nationalities lost part of its acuteness in Europe, due to the disappearance of the German, Austrian, and Turkish tyrannies. 10. It was a great good that came out of a great evil. There are hardly any problems left to be solved in principle except in Russia, with regard to the foreign masses, Ukrainians in particular. Everywhere else, there will be questions of detail which remain in dispute and which the procedures provided for will undoubtedly resolve without recourse to force. 2. The rest of these societies have never been nations and some are even very far from becoming one. To both nations owe their help. 11. But it is a new concept of law that has just emerged. There is a very long way between the theory of mandates, of guardianships intended to lead backward societies towards freedom and civilization. There is a very long way, I say, between these doctrines and the ancient customs of annexation, of violent colonization, of Raubwirtschaft, as the Germans say, or even the policy of zones of influence as is still unfortunately practiced in the Near East by the great powers and by Greece. 12. In short, we can note here a relative agreement between politics and morality. The right of peoples to self-determination is no longer contested. Societies have become respectable and sacred beings like individuals. In their victory, the great democracies proclaimed the eminent rights of the collective will, they which had founded the rights of the citizen. It is this sacred character of the collective individual, a conception of philosophers since Grotius, which has entered into practice throughout the world. Had our era only produced this new morality, it would already have the right to pride itself on having done something for humanity. But it is not only from the point of view of international law that it is possible to draw practical and normative conclusions from the considerations that we have presented on the current state of societies. From the point of view of their public law and private, there are also some observations to be made and some rules to be deduced. Not only are nations unequal among themselves, but no modern nation has reached such a point of perfection that it can be said that its public life can only progress under a new and superior form of society. The highest, those who behaved best during the war, Great Britain, France, Germany, I mean those who developed their national forces the most and best, are not yet perfect nations nor equally perfected on all points. Britain is finding the necessary modus vivendi between itself and Ireland and decentralizing. Germany is centralizing. France is just getting on the road to tax justice. Great Britain is regressing to professional armies, and a non-national army has been imposed on Germany, the disadvantages of which we have seen. In some, certain capital public services are nationalized which, in others, are abandoned to private initiative, more or less controlled by the state. The railways are the empire in Germany, they are private property in England and France. Education is completely free in England, partially in France, not at all in Germany. The large nations therefore have a lot to do before reaching a level of happy centralization and happy decentralization comparable to that which small nations that could be taken as models, such as Switzerland or the Norway. Finally, it is very recently, especially in England, that the idea of nationalization has emerged, that is to say of a form of administration, by the nation, of economic things which belong to the nation. This is the most recent form of socialism, the one which probably has the most future. Because it is not deduced from an ideal or a dialectical critique of bourgeois society, but from an observation of the facts and the idea that the best administration of things is that of those concerned. This principle has long been applied, in matters of municipal socialism, or in some avant-garde democracies, such as Switzerland and Canada, with their railways, or in the administration of certain farms which, by chance, have not been conceded, such as ports in certain countries. However, it has not entered into the regular practice of large nations, and the concession of very large public services to individuals is one of the main causes of the discontent of considerable masses who agree less and less not to work either for them, or for the nation. But there is a reason for this delay. It is very difficult to innovate in law and administration. However, this nationalization presupposes the abandonment of the notion of a sovereign state, which, irresponsible, would obviously be a bad administrator of economic goods. It presupposes, quite the contrary, the idea that the nation is a natural group of users, of interested parties, a vast cooperative of consumers, entrusting its interests to responsible administrators and not to political bodies recruited, in general, on questions of opinion, and, ultimately, 13, incompetent. This is a completely new form of law and economic organization. It is premature to say that it has proven itself, but it would be just as absurd to ignore the services provided to the Swiss public or the German public by their railways administered by direct management. Mr. Edgar Millot has demonstrated this abundantly. 14. However, there is still much to be done to find the true formulas for these nationalizations, to adjust the interests involved, and to found new traditions and processes, and to form the necessary bodies of administrators, where the workers and employees will have to always be in the minority. The entire economic life of nations is therefore barely beginning to be born. 15. But the fact is that all the processes of national life are far from having reached their final developments, and even from being all outlined even in very old and very great nations. The sense of the social and the national is only beginning to awaken. At the moment, it is mainly expressed through surges of socialism. But this is only the meaning of the social applied to the economic things of the nation and claimed for it. It is essentially national. These surges also come from this overexcitement of the social sense which animated the nations at war. They have seen the possibility and the greatness of national administrations, and although not all war institutions have been equally successful, the masses moved by their ideals resist and refuse to continue to give the management of their interests to private administrators, however estimable and however practical they may be. They want the experiment to be tried. The principle of nationalities, or, to put it better, the life of nations therefore has a long career ahead, in matters of international law, public and private law. They have before them a distant and great ideal, economic, aesthetic and above all moral. Before the international, we must bring the ideal city into reality, and until then the nations will not cease to be sources and ends of law, origins of laws, and goals of the most numerous and greatest sacrifices. Heroic. 2. Internationalism. However, there are a certain number of ideas, opinions, feelings, spread among considerable masses and which seem in contradiction with this national life. These ideas are called internationalism. But here again the common language is vicious. In fact, he confuses two very distinct kinds of moral attitudes. We propose to reserve the name cosmopolitanism for the first. It is a current of ideas and facts which really tend towards the destruction of nations, towards the creation of a morality where they would no longer be the sovereign authorities, creators of the law, nor the supreme goals worthy of consecrated sacrifices. From now on to a better cause, that of humanity. This movement should not be underestimated. He is neither without grandeur nor without strength. Not all the men who went to Zimmerwald during the war were deserters or enemy agents. And they risked their lives. Today it is a very widespread state of mind among anarchists, communists, writers, and women. Among some, there was a need to put themselves above the fray. Among others, there is a violent reaction against the war and against the principles of national aggression which caused it. These feelings are still often found among many true veterans who suffered in war, are disappointed or hopeless in peace. Quite notable portions of the working class, 400,000 in the last German elections, have followed this gospel. It is necessary, in the relative success of these ideas, to take into account the present time, and the reaction against the selfish policy of nations, against the brutality that the war has unleashed in the world. It should also be noted that among many of their followers, they reflect a protest against militarism and chauvinism, rather than resistance to national ideas. Thus the latest direct action movements were made on questions of nationalization. But if we want to be fair with regard to this movement, we must not give it too much importance. Its popularity is that of a sect, reinforced by the existence of a communist state in Russia. It will cease with these causes. On the other hand, the working classes themselves are increasingly attached to their nations. They are increasingly aware of national economic interests. In terms of work and industry, often they are protectionist, such as in Australia, in New Zealand. They would be even more so in the case of social revolutions which would be localized, as we see, at this moment, in Russia, victorious Bolshevism even becoming imperialist. These ideas have no more chance, nor less, of being key ideas than all utopias. Because they are just that, they do not correspond to any reality of the present time, nor to natural groups of men, nor to the interests of defined groups. They are the final outcome of pure, Christian, metaphysical individualism. This policy of man being a citizen of the world is only the consequence of an ethereal theory of the monad man everywhere identical, of a morality transcendent to the realities of social life, which only conceives of a homeland humanity, laws than natural ones. All ideas which are perhaps ultimately true, but which are not reasons for action. 16, for most societies. In any case, to the extent that they are subversive, they have already provoked reactions that liberal minds may consider excessive, but which mark the strength of resistance of states and public opinion. We will therefore not take it into account. The second current of ideas has a completely different force, and it is full of rationality and reality. He begins to clarify himself from these adventitious elements, due to the proximity of utopias and cosmopolitanism where he was born. We propose to keep the name internationalism. It is the movement which tends to unite nations and not to destroy them. Internation is the opposite of a nation. Internationalism is, if we are willing to grant this definition, the set of ideas, feelings, rules, and collective groupings which aim to design and direct relationships between nations and between societies in general. Here, we are no longer in the domain of utopia, but in that of facts, at least in that of anticipations of the immediate future. In reality, there are a number of social forces, 17, which tend to regulate practically and morally the relationship life of societies. These forces proceed in the way in which relations between these clans were gradually regulated in the past, within clan-based societies, and in which, for example, the tribe suppressed private wars, comparable also to the way in which, at the beginning of the great formations of states, the central powers had the main task of severely limiting the sovereignty of tribes, cities, provinces, etc. It is certain that, nowadays, all morality and practice tend to no longer consider states as absolutely sovereign beings having, like Machiavelli's prince, the natural right to do anything to everyone, including understood the unjust, the horrible, as long as it was for his own good. There is in fact now an international morality. This now seems perfectly established. We only want as proof of this the momentum which moved a growing number of peoples towards the Entente, as the war, as led by the Central Powers, appeared to be conducted more in contempt of international law, of morals. and the independence of peoples. Moreover, the Central Powers which unleashed war for dynastic purposes paid homage to this same morality, because they found no other justification in the eyes of their people than the need to defend European civilization against Turkish and Russian barbarism. Even they succeeded in persuading them thus. This morality, certainly, arrives only painfully at its expression, even more painfully at sanctions, except diffuse, much more painfully still at the institutions which alone will allow the internation to become a reality. But we see no reason to despair. On the contrary, there are considerable and new facts which currently dominate the entire life of relationships between societies and which cannot fail to be registered in practice and in law. The war and the peace that followed it, in fact, had two consequences which are contradictory only in appearance. On the one hand, the principle of national independence is enshrined; on the other hand, a fact has emerged which now dominates the entire life of relationships between societies, that of their growing interdependence. The ruins of war and the nature of peace have even increased this interdependence extraordinarily. What is even more important, politically and morally, is that this interdependence is known, felt, wanted by the people themselves. They very clearly want this interdependence to be marked in the laws, in a true international law, public and private, codified, sanctioned. Here, the people are ahead of their leaders, some of whom, skeptical old men, give too little credit to their own constituents. But it is not possible that such a strong movement in public opinion would not be founded in reality and would not succeed in imposing itself in law. Also, where this opinion was greatly enlightened and corresponded to conscious and grouped interests, the League of Nations begins to be a reality. We are referring to the part of the covenant concerning international labor legislation. We point out that the 2 points of the covenant in which, despite everything, the American senators have not been able to lose interest, are, the International Labor Office and the Permanent Court of Arbitration and Justice. It is no less remarkable that the part of the covenant which provides for real sanctions against companies which go beyond the rules is still the one which concerns the application of the conventions which must standardize working conditions throughout the world and avoid unfair competition. The states, the bourgeoisie, the workers' organizations have thus committed themselves, through a pact entirely comparable to those that myth places at the origin of many ancient societies. It remains to be seen how this pact will be observed. But we have good confidence, because, as of today, the International Labor Office is functioning and we only have to wait for its first sanctions. These will be proof that there is indeed a League of Nations, since a society manifests itself above all through its power of sanctions. Asterisk. We could, at a pinch, be satisfied with this proof. But we prefer to give an enumeration of the main facts of interdependence of modern societies and show how they conceive them. 1. War leaves societies in a state of absolute economic interdependence. The global market, especially that of gold, has never dominated local markets so much. The division of labor between companies holding raw materials and manufacturing companies has never been pushed further. The supply of exhausted countries and the reconstruction of devastated countries are handled by international organizations. But there is an even greater difference in the way these facts are conceived. In the past, they were only familiar to small groups of financiers, naturally cosmopolitan, since they derive their fortune from the global market. The working circles also represented them quite well: Political International, sick at the moment; Lively Trade Union International, International Alliance of Cooperatives, also alive. And in this regard, I will allow myself to claim for the cooperative movement in which I am interested the honor of having established the first program of production, rationing, and distribution of goods between allied countries first, then, Conference of Geneva, between peaceful and neutral countries. Now this program has become that of the Supreme Economic Council of the Allies, and will undoubtedly become that of the Economic Council of the League of Nations when it exists. However, the situation is much more complex. Knowledge of these facts has made immense progress. They are now known, wanted, accepted by all. The public, the rulers, are talking, something that would have been unheard of 6 years ago, about currencies, international credits. The exchange of goods is regulated by contracts between nations. We admit the right of poor nations to be supported by rich nations who, it must be said, do their duty better than they would have done only a few years ago, as proof of the sacrifices made by neutrals and former enemies in favor of Austria, starving and ruined. 2. Significantly increased moral interdependence. The movements of human opinion take on a generality that they have never had. Europe, then the whole world, rose up against dynastic wars first, then against certain ways of waging war, in defiance of the rules of international law. Public opinion, even that of the Central Powers, today repudiates Machiavellian diplomacy, that of secret treaties, that of disrespect for treaties. This is what President Wilson's famous 14 points express, to which no state has yet had the courage to refuse to adhere, as the philosopher who formulated them surely expressed the will of the people. Moreover, not even violations of the law, by a curious return, result in reinforcing the law as when neutrals or allies buy ill-gotten shares in a financial company from Germans a devastated country. The legal bonds that species of this kind create are infinite. And all this is expressed in practice by numerous procedures, by successive conventions, by articles of treaties, and, finally and above all, by the institution of numerous tribunals of arbitration, reparation, compensation, etc. In any case, there is a great fact which must not be forgotten by the most harsh critics. This morality of respect for peoples and individuals was that of the alliance troops entering Germany victorious. They created a precedent for chivalry that no army in history had established. It will remain even if the peace treaty has not lived up to the hopes that its gestation gave rise to. 3. Will of the people to no longer wage wars. We had to demobilize very quickly. And the national armies have indeed returned, without forming these large bands, as we saw in the past in Europe and as we see today in Russia, and elsewhere. 4. Will of the people to have peace, true peace. Armed peace, the exertan principle of peace which is an unproclaimed war, Plato, Lois, 626a, have had their day. The people want us to disarm, right or wrong, but it is obvious that they renounce their greatest interests rather than remain under arms. At the moment, in the Near East, France and the United Kingdom are limiting many ambitions. The disarmament of the defeated countries is a matter of time, that of the victorious countries will perhaps take place, if less advanced peoples do not disturb intentions which currently seem sincere. In any case, a reduction of armaments is taking place on land in Great Britain, at sea in France, and the reduction of other armaments is on the agenda in both countries. 5. Limitation of national sovereignties. This is, in my opinion, the most notorious moral and political fact of peace, however lame it may be. The Covenant of the League of Nations, even if it remains unapplied, has established, through almost unanimous support, a new legal principle. It is the permanent, absolute, and unconditional character of the principle of arbitration that it proclaims. It no longer contains those reservations on the honor and vital interests of the states which contain the treaties passed according to the pre-war principles to which the American Senate tends to return, if we are not mistaken, or if changes in political personnel do not facilitate certain developments. Something also new and as important, it is planned that the League of Nations will itself be an organ for recording and applying treaties and rules. In fact, it already works, in this capacity. It was she who organized and ratified the plebiscites. It has already replaced many institutions that were thought to be essential, it has already established many precedents for these sources of law. Finally, something little known, it has already begun to seek to sanction this written and unwritten law of which it is the instrument. These sanctions are not yet those of force, which most state constitutions would not allow to be made available. But first, in fact, the strength of the Allies was placed at the orders of the arbitrators that the League of Nations designated. And moreover it has acted, many times, by a sort of moral constraint like that which it exercises in the plebiscite regions, where it is it which has in short prevented recourse to violence, and where it prevents currently the violation of minority rights. Let us again recall the sanctions provided for in matters of labor law and hope that the founding commission of the Court of Justice, which operates in The Hague, will find the rules, procedures, and forces which will ensure the enforceability of the sovereign decrees of this court. This is the state of the internationalism movement in our modern world. It does not tend towards a supranation which would absorb the others. It is roughly comparable and slightly higher than that of Greece during the various Amphictyony attempts. It is almost identical to the one where Socrates would have wanted to see the Greeks when during the horrors of the Peloponnesian War, he wanted them to consider themselves, Republic 470b, all as Hellenes, and that their wars would not be treated as uprisings, revolts punished or appeased by others. Humanity wants to be populated by gentle, wise, and philanthropic nations, and for war to be nothing more than a lesson given by prudent friends who want neither the slavery nor the ruin of the sinner. 3. Conclusion. These tendencies of peoples must find the fullest support among philosophers. Nothing is contrary to the principles of national independence, nor to the development of national characters. This is proven by fact and by reason. Organic, conscious solidarity between nations, the division of labor between them, according to soils, climates and populations, will result in creating around them an atmosphere of peace, where they can give the fullness of their lives. They will thus have on collective individuals the effect that they had on personalities within nations. They will create their freedom, their singularity, their greatness. It seems to us that, despite certain appearances to the contrary, humanity is tending towards a sort of parliament of the world like the one the English poet dreamed of. This parliament will be, like the Parliament of Old England, the means of guaranteeing the freedom of these new subjects of law, the nations. These will thus be able to evolve towards higher forms of societies, and new forms of international life that we cannot foresee. We are far from this ideal. I agree to this. Cruel regressions are visible to our eyes. In Russia, in Armenia, this international morality is being defeated. Classes and nations will perhaps struggle as horribly as they have just done. But, 18, why should the philosopher despair? There is already a step forward. If human rights do not yet exist, there already exists human morality, which the most cynical must take into account. There already exist things, groups, human interests, and behind this, there can be at any moment, the whole mass of humanity, capable of sanctions other than simple disapproval. We saw it clearly. Why, 19, would philosophers not take a vanguard position in this march? They took it well when it came to founding the doctrine of democracies and that of nationalities. The English and French were ahead of their time, and we must not forget either Kant or Fichte. Why would they choose to remain in the rearguard, serving vested interests? Their voice has never had a greater chance of being listened to, if it is sincere and finds the wise and necessary formulas. 20. Just as at the time of the Peloponnesian War or that of the formations of the first Chinese dynasties, at that of Confucius and that of Socrates, the people turn to those whom they call their sages and whom the reactionaries call sophists or wisdom merchants. It is up to them to answer the questions that people ask them. They want at the same time to preserve their goods, their order, and their freedoms, and they agree to share them and extend them to all. They want to keep what they have dearly acquired, but they also want to make the necessary progress. It's up to you to guide them along the path of wisdom, to make some understand that it is dangerous to oppose the new order, and to make others understand that this new order is not so contrary to the new order. It is ancient that, to establish it, it is necessary to resort to violence which would surely delay this sublime birth. I do not believe that the intellectual rupture will last. There is a material impossibility. Science, reason, truth are above nations, even when morality is not. The war did not stop Mr. Einstein, a Swiss Jew, professor in Berlin, from producing, nor the English from verifying hypotheses, revolutionizing mechanics and geometry on a par with those of Newton. Here, as in economics, we will need to collaborate. But there is a serious wound to heal. At the start of the war, German intellectuals lost all measure, at least those who followed the imperial Grand Quarter. The German press was still, in its ignorance of the intellectual dignity of other nations, below the French, which was nevertheless very low. For the moment, each nation is making an effort to isolate itself, to be scientifically self-sufficient. International congresses are impossible. The universities, bodies of civil servants, are with the academies, at the center of the nationalist reaction. This is the end of the universal university. This too will take time to forget, to undo. But it will come undone. 37 The apparent rupture of aesthetic traditions will not last longer, I believe. Germany, which claims the scepter of at least music and poetry, has never obtained it. We play Berlioz and Debussy there, while at home we stop at Wagner, except at concerts. In England we are also eclectic. In France it's a question of time. The art of Munich nevertheless continues to infiltrate better into our Faubourg Saint-Honoré. From a linguistic point of view, the war, curiously enough, brought as many points of contact as points of rupture. The loss of prestige of the Dudum, 52, can now be seen in the use of a good number of words of French origin in the vocabulary, especially political ones, from which they were banned. Everyone here more or less jabbered in English or American. And several million Anglo-Saxons are currently bringing our words to every corner of the earth. It is only through the constitution of new nations, jealous of their finally rediscovered language, through the reaction of minorities against the bilingualisms which will be opposed to them. Basically, despite appearances, linguistic problems are becoming simpler, even by the fact that their dimensions and their seriousness are increasing. 38 Thus Flemish becomes more and more identical to Dutch. The unity of the Yugoslav school will make Serbian a uniform language. Everything is not a dead loss for Slovenian and Croatian, even if it would stop the process of ill that Mr. Schuchard, 53, described so well on the borders of Slovenia and of which we have already spoken. Lord Ill says very well that at this moment many languages are dying. This is already something good, whatever regrets lovers of the picturesque may have. That's pretty much the toll of the war, those kinds of results. It has not destroyed all of these contacts and these borrowings which we said were the very essence of civilization. The reaction was violent. But it could not be economically effective, because everything happens as if the capitalists of all the countries at war had really wanted to prove that it was their own reign, that of their national capitalisms, that they had wanted to impose on the world, and that it was they who had wanted war, who had wanted peace with violence and the barbaric destruction of industries, and the less barbaric but no less sure elimination of rival commerce. Everywhere else, the elements of human community 39 are not seriously affected, and there will still exist a civilization which will not be exclusively national, and, above all, not nationalist. Reactions on structures. One of the reasons why, while forgetting nothing to deplore or blame, we must not despair, is that from the point of view which could have been the most serious, from the point of view morphological relationships between societies, the reaction of war and the provisional peace, let's say, which followed it, was less serious and less dangerous than one could have feared. There could have been these annexations, these colonizations, these partitions, these rapes, these fusions of nationalities which were the rule of past wars and peaces. This would surely have been the result of the war if the Central Powers had won. It does not become the imperialists of Germany and those of Austria to bleed for reconciliation. The military, the people of the center, the right, even the Democrats, who wanted to annex Belgium and part of France, who carved up Poland again, the military ill who occupied the Baltic, Oberost, 54, and annexed it in silence even after their defeat, after the armistice, are little qualified to deal, even in the name of a people who do not yet know how to thoroughly disavow them. The map of Europe, which a 40 German victory on the Marne or on the Yser or on the Somme, would have drawn up, would have been infinitely different from the map drawn by the Holy Resistance of Ypres, 55, of Verdun, of Noyon, of Château-Thierry, and the victories of Law, and the sinking of the legions decorated with barbarian and Wagnerian names. The victory of the Centrals would have been that of the old principles of violence, rancor, revolt, the desire for revenge, despair, violence, would have been anchored for centuries not only in the heart of the nationalities that the Germans of Austria and the Empire and the Magyars oppressed, but also in almost all European nations. Now, as if he were a god and a justice, the Allies conquered and won by proclaiming the famous 14 principles. They have been to a large extent faithful to it or, if you like, have consented to remain prisoners of it. We have already noted several times their faults with regard to these principles and themselves and, what is more serious, with regard to their sworn faith. They are venial compared to those that the Centrals had made. Here is the table: Eupen and Malmedy, Southern Tyrol, the German valleys, Soldan, etc., are the only serious injustices done, even without plebiscite forms, to Germany, to Austria, by the great powers. In the Saarland, a minimum of violence, the result of a compromise maneuver, undoubtedly unstable. In Schleswig, impeccable attitude. In Upper Silesia, matters are dragging on, but these delays prove the goodwill of the Allies rather than the bad. The two most unstable things are firstly the situation of the Germans in Austria, after the attachment, the Anschluss to the Empire, 56, which was prohibited and which is very contrary to the right of free disposal of peoples. Secondly, the situation of the Bohemian Germans to whom more serious violence is inflicted, since it is in the name of exclusively historical, economic, or military principles that, as they say by an act of Czech will, they are brought to Czechoslovakia and they are ultimately a minority, 4 million out of 17. A stinging phrase in the mouths of those who, 2 years ago, imprisoned or shot or banished Czech patriots who for centuries had refused even local administration. But fair sentence. In this problem of minorities, 57, there are numerous and diverse and contradictory orders. But surely one day we will have to choose, and without doubt the rights of people will overcome other rights or rather other interests. Third part. Nationalizations, or socialism. Introduction. 1. It is clear that modern nations will only be able to reach a phase of sufficient internationalism and will only be able to guarantee mutual peace when they have managed to provide each other with material proof of relative disinterestedness, to provide each other with services mutual, from all points of view, economic in particular. Perpetual peace, if it is possible, will only be between nations equally good and helpful, if not idealistic, and reasonably sacrificing part of their interests to each other. But for them to be able to reach this point, so that they can contract together in the full sense of the word, as in a marriage contract, to lend each other all of their property, material and moral, they will have to be mistresses of it, and have it at their disposal. Above all, they will need to be able to complete themselves. They will first have to stop being the instruments of ruling and selfish, imperialist, and conquering classes. They will have to be realized themselves on all grounds, the economic one in particular. They will have to discipline their capitalists and their ambitions. More radically, no doubt, they will eliminate these private interests which govern them, and will ultimately appear as what they really are to considerable groups of men living in community on common ground and neither attempting to appropriate the territories of other human groups, nor to unduly seize privileges from them, nor to unduly detain and charge too much for materials or things essential to the rest of humanity, to the industries and arts of other nations. A state of stable peace can therefore only be understood between nations already firmly in control of their economic destinies, and capable of providing mutual benefits to each other, over and above private interests, or after the destruction of these private interests. We have also indicated two facts which prove that the nations are moving in this direction. The first is the series of serious questions raised in recent years by the appropriations and private detentions, under the protection of large states, of materials essential to other nations, coal, oil, and whose exploitation alone or monopolization is the object of increasingly serious discontent from an ever-increasing number of large and small nations. Indeed, European nations have difficulty supporting even English state control over coal, thanks to which the profits of the mine owners and the profits of the English state are in short taken from foreign consumers. 3. Likewise America, although it was once the country of choice for oil monopolies, but whose deliveries are running out, and almost the rest of the world is watching, with concern and even anger, the temptations of both imperialists and capitalists of a few states and a few high finance circles to monopolize the monopoly of mineral oils. A producing country, Romania has already revolted against the San Remo Agreement. 2. Mexico is in full rebellion against the Lessange and English agreements. But the rumblings of non-producing peoples are much more vast and increased, and will not fail to be heard. Thus, in the international domain, nations refuse more and more to be exploited, economically oppressed by the capitalists of other nations, and even by the nation holding the materials, because there, as in the case of the control of English coal, or the German Kohlenwirtschaft, 3, the nation managed to absorb a certain number of the profits. We therefore note the phenomenon that nations, even those furthest from socialism, already have, where their needs are cruel and cruelly exploited by others, international demands which are not only national socialism, but even of human socialism degree, and conceive a sort of general property right of all men over all things on the planet. Considerable change, fully apparent in recent years, a real upheaval due to the crisis of part of human consciousness. 4. But these two facts are not the only ones. At this very moment, in a rather dramatic way, another series of facts, quite dramatic, is happening, to which we have already drawn attention, which demonstrate that in their mutual relations the nations fear among themselves a nationalization growing and often much greater than they themselves would dream of demanding from their own institutions. This is the series of problems posed by foreign exchange and national credits. We had the privilege of knowing the tragedy that happened in the financial mysteries of the Supreme Council of the Allies, during the discussion of the exchange problem and the dissolution of the Inter-Allied Bureau of Exchanges, at the end of March 1919, 4. The moment was decisive. In fact, what was decided was the future of Europe, whose progressive financial collapse could only have been avoided by very generous American credits. Serious political questions arose at this time, and the attitudes of, dissatisfied the American delegation, those of French public opinion, in particular that of the Parisian press, deeply irritated President Wilson, and especially the group of very distinguished financiers who made up part of his staff. On all these questions, the annexations of the Saar, the League of Nations, peace with the Russians, the colonial mandates, commercial peace with Germany, the fixing of indemnities, the unanimity of the Allies no longer existed, and the chances of a Wilsonian peace were disappearing. President Wilson was missing, gone 5 to America. It was in this atmosphere that we demanded, from men whom the French press accused of mercantilism every day, the maintenance of this inter-allied exchange office, where all the benefits were for the European allies, and all the charges for the American financiers. Now the main argument which decided them, even after specific transactions led to the compromise since signed at Versailles, was the following: the American financiers accepted, strictly speaking, that their nation made to help the French nation, but they refused to enrich the French capitalists, that is to say a handful of men and speculators, who, thanks to the import and export regimes, disrupted and flooded the market. They did not yet conceive, that it was their duty to help our financiers to ill the French nation, that this decision should result in the greatest misfortunes for peoples who, like France, Italy and Belgium, would nonetheless have made to their common cause. This is what these men, after all sympathetic to the nations themselves, knew and regretted, and still regret. But to enrich those whom they considered to be the bad accountants of our poor nations, they refused to impoverish themselves, and to drain towards us the wealth of the nation whose fortunes they made, very convinced moreover that their would have only benefited 1/6 class and one type of people, the least interesting, and would have ended up dragging themselves, who could save themselves, into the abyss of madness, expenses, and speculation, which took over European markets 18 months ago. Even now, if anything is done to restore the finances of Europe, it will be strictly by helping states and nations, and not individuals, by guaranteeing certain national transactions with an international currency, by making international credits for national objects, food imports, or raw materials made under the control of states, etc. The financial practice is therefore, at this time, to consider the credits of nations, and not that of the financiers who made payments out of the nation's funds, and it is really nations that tend to help nations, not financial unions that come to the aid of other unions. Financial internationalism is replacing financial cosmopolitanism more quickly, or rather is being organized more quickly, tends to be organized even more quickly than financial nationalizations, and perhaps will annihilate them, if this whole movement does not come, as there is reason to fear, to a board. These observations are more than a transition between the third and fourth books of this work, 5, and the reader is asked not to consider them as a 7 stylistic artifice. They demonstrate that there already exists an ideal of the industrial, economic, financial nation, and that this ideal is already so widespread in civilized humanity that nations are more demanding from this point of view for others than for themselves. Even if they do not realize this ideal, and we will see how far they are still from it, they pretend that others do. Which is human, but which demonstrates what is the ideal that they themselves nourish for themselves. Human public opinion is fixed. However, each nation is still too routine to conform to it. Just as so many individuals know that the collective interest would be theirs and do not conform to it, out of simple selfish laziness, so nations are not yet capable of regulating acquired rights, established interests, within themselves, to master the propertied classes by organizing themselves in the way that their masses already understand and that all of humanity is beginning to understand. There is therefore this movement which leads nations to be masters of themselves, and conscious directors of their economy. It is to indicate the lines of this movement and to specify the legal principles which will be the consequence that this IVTH book is devoted to. 6. We title it Nationalizations, or Socialism, for we prefer the first term to the second, because it better marks the natural group of men which acts in all this, and how it is the nation and not the state which conquers a new domain. And yet we use the old term socialism, because it is better known, and because it still signifies in the eyes of everyone a moral attitude concerning economic facts, while the term nationalization is almost not yet out of the technical use of theorists and the ill-specified demands of the working class. There are, moreover, other collective groups than the nation which have the right to intervene under its sovereignty, and the term socialism applies better to movements of construction, municipalization, insurance, mutuality, than the word of nationalization, which has the disadvantage of only revealing one interested group, the most important, the sovereign nation, it is true, but which is neither the only one nor the best. However. 7. Notes. 1. Marcel Mauss Fund File 30.1. Of this part, there is a handwritten version and a typed version. We follow the first with the help of the second. 2. San Remo Conference, April 24 to 26, 1920. French, British, and Italian leaders discuss the Treaty of Versailles and prepare the Treaty of Sèvres, August 1920, during which the dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire will be decided. 3. Coal economics. 4. Following conflicts over the repayment of debts contracted between allies, Great Britain decides to put an end to the financial support granted so far to France. See on this theme the series of articles by Mauss in Le Populaire, January 18 to April 18, 1924. In the text of March 5, Mauss evokes his perception of the events. I had just returned from the war. I had friends in the various French and foreign delegations of this committee. I remember the emotion of the French delegation during the conference of February 18, 1919, which Mr. Keynes describes so well, from his point of view, and Mr. Klotz so poorly from his. I perfectly remember the very just reasons of the Allied financiers to dissolve the Exchange Committee. See Marcel Mauss, Political Writings, OPCIT, p. 617. 5. Following the structure initially planned by Mauss. See our notes on the text in the introduction on this point. 6. See previous note. 7. Mauss wrote a sentence in the margin, which he then crossed out. Despite several illegible words, its meaning is clear. According to Mauss, the word socialism has the disadvantage of containing confusion between the notions of society and state, which are however distinct, but whose distinction is not by no means classic in France. V.S. Hapter. I. Definition of socialism and nationalization, 1. First let's define. We will be very brief on the definition of socialism. We refer purely and simply to the lessons of the course that Durkheim gave on the history of socialism, and which relate to this definition. 2. Durkheim proposed to call socialist theories all those which demand the more or less complete connection of all economic functions, or of some of them, which are still diffuse, to the directing and conscious organs of society. And he showed firstly that this definition, which applies to all socialist doctrines, does not imply state socialism. Because all these systems not only do not subordinate the economic regime to the state, but, on the contrary, most of them, the Saint-Simonians, the Proudhonians, Marxism, subordinate the state, politics, to the economic, or even conceive the destruction of the state, replaced by anarchy degree, according to Proudhon, by the Statistical Council, according to Marx. Durkheim showed, second consequence, that socialism, even among the theorists who had most seen to the doctrine of the working classes, was not specifically worker. On the contrary, everyone pursued a total reform of society and not the appropriation by this class of the goods of all of society. And finally he opposed, finally showed all the distance which separates, socialism, the modern doctrine of the seizure of economic power by society, to ancient and Renaissance communism, which is only the idea of ancient political communisms. Servants of the clan, of the tribe, definitively forgotten and socially obsolete. Finally, in a series of lessons that we have unfortunately not been able to publish, it was shown that the precursors of socialism in the 18th century, Rousseau, Linget, and even at the beginning of the 19th century, for example Sismondi, 3, adhered to an eloquent, and often prophetic, critique of the social organization of their times, but did not see that the question was that of the social regulation of economic forms. This only appears with the founder of the doctrine, Saint Simon, 4. All of these definitions and observations of Durkheim are profoundly correct. However, we must make a correction to them, which is an addition. Durkheim was only trying to describe a three-doctrinal evolution. He wanted to explain the succession of socialist ideas and systems in the first half of the last century. But this limitation of the subject is too narrow. The writings of thinkers were certainly for him rather facts and manifestations of the state of societies in the 19th century, but they were his sole object. Now at the point where we have arrived in this study, it is a question of much more than socialist ideas, it is a question of knowing towards which new regime, economic and moral at the same time, modern nations are tending. It is a question of seeing how they attempt to complete each other and to be not only the highest moral persons, but also the richest beings of reason, and above all the mistresses of their material destinies, as they are, in the great democracies, of their moral and political destinies, at least to a very great extent. In short, for us it is about groups, social movements, and collective ideas, while for Durkheim it was more about individual ideas. Moreover, at the time when Durkheim began this course, 5, it was rather doctrines and parties that mattered. The facts themselves did not yet have the magnitude for that they have since acquired, and the cooperative, union, etc. institutions had not reached such dimensions that they imposed themselves on the study, nor did these questions have the dramatic urgency that they have taken on since the war, the post-war period, and the establishment, already 3 years old, of a socialist regime in Russia. Therefore our study of socialism must include all the facts and institutions and practical, political and economic problems of the life of modern nations. Socialism is broader than socialist systems. It is a modern social movement. And just as we have defined internationalism as being a set of ideas, forces, institutions which tend to regulate the relationship life of societies and groups, so we will say that socialism is the set of ideas, forces, groups, which tend to have the whole of economic life regulated by the nation. But this definition must be clarified, so as to show the role that the nation plays in this movement. We will show this by defining what is meant by the word nationalization. During the formation of the political and moral institutions which made modern nations, there has recently appeared, especially in England, a new form, if not of institution, because it is not yet realized even there, at least a practical project of institution. This is what we have called, for several years, nationalizations. The word is clear enough. It designates the effort made by nations to administer for themselves what is national in the economic domain. 5. We will explore the history of this movement later. But let us immediately say two consequences of this definition. It is not because it is the most recent that they appear to us to be the most. 6. The word nationalization has 3 advantages over the word socialism. First, it makes it appear that it is the nation and not the state, that is to say the body of politicians and so-called civil servants. Authority, which must take control of things. Nationalization socialism is therefore completely different from state socialism. It is the nation as a natural group of men, of interests, which arrives, at this moment, at the idea, if not at the fact, or even at the right in very rare cases, to realize itself economically as it is achieved politically in major democracies. Second advantage, it implies, obviously, that only societies which have arrived at the national phase of the life of societies, which are nations, can think logically and practically of nationalizing anything. Also, the use of the word shows that the nation must have arrived at these forms of economy where there are national interests, for there to be things to nationalize. Third, the word nationalization expresses an idea of organization, justice, and legality that the term socialism does not imply. This always conceals ideas of pooling not only public but also private goods, of communism in other words. That this assimilation of ideas is unfairly reproached to most ancient doctrines, and even parties, is possible, better still, it is understood. This confusion is no less real in certain others, the Bakuninists, anarchist socialism, communism. Because of this, the Russian Revolution itself is currently going through a defensive phase. In any case, all existing radical socialist doctrines agree in believing that the ultimate goal of socialism is anarchy, absolute economic and moral freedom, and that the destruction of the bourgeois state will be the destruction of any state, of any nation, and the transformation of humanity into a vast hive of happy bees, not without honey but without a king, and without a master, and without law. So that if some of the socialist parties are not anarchists in the democracies where they operate and accept the legality of it, if even certain theories conceive of an intermediate phase between current society and the future ill collectivist, where there is still an organization of collective property this time, however all admit that after this phase there will be another where the state, even proletarian, no longer having any reason to exist, communism will be achieved. This conception is opposed, in short, to the socialism of nationalizations, because it is exclusively a question of organizing the national ownership of a certain number of national things, of public interests. The problem takes on both an organizational, practical, immediate aspect, on the one hand, and on the other, legal, moral, at the same time as it designates the legal person that must be endowed with certain properties. There is, however, a drawback to the exclusive use of this term. It makes people believe that only the nation can be this moral person. However, we remember our definition of society and that of the state. Any nation is made up of a variable number of subgroups of varying importance, professional, commercial, regional groups, etc. They also have the right to property, realized in many cases. It would therefore be preferable to say, rather than nationalization, collectivization, collectivism if you like. But we shrink from the neologism of collectivization, and this old word collectivism has two disadvantages. On the one hand, it is confused, in the doctrine and especially in the idea of the masses, with the old word communism, and awakens precisely this idea of the inorganic and of economic anarchy. And on the other hand, if among the more learned doctrinaires, and in the latest forms of Marxism, there is indeed the sense of organization of collective, common property, even among them this phase is considered transitory, and should lead to the communism, it is better to renounce the use of a term, which is, moreover, partly obsolete, and which reveals this utopia that the next social organization will be the final word in the history of the evolution of societies. We will therefore say more generally, confusing the two definitions of socialism and nationalization. By socialism we understand ideas, forces, of groups which tend in a modern nation to regulate the whole of economic life. This process takes place by way of nationalization, that is to say the establishment of industrial and commercial property under the control of the nation, by the establishment of a form of collective property appropriate to the various communities whose is made up of the nation and who are currently more or less deprived of it. Armed with these definitions, let us examine the ideas and facts in this book. A historical, and above all comparative, examination of these movements of ideas and social forces among the various nations of the West will allow us to submit a small number of practical conclusions to the criticism of our readers. vs. Chapter 2. Socialist Ideas. The Principle of Nationalization, 1. 1. To be exact, we should not separate the ideas which anticipate from the facts which prepare the upcoming organization of nations. It is by abstraction, truly abusive, that we consider socialism as exclusively constituted by a series of systems of thinkers or party dogmas. This is neither true in fact nor in law. In fact, socialist ideas have never been anything other than efforts to conceive the state of future society, and this in relation to present society. Saint Simon said that his doctrine only recommended another arrangement of the current elements of society, too, and this is at the heart of the most recent attempts at reform, however radical they may be. They are strangely dated not only by the originality of the thinkers, but by the way in which they are of their time, manifesting it, and in reality measuring the distance between the practical, present degree of realization, and another ideal degree, conceived with all the imperfections of the social science and moral philosophy of their time. Saint Simon and Fourier, Owen, Proudhon, and Marx are men of a moment in the history of institutions through which nations acquired a sense of the social, of what is theirs. But what is more serious about this abstraction is that in law it is inaccurate, it is contrary to the facts and to the claims of the main thinkers of socialism, and even more to those of the parties. Both claim to be rational, positive, and some, Marxism in particular, take this claim to the point of the crudest materialism. Not only do they not separate themselves from present reality, but they all claim to be, it is Saint Simon who invented the word and the thing, only positive politics. These claims were abusive, it is obvious. The socialists were the first, from school to school, to criticize each other, and the last schools will still criticize each other and accuse each other of utopia and irrationalism. But they give the politics of modern times, and the socialist parties that followed them, a color, and in this color, a tone that politics had never had. For the first time in history, thinkers made it their business to observe and meditate, not for themselves, but for the masses, for and about the nation. In reality they thought with her, and helped her to think. Until the 18th century, political manuals were addressed to princes, and only gave principles in the art of governing. Only theologians and moralists worked to establish some ideals of the people. In the 19th century, after Locke and Montesquieu, and especially after the democratization of England, the United States of Holland, the Swiss Confederation and the American Declaration of Rights, treaties were already addressed to the people, or rather to their ruling classes, but are exclusively political. With socialism, with Saint Simon, a school appears for the first time which has no other object than to present ill to the people the totality of its institutions, and to show them the totality of their interests. It extensively educates the people about their interests, and no longer just about their political rights. As such, it is itself a historical event, and only wants to be that. An accurate history of socialism should therefore consider both facts and systems. But we do not have the audacity to restart a story which, according to us, is not done, where each socialist school, and its conflicts with the others or with the so-called classical doctrines, would be considered as having apprehended or anticipated this or that event of its time to which it corresponds more specifically. And we resign ourselves to proceeding with this method which separates socialist ideas from the facts which they nevertheless claim to have as their aim only to express or predict. Ideas and systems. Socialism, a doctrine, is a political theory. But an extraordinary difference separates him and his contemporary, individualism, from previous political doctrines. All these were a priori. Those of Machiavelli and his imitators everywhere were only rational and artificialist. According to them, only the wills of princes, subjugating subjects, existed. Those of Hobbes, and of Spinoza who followed Hobbes and Machiavelli, less artificialist, and in this way eliminating error and beginning to make the science of societies possible, were still fundamentally metaphysical, and deduced the necessities of the civil state from the nature of man conceived a priori. Socialism, on the contrary, is subsequent to the beginning of the Constitution, by Montesquieu, Rousseau, Adam Smith, Hume, Condorcet, of the science of societies, and in Germany of the philosophy of history by Herder and Hegel. It is a positive doctrine, taking these societies as they are, examining the vices, and trying to remedy them. Above all, it is posterior to that part of social science which is the first to be constituted, political economy. It therefore immediately had not only a positive aspect but also a scientific method. As such, he is entitled to our consideration, and he makes us appreciate the ideas he has sown, first under the name of vague doctrines, and small more or less enthusiastic sects, Saint-Simonians, Fourierists, Owenites, Unitary Socialists, Communists, then, from 1840, in the form of increasingly important, worthy parties, acting in the political life of nations. From Marx onwards, it was even more than that, or at least, it only claimed to be scientific, positive, and to only dictate precepts based on the observation of social facts. Is this claim justified? We'll see it right away. But this criticism will in no way diminish the praise that sociologists must give to modern political doctrines. They were born at the same time as social science, and Saint Simon was ill, but perhaps also because it was necessary for him to be the founder of both. If social science currently claims absolute independence and complete primacy over all practical doctrines, it is not because it despises them. This is because it does not recognize them as having the right to decide as they do on problems which go far beyond them, and would require much more knowledge and reflection than they have, or even could have had, of theirs. Time, the authors of these doctrines, a time when the methods of observation themselves did not exist. In truth, they are already what Montesquieu wanted his work to be, an effort to teach men what they were and for them to overcome their prejudices, that is to say, their ignorance of themselves. Unlike previous social histories, all apologetic, and starting from religious or moral principles to justify the present state, their theories sincerely try to explain to the citizens of their nation in which regime they live and how it should be granted. Degree. The principle and the method are good, if the application remains bad and still feeds too much on the metaphysics, whether materialist or idealist, and the dialectic, whether historical or pure, of the time when these systems were designed. It is an important fact in the history of science and human morality that this simultaneous birth of the social sciences, on the one hand, and of socialism, on the other, with its counterpart, fundamentally individualism and liberalism. In reality, socialist doctrines and ideas, like the social sciences, are none other than the progressive awareness of the nation. They express the effort of thinkers to help it on this path, and their success measures the sense that the nation takes of its interests, just as we will see in individualism the awareness, by the nation and the individual, of the economic and political rights of the individual. Short critical explanation of theories of socialism. 3. In this short critical exposition of the theories of socialism we will perhaps find rather impertinent the cavalier manner with which we will dispatch various doctrines. We will perhaps find even more serious the shortcoming which consists of ignoring all the so-called bourgeois or classical doctrines which have been opposed to it. We will nonetheless continue this method. Strictly speaking, we could have completely avoided taking a position on this point. The doctrines that are in books are not always in fact, at least most of them, even when they are useful and guiding, they are however only ideas and only anticipate or describe the facts imperfectly. At most, when they are successful, they are formulas of action which have been adopted by a certain number of men. It would be absurd to say that Karl Marx had nothing to do with the formation, among workers, of the idea they have of a class apart. But Karl Marx was only one of those who expressed the idea. It would probably have been and even perhaps in the same form without him. He himself, moreover, agreed by virtue of his own doctrine. The history of the systems of thinkers is therefore less important than the history of collective ideas and is only a means of doing the former, to hang on names and dates, for example, the history of the development of socialism. In fact, the history of socialism is secondary to the history of the facts which betray the progress of social organization and economic institutions. 4. First, the facts do not coincide with the ideas. Such and such facts, apparently anti-socialist too, such as trusts, cartels or control institutions, or insurance companies, are in reality 1,000 times more socialist, even when they are instituted for private profit, than such and such manifestations of party or corporation, and above all that such ideas are special to such inventor of system or utopia. And on the other hand, the facts are far from following the ideas. On the contrary, they are generally ideas which followed the facts. In socialism as in individualism, we will see, there are two things, institutions, 5, and ideas concerning these facts. It is by no means true that the ideas anticipated the facts exactly. Most of the major movements which have led, since the 18th century, to political and social consequences have not been, by any stretch, the product of doctrines. We can even say that in almost all cases, from Marxism and the moment when social reformers definitively took the scientific and positive attitude, theorists have been more concerned, rightly, with integrating the facts into their systems rather than bending the facts to them. Among the German revisionists, among the English Fabians, 6, in short, we rather created the theory of current social movements than drew up plans for a future society or indictments against the present. This is because in reality after 1870, we gradually became aware of the power of social facts in general, 3 of the particular institutions of the working class in particular, or of social legislation. And above all we realized that in general these institutions on the basis of which future developments must be conceived come rather from the effort of the masses, and not from the brains of intellectuals. Moreover, most of the time we have observed obscure beginnings and results so fruitful and so unforeseen, that it is useless to want to anticipate too far, either their creation or their future, as happens with the trade union movement or that consumer cooperatives where practice, we can say, has always been ahead of theory. On the contrary, it has been noted that the doctrinal movement of socialism has always been so far ahead of practice that the number of false ideas it has put into circulation far exceeds that of the correct directions. In reality, revolutionary appearances have allowed, in many cases, the worst transactions, the most baroque alliances and often even disconcerting opportunism, as for example with regard to the agrarian question. Because the former French Workers' Party, as with the German revisionist Marxists and communism today in Russia, and even in the communist programs of other countries, goes so far as to buy absolute individual property, the monopolization of land rent by landowners, their complicity or their passivity in a workers' revolution. So much so that many good minds now think that the socialist doctrine must be reduced to the theory of the contemporary social movement for and its improvement. 7. Socialism, defined as we have done, is a recent thing. 8. The name dates from around 1830, first pronounced in England by Owen, by Raybaud in France in 1837, it was not popular until after the writings of Pierre Leroux, but still in 1847 it was synonymous with communism, Communist Manifesto, Social, 9. We still say today, Social Republic, which is clear but offensive for the sociologist who loves precision, because every republic is social, and social does not mean socialist. But if the name is recent, and the idea is still vague, the idea is older. It dates from the collapse of the feudal organization, on the one hand, and corporative, on the other, slow in England, longer in France, and the abuses caused by the industrial and capitalist revolution which coincided with it. 10. Let's move on to the precursors before the revolution. It does not seem that we are right to count Babeuf and the Babovists. 11. Buonarroti, 12, who was the theoretician of the equals, among the socialists. They are obviously only Jacobins, retarded egalitarians, revolutionaries who sensed the Caesarian and bourgeois danger. Basically, the very notion of socialism was not yet possible at that time, although Linget, 13, found a certain number of successful formulas. We had no idea yet of the revolution which had taken place in the field of industry and commerce. Besides, she was barely getting started. It is Saint Simon who is the true founder of socialism, and who from 1803 to 1819 was its tireless and often brilliant initiator. It was he who was the first to have the notion that, in addition to the transfer of land, an industrial revolution had taken place for which it was a question of finding the political formulas. 5. Marx and the Marxists gave the Saint-Simonian theories and those which preceded Marxism in France and England the names utopian and petit bourgeois. It is certain that these epithets apply quite well to those of the petit bourgeois contemporaries of Saint-Simon and Sismondi, to his heir Louis Blanc, 14, and even Proudhon, and to the theories of Charles Fourier and the Fourierists, 15, and the Icarians of Cabet, 16, and of Raybaud, and of Pierre Leroux and other idealists of the heroic period, of the English associationists, of the Oweneans and of the Christian socialists, Kingsley, Morris, 17, etc. We can, until more fully informed, in fact, consider this era as the one where famous and generous ideas were born, on the one hand, quite prisoners of the surrounding social reality, on the other hand, where we only conceived the revolution as political and not as a movement mainly of interest to the working class. They were impractical, as numerous unsuccessful attempts by the Saint-Simonians and the Owenists proved, whose banks, colonies, and phalansteries collapsed one after the other. However, there is general agreement that Marx was unfair to his predecessors as he was to Proudhon. In our opinion, it was especially unfair to Saint-Simon. This, for having confused under the name of industrialists all the working classes, including the capabilities and the capitalist administrators. 6, was perhaps less far from the truth than the workers' socialism according to Marx never was. And on the other hand, it is, on Marx's part, supremely inaccurate. 18, not to have paid homage to the scientific depth of Saint Simon's views on economic history, the links it supports with politics and law. Saint Simon is not only at the origin of socialism, he is a founder of positive philosophy and the positive science of social facts. Master of Auguste Comte and Augustin Thierry, he is the one who first sought to base a positive politics on a positive science and, as such, he is the ancestor of Marx and the theorists of modern politics, including the opposite of Marx, Spencer. The purely critical and rhetorical, and on the other hand utopian, period of socialism was followed by the pamphleteering period. The two main names of this socialist ideology are those of Proudhon and Marx. Proudhon is certainly the initiator of the following degree. Marx was not yet a socialist when Proudhon had already written his resounding book, 19. Both began in a Hegelian metaphysics of classical political economy. Both believe at the same time that through a natural and forced dialectic, history produces the antithesis of each regime, and that socialism will emerge from capitalism 7 as the antithesis of the thesis, the affirmation of the negation. Both were, in our opinion, like their predecessors, above all critics and enemies of the society of their time. They both claim to be positive, scientific, and builders. But these are wishes on their part, not real scientific attitudes. Destruum et edificabo, 20, such was Proudhon's motto. Indeed, he destroyed quite well, although he was strangely conservative on certain points. But its construction, although it is neither religious nor ill, nonetheless remains utopian. He too had his panacea system, his revolutionary means and his plan of revolution. It was his national credit bank which, without capital, by the sole means of exchange, of mutuum, put the cumulative regime, terrible language, in place of the competitive regime. Marx was more scientific on this point in the sense that he limited himself to prescribing the revolutionary means of the class struggle, the union of the proletarians of all countries, without specifying what the revolution should do. With some caution, he indicated only two immediate goals, the destruction of the state and the establishment of a provisional collectivist regime leading later to a regime of anarchy and communism, 21, once the abolition of classes achieved. However, he was not, and all the socialist parties that emerged from him were no less utopian than the Proudhonists and Blanquists who succeeded him, or the Christian socialists. He also taught that this social revolution would be the last. They all made capitalism responsible for all the ills of society, war, prostitution, crime, disease, and offered the masses an El Dorado that a simple political revolution would enable them to acquire. As if the simple elimination of individual capital monopolization 8 should really transform men and societies. Basically, all socialists, especially the current communists, heirs of the Jura Federation and the Bakuninists, 22, whom Marx anathematized after the First International, are all convinced that capitalism is the only bad power, the only demonic thing, the only being ill of modern societies. They believe that by suppressing the bourgeois state, they will suppress the bourgeois class and socialize capital, that is to say the means of production and exchange, and will make the world peaceful and happy, after a more or less long crisis caused by the resistance of the formerly privileged. In short, theoretically, the socialist who lives on formulas now 70 years old has remained critical, utopian, and purely political. Let us make do with the semi-classical and generally inaccurate economic theories of socialism, the theory of value, in particular, in Marx and Proudhon. The analysis of economic phenomena on which Proudhon and Marx claim to rely is, on the one hand, pure classical economics. Proudhon believes, like all French economists of the time, that economic events have their natural laws and that it is useless and dangerous to intervene. He also believes in their primacy, and it was he who was the first to proclaim that economics dominates politics, 23. Marx notes this idea in the theory of economic materialism. Generally misinterpreted 9, it is conceived as making motives of interest the only ones which lead humanity in the constitution of states and societies, whereas it is with him something else and above all takes part in a technical revolution of industries controlling capitalist evolution which, in turn, controls social organization, 24. But if Marx has this profound and correct view, the terms in which he enveloped it, Hegelian on the one hand, crudely materialist on the other, a la Bucher, 25, and Voigt, 26, explain the simplism of the masses who followed him and who still see in the social state only a scaffolding of interests, and in the state the organ of the interests of the class in power. Basically, for the socialist masses, as they were elsewhere, Marx and Proudhon are the authors of two enormous pamphlets, criticizing Marx capital, or more precisely capitalism, Proudhon individual property. The third phase of socialism begins, in our opinion, at the moment when the socialist political parties were founded and when the first workers' organizations came to their attention. At that moment, while remaining critical and negatory, it still is, socialism began to be both constructive and positive. This attitude was formerly referred to in France as possibilism. And Brousse, 27, Ten Allemagne, 28, and Fournier, 29, following Benoit Malin, 30, names well forgotten today, after the failure of the Commune, represent quite well, from 1876 to 1890, these aspirations of immediate reform made by the Republic for the increasingly organized working class and leading it to a social revolution. But it was not in France, where this class has always been more poorly grouped than elsewhere, where it is relatively less strong than in the more industrialized countries, that this attitude of mind was to develop. Great Britain was his country of choice. Until very recently, England, and even more so Scotland, lived outside of all Marxist and revolutionary phraseology. The British mind is repugnant to idealistic, utopian conceptions contrary to experience, let us even say a narrow empiricism. However, it also repels any stagnation, the action is constantly progressive. Without preconceived ideas, without the need for theory, even with an instinctive fear of any theory, the Briton goes step by step, blow after blow, without stopping. But his sense of the social is also instinctive. Now, either by a particular genius, or because the great industrial concentration around Manchester and Glasgow forced the concentration of workers, since the beginning of the century, well before the socialism of the spinning worker Rowan and well before Chartism, 31, new forms of the workers' association, the trade union, the union had been found. And shortly after the relative failure of Chartism, which was already a 11 political movement of this organized working class, in 1844, the Consumer Cooperation was founded, the principles were found in Rochdale by the famous pioneers, 32. Socialism moreover, and all the ideas of local self-government, resulted in this strong municipalism properly called municipal socialism, which has rendered or given to English and Scottish municipalities a good part of the services imprudently granted elsewhere. Men like Vansittart Neale were activists in all three movements from 1850 onwards. Finally, the experience of the Dominions and the very early founding of workers' parties in most of the states of Australia and in New Zealand, all this created in particular a special terrain where the doctrine of a socialism that is not simply critical and revolutionary can be formed, but also struggles on the terrain of facts, seeking both the possible and everything possible, while maintaining the rights of the working nation to the entire national income. This form of thought first found its expression in the Fabians, a society founded in 1884, and whose name indicates the possibilist character, 33. The distinguished intellectuals who founded it and of whom a certain member still directs it, the Shaws, the Peases, the Webbs, etc., in fact think of constant social progress, but where each institution must establish in time corresponding to the state of society and that of modern organizations. The founding of the ILP, 34, 12 followed closely, but it was not until 1898 that the first socialist entered Parliament. Until then the traditional parties, especially the Liberal, had been able to secure some worker members, and negotiated with the trade unions who found it in their interest to have influence on all parties. Then there was the founding first of the Independent Labour Party, then of the Labour Party, a sort of merger and confusion of a certain number of socialist parties of various shades, Fabians, ILP, SDF, 35, and a certain number of unions, not quite the majority but the most important. And as in England action generally precedes theory, it turns out that in these countries of capitalism and advanced industry, socialism has become rather the theory of worker practice and social progress. This is particularly true of the Fabians and even more so of their ungrateful offspring, the Guild Socialists, 36, whose theory, in short, consists of preaching the seizure of economic power, usurping control, 37, to the great trade federations, that is to say trade unions, absorbing into their midst technicians and even directors, not the delegated administrators of the shareholders, but what the English call the manager, the director responsible. However, a third great nation was born during the 19th century, Germany. The very nature 13 of the Germanic mind led it to reflect on social questions as on all others, and to systematize. It is not by mistake, we will see, that Jors found important sources of socialism in Kant and Fichte, and it is certain that it was in Germany that the sense of the social was awakened rather than anywhere else, except in France. The Romantics and Fichte had found the Volksgeist, 38, the collective spirit, which it was a question of magnifying in the past, of reviving after Jena, of making triumph after Waterloo, 1820, with the restoration of the empire. In truth, it is from this mixture that Marx came, in 1837, Rhineland patriot and Hegelian philosopher of the dialectic of the collective spirit, 39. Here is a root where the new tree absorbs new juice. However, it is growing slowly, between and against the old aristocratic, urban bourgeois and peasant classes, industrial, proletarian and capitalist Germany. But the Obrigkeit state remained, 40. One of the forms that specifically German socialism took was state socialism, the socialism of centralized administration, monarchical on the one hand, popular on the other. Mr. Endler, 41, has rightly given a large part to state socialism in the history of German ideas. Perhaps too broad, because the victory of Rodbertus, 42, over Bismarck is in reality a Bismarckian compromise between workers' socialism and the state. The adoption by Bismarck, the monarchy, Wilhelm II in particular, of the ideas of compulsory social insurance and mutuality, this great social achievement of the German Empire, was made with the preconceived idea of attaching the workers to the empire and to detach them from revolutionary socialism, not with the idea of a moral and social enterprise. Moreover, experience has demonstrated that Bismarck's idea was correct. The German working class has been loyal to the empire, it is still loyal to it, because it knows its joint interests 14 and that the credit of its insurance funds, democratically managed, is the credit of the empire. The investments of millions of policy holders, millions of cooperative members of the savings and credit unions were the solid basis for the issue of paper money of the Darlhenskassenschiene, 43, during the war, and this is the acute sensation of people that it is in their interest to consolidate these debts, which is part of the fundamental, instinctive repugnance of the whole of Germany against bankruptcy or against revolution. The Socialist Party growing in strength, on the other hand, the unions growing, the cooperative movement prospering, the English ideas making their way, it was necessary to revise the Marxist dogmas which had invaded German socialism. It was the work of Bernstein and that brilliant staff David Frank Degree, who sank into the war socialism of Germany at war with the Marxists, who were almost all, except Koskai and Liebknecht, nationalists, 44. Although the revisionists were condemned in Dresden, 45, by the International in Amsterdam, at the same time as Jors, and never had with them anything other than an elite and a simple handful of theorists or union and cooperative leaders, they were nonetheless the most active and the most fertile of theorists. Without having among them any man of genius to equal Marx and Proudhon, without even being officially heard or followed, in truth, they directed until the war, and they even still partly direct, the German movement, and this they are the ones who establish, in short, the best theory of nationalizations. The idea that movement is everything, 46, is theirs, and it is in fact completely opposed, like the Fabian idea, to the notion of a total upheaval, of a political revolution which would then bring socialism into facts. 15. This is approximately the point where the doctrine, socialist thought, was before the Russian Revolution and its second phase, that of Bolshevism. We will not be expected to provide a detailed discussion of the ideas and especially the facts that communism has brought to light, 47. We are abundantly informed about the principles put into circulation by an immense ephemeral literature which deeply agitated all the socialist parties throughout the world. We are infinitely less aware of the achievements made by the Russian communists in power, presiding over an immense socialist experiment through terror. In the absence of precise and impartial observations, it is scientific not to speculate too much. However, here are already two observations. First of all, as a doctrine, Bolshevism brings nothing new, absolutely nothing. He presents himself, in our opinion rightly, as the heir of an integral Marxism. Indeed it is. It is a revolutionary state socialism, limited to socializing capital. He is that and is only that. There is nothing new except one tactic, 48, Blanquism and Marxism before Erfurt, 49. It is a discipline of the coup d'état, an economic rule established as a general rule for all socialist parties, a principle of dictatorship, not even for the working class, but for a communist party realizing its ideal through decrees. Now, this is our second observation, as far as we can judge despite the obscurities which shroud all the available documentation. This immense revolutionary apparatus 16 has definitively acquired only two negative results. It has destroys Russian capitalism, he destroyed Russian feudal property. So let's see what has been achieved about the two ill. Russian capitalism was a dwarf capitalism, the greatest fortunes being those of the imperial family. Not only was he very weak but he was 9/10 foreign. But what's more, Russian capitalism was totally ruined by the war in 1915. The socialization of the banks in January 1918 was only the definitive act of Russian bankruptcy. Moreover, since 1916, the Soviet government, we believe it is sincere on this subject, has made a constant appeal to cosmopolitan capitalism, offering to recognize debts, public and private, offer to reconstitute the ill belonging to foreign private firms on condition that they submit to the regime set by the Soviets for workers' contracts. The Soviet state, supplier of labor, abandoning the profit control, offers vast concessions, especially mining and railway concessions, of the type for which contracts have already been signed with Swedish and American unions. If the Bolshevist regime solidifies, it will be by organizing itself with the most qualified capitalism. Far be it from us to accuse these men of being opportunists, rather, we would pay them full tribute in this regard. They have a sense of reality and the necessary compromises. Let us now see the result of the agrarian revolution. The Bolsheviks came to terms with individual property. They took away, or rather the peasants took, the lands of the nobles. In fact, and even in law, the history of these last 3 years of Bolshevism is that of continuous transactions between a communist party and a peasant revolution which was 17 to the supreme degree individualist. Because the appropriation of the land was exclusively individual. Official Bolshevik documents admit that only 10% of goods were Sovietized. It would still be necessary to see how and by whom these estates are administered, where most often the former owner, in agreement with the local Soviet, remained administrator of the part of the land that the local peasants did not want to take. But let us admit that the sharing was only done between small and medium peasants and that the kulak was not favored. It results in any case from the series of decrees of the People's Commissars that after having nationalized the land, then claimed a increasing property degree, then a simple right of control and requisition, the Bolshevik government ended up even by abandoning this right of requisition, which nevertheless knows, the most reactionary governments, and the most infatuated with individual property. So, what Russia has done is its agrarian, individualist revolution, entirely in the style of 1789. It interests 90% of the population, it represents almost the entirety of current Russian fortune. We are thus witnessing in Russia a phenomenon of the birth of a revolution of the so-called bourgeois type by socialist theorists. Individualist would be more exact, serious, effective, and of a communist revolution, restricted to certain unimportant forms of property, to a part of the population and to urban and industrial and mining wealth, and above all negative and nihilistic. It remains to be seen whether this second revolution is solid, and to what extent it leads to economic failure. It did not socialize ill the Russian economy. Have they not rather destroyed every form of Russian social economy, including the most democratic, such as credit and consumer cooperatives? The two definitive achievements of the Russian Revolution, destruction of a rotten political regime and establishment of peasant property, have nothing specifically communist, quite the contrary. Likewise, the few things that we can boast about the efforts of the commissioners are the order they bring to Russia, their patriotism, their authority. It is finally and above all the intentions and projects that they have in matters of education, science, art, hygiene, but all this is once again not specifically communist. The French Revolution, however bourgeois it was, having, in this order, innovated and achieved much differently. We will therefore conclude: only the suppression of capitalism, of all evaluation ill. The bankruptcy of the ruble, the manufacture of paper money was more effective than all decrees, of all movement of funds is truly socialist in Russia. Of any speculation. In short, the absolute destruction of the very normal economic regime in our country. It is obvious that in the long run the commissioners will succeed in making the Russian industrial machine work and ensuring Russian well-being. Only time will prove this. It would be in the interest of civilization if we allowed this young people the time and freedom necessary to live out all this generous enterprise. The great democratic nations must allow these 19 after all disinterested men the freedom to proceed with this national achievement, since they also ask nothing better than to respect the rights of other nations and their nationals. They currently have the blockade, the civil war and the war with foreign countries as the cause of their internal failures, and of the terror, and of the censorship, and of the police and military regime thanks to which they govern, and of the contempt for international rights public and private. We should, if they agree, put them in a normal situation, of de facto government. Even this done, we should not reproach them excessively for the transactions they will carry out with the capitalists of the whole world. It will obviously be necessary, if they last, for them to adapt to the universal environment still in force in other economic regimes. However, from 2 points of view, we allow ourselves to doubt the success of their enterprise, even in peace. First, they were incapable of making the essential organ of their regime function, the only one which could have given their social republic the appearance of an association of producers, the Soviet, the Factory Workers' Council or industry. They were obliged to reduce it to the role of a simple working committee, to establish the personal dictatorship of industry directors appointed by the Ministry of People's Commissars, and even to establish a regime of emulation between the few factories still in operation, a regime which resembles a brother to the competitive regime which was intended to be destroyed. 22nd, they were incapable of eliminating the free market and speculation, nor small industry and small commerce either. Soviet laws ended up not nationalizing any enterprise employing no more than 10 workers, and a capitalist simply has to reduce his enterprise in order to remain its master. Moreover, the Kustar, small trader, managed not only to be considered loyal, but also to introduce himself into the cooperative organization of the Soviets, to even have Kustar degree cooperatives. The unanimous opinion of observers is that an immense petty bourgeoisie is being formed on the ruins of the old, weak and backward and tiny Russian bourgeoisie. The difficulty of obtaining basic necessities, soap, seeds, etc. increased the number of intermediaries, despite the communist government's claim to eliminate them. Finally, it is said that the exchange trade, old rubles for new ones, that of values current in the rest of Europe, that of materials, precious metals, including gold, and precious stones has never been more intense. Especially with a view to emigration, or purchases abroad. But of this we have no other certain information than the public condemnations published by the official journals of the commissioners and commissions ill against speculation, and it is impossible to see in what proportion the trade in gold and diverse values has expanded. For our part, we would be very inclined to believe it to be considerable, as is natural in a country where there no longer exists, in reality, any currency having economic, if not legal, currency. Without serious workers' organization, without control over this emerging petty bourgeoisie, we must fear that the Russian communists will not succeed in establishing legally, economically, the regime which they have schematized in their decrees, and for which neither their nation nor even their proletariat, and even less so the international community, do not seem ready. But if they disappear, a memory will remain of them. Like the Paris Commune, the Bolshevik period of the Russian Revolution will leave traces in socialist thought. The idea of what a handful of resolute men can do, that of the power exercised in the name of socialism for 3 years already, will act in the mentality of the masses. The political fact is there, and it has its prestige. For all those who claim to be socialists, there is or will be in Eastern Europe a sort of Salentu, where men have attempted the impossible for the people, and without the people. Historically this period may be, basically, only a sign of atrocious national depression, of madness of an entire part of a people, of incredible passivity of an entire immense population. Ideally, it will be represented differently, even in the thinking of the Russian people, certainly in that of considerable numbers of proletarians, as a sincere, courageous attempt at fearless socialism which failed in the face of international capitalism. The failure of Bolshevism will undoubtedly not be attributed to the Bolsheviks themselves. Socialism, for the socialists themselves, will nonetheless exist. 22 Achievable, on the contrary, the Russian experience will be one of those which they will allow themselves. Perhaps, especially if the end of these men is beautiful, and ill if it were another socialist party, more democratic, which succeeded them, their name would be raised even by those who are currently fighting them, like the is the name of the conventionalists in our country. However, neither from the failure nor from the success of the immense Russian adventure should we conclude either for or against socialism, the doctrine of the working classes of the great democratic nations of the West. The success achieved against dwarf capitalism, after a war which ruined all the conservative forces of a country, by abandoning even land rent to the peasant, by giving foreign capitalists formidable concessions, real shreds of territory, would not be so great that it could be considered a precedent. On the other hand, if Russian communism is defeated by the blockade, by civil and foreign war, by capitalist intrigue, by the notorious incapacity of the leaders, very few of whom were experienced in business, a certain number of whom are crazy, by the even greater incapacity of a still completely illiterate proletariat, by the appalling selfishness of a peasant class which on the one hand does not want to overthrow the regime which guarantees it the land, but on the other does not want to work with it either, and in reality blocks and starves the cities, it is the Russian and international causes which will have caused the defeat of socialism, if it takes place in Russia. 2350. No sociologist or historian can ever compare Russia to the great nations, she is neither of the same type nor of the same age, it has barely passed the stage of social life that we have described as empire and state, it is not under the regime of the nation, she will get there. Perhaps it is even further than China where there is at least a national morality, it is surely further away than Japan was 60 years ago. A political revolution was necessary for it to become a nation of citizens and not a vast herd of amorphous peoples, maintained by passivity to an autocratic regime. This is an established fact. Russia had its 1789, its 1793, now, will it succeed on this clean slate in building a socialist regime? Is it in the process of avoiding a revolution, following Marx's words, a social as well as political revolution? The near future will tell. But the possible failure of the Russian communists would not prove that socialism is impossible in politically, economically, and above all morally and intellectually more advanced countries. Their relative success would not prove that the state socialism is necessary in Western countries, nor even that it would be viable there, nor even that it would be desirable there, because it would only be established there in the price of a very large number of morals, organizations, democratic ideas, freedoms painfully acquired, and which people, even the hardest tried, do not want to give up. Moreover, it is almost certain, given the economic state of the world, that it would at least momentarily ruin 24 and starve the working masses who could wish for it and establish it by force, because it would not only disorganize the capital and national production, note that we do not say capitalism, but also all the flexibility of its use, its global value, and above all would eliminate this fundamental creation of modern societies, the national and global market. This suppression is perhaps possible in a country which was, so to speak, economically amorphous like Russia. Perhaps in the absence of any capital the Russians will try to establish a closed national regime of trade and production. It would, in this case, be considerable proof of the possibility of integral socialism, of communism, of another system of social life than the price system. 51. However, we, in civilized Europe, have, to preserve certain forms, to nationalize capital and production, to organize the market, not to destroy them. The problem therefore arises quite differently from that in Russia. The rebirth of Russia has nothing to do with the political and social problems of Western Europe, the United States and the Dominions. It is time to put it in fact and no longer in law. To do this, let us proceed as we did with internationalism. Let us see what economic things are nationalized or in the process of being nationalized. Let us see what the customs, regimes, and tendencies of modern nations are. Let us abandon the terrain of doctrines, let us avoid the saltus mortalis that they cause in the future. Let us examine the past and the present and construct a tight curve of the facts, let us only try to extrapolate it towards a very near future 25, to determine the possible, but also everything possible in the necessary constructions. Socialism, we have said, is nothing other than the set of ideas, forms and collective institutions which have the function of regulating through society, socially, the collective economic interests of the nation. Two consequences follow from this. First, socialism is linked to the experience of nations. It was not possible before they were formed, that is to say before the notion of the homeland as a public thing, had become the foundation of public law and of the individual having rights over everything that was public. 52. In other words, he had two conditions when he was born. Socialism could not appear before the rights of man and citizen were proclaimed, an observation generally neglected by socialist schools which, even non-materialist, especially outside France, neglect this point of view, on the contrary admirably represented until the failure of the ideas of social democracy in the Republic of 1848. On the other hand, socialism could only be of interest when the economic domain of the community became so large that its abandonment to private management was no longer understandable, or rather was no longer understood by an ever-increasing number of people. Another observation that is also neglected by the legislators eager for socialism who, intervening 26 throughout the world, claim to acclimatize a uniform regime of property there. The notions and institutions which deserve the name of socialism are 1,000 miles from these utopias and these upheavals, and on the contrary suppose the full development of industrial regimes, of private property, of collective property, which acts precisely to pass from fact to law, or rather to attribute to the true owners, the various communities of which the nation is made up. The second consequence is the corollary of the principle posed first, it is that, in our opinion, all societies which are not yet nations will have to become one before being able to transform into social republics. In other words, it is likely that they will be able to do without becoming democracies, at least in the coming decades, and it is improbable that they will be able to do what the Russians claim to do, a revolution which would only be social and undemocratic. There is utopia on this subject in all the young communist parties of all these young nations where creeping Bolshevism has nevertheless conquered incontestable authority. Either we are very wrong or these new republics will only be able to do one thing, avoid the concessions and exploitations to which the oldest nations have submitted. They will perhaps know how to reserve public wealth for the public domain and not commit the mistakes of the last 2 centuries, but they will thus only accelerate, thanks to the Capital 27 made by the old nations, an evolution which consists only to achieve democracy economically and not replace it with a regime that has not yet been designed and, above all, not practiced. Another point of view on the same fact, where the public domain is still, given the insufficient economic development of the nation, non-existent or weak, even in large companies representing immense interests like Russia and China or the in India, it is clear that there can only be a question of state socialism. There is in reality no industrial socialism to be achieved, no working class to change from the state of employee to the state of manager of interests. There are only virtualities of all this, and politics can only take them into account as future facts to be expected, not to be neglected in calculations. But the social application of the doctrines of Marx or the precepts of Rathenau to Russia or China, leads or would lead to the craziest and most deplorable consequences. And we can immediately deduce from these two observations another important observation: far from socialism being an adversary, as utopian communism always was and still is, of individual property, it presupposes it. First, this is constant in the doctrine since Saint Simon and especially Proudhon, it tends to realize it and give workers 28 collective ownership, in the anonymous form but individual by the title to enjoy it, of the means of production and the fruits of labor. We will see what to think of these classic but inaccurate formulas. Then, he always claimed individual ownership of consumer objects. It is a very great absurdity of the doctrinaires who criticize socialism to reproach it with a theory which is only that of the oldest and most backward communisms. The freedom to enjoy a minimum of property as one wishes, to use and abuse it, is the goal of the workers' demand for a decent life, and in current or classic doctrines, whether expired or in flowering, changes in the regime of production have no other aim than to ensure to everyone the well-being and absolute ownership of their home and the things necessary for this decent life. That the idea is not always clear among those who talk about these things is understood. It is nonetheless the point where the dispute between the anarchist and communist schools on the one hand and the socialist schools on the other is resolved, with some assuring that it is enough to put everything in common so that each according to his needs can enjoy everything, others recognizing the rights of each according to his work, but recognizing it thoroughly, and in short giving a real title of ownership to what is called the fruits of labor. 29. But there is more. It is not only individual property of the anonymous type and that of the house, furniture, reserves, and family things that socialism presupposes, it is individual property of the so-called bourgeois, competitive, anarchic type, to serve us terms of pamphleteer socialism, of the Roman type to speak as a historian and jurist. On the one hand, it is only a question of nationalizing or municipalizing, or collectivizing things which have been abandoned by mistake to owners other than those really interested in management, who must become the real owners. Also, let us leave out of all nationalization or socialization projects all property or artisanal or small peasant production. Even the Russian communists, as we have seen, not only allowed it to be established but ended up recognizing full individual ownership of the land itself, and full freedom for industrialists employing fewer than 10 workers. It is clear that all the countries of Eastern Europe, Italy, soon Spain, already agitated in Andalusia moreover, have to carry out an agrarian revolution, to dissolve the large estates, to share between the peasants who want to be owners, in the French way the lands of the lords ruined with 30 the collapsed aristocratic regimes, or against which we fight where traces of them remain. The slumbering of the agrarian struggle in England is only apparent, it is quite strong in Scotland and Ireland. This is because the Wyndham Act, 53, was the treaty of a victorious peace for Irish peasants who achieved their agrarian revolution before politics and their independence. In our country, socialism in the countryside is above all the fight against the non-operating owner and the latifundia which persist in some departments. In fact, socialism, faced with the artisan and the small peasant owner, not only capitulates out of policy, but also merges with the most individualist doctrines. He does this thanks to this loophole that there is no need to change the regime of production where the producer, the worker, and the distributor of the means of production is one and the same individual. But this flexibility of doctrine betrays a much more serious fact, is that no socialist party, even those which will be or were in power in Russia, Czechoslovakia, and Germany, have dared to nationalize anything other than the large industries, the very large estates and the very large interests, and that the division of land in all countries has been carried out according to the most radical type of bourgeois property. 31. So, in fact, individual property is not incompatible with socialist institutions, and there are still a considerable number of categories of wealth of which even the most radical socialists only understand individual appropriation. Socialism still supposes individual property from another point of view. This was extremely familiar to theorists of the heroic period. Imbued with Hegelian metaphysics from around 1840, they only conceived of the revolution, the bourgeoisie, and socialization as the dispossession of individual properties. This even dates from Saint Simon, who, on this point, was a precursor of Hegelianism itself. The revolution presupposed property that had to be destroyed. To a certain extent, these abstract or political formulas are still accurate. The construction of industry and public services in the 19th and 20th centuries, except in rare countries and in relatively rare forms, is exclusively the work of the individual, the bourgeois, and private capital. It is a question of 32 transferring in short the wealth and capital created by one regime to another, and, consequently, the future regime is a function, negation, of the present. For the middle part of socialists, especially those of the masses, socialism is a righter of wrongs. But just as the policeman presupposes the thief, so the collective property to be established presupposes the monopolization of individual capitalists. A somewhat childish view, although very generalized and the very basis of propaganda. But it has the merit of translating into vulgar terms the fair, common idea of Saint Simon, Proudhon and Marx, that socialism, as a regime, can only come after the capitalist regime and is only as the successor and heir. Perhaps some schools even exaggerate the point of doctrine too rigidly. The Russian Mensheviks, that is to say moderate Marxist democratic socialists, and in general all moderate Marxists, are of the opinion that even in countries where capitalism is weak and inconsistent, it must first be allowed to evolve and concentrate so that you can then socialize it. Some even go so far as to expect only from an excessive concentration of capital, from the growing proletarianization of the masses, the abolition of capitalism which will be its own gravedigger. There is nothing right about economic and moral fatalism, neither politically nor historically. It is not certain that socialist regimes 33 cannot be established in countries new to capitalism. And in fact the new Anglo-Saxon nations, dominions, knew how to defend themselves infinitely better than the metropolises or better than the United States against capitalism, national at least. It is by no means certain that a greater concentration of capital will follow a progressive proletarianization of former artisans, small owners, etc., nor even that this proletarianization, if it takes place, will follow a reduction in wages and the rate of life. On the contrary, as we will see, the countries of high wages are those of great capitalism and not of strong salaried classes, of satisfied proletarians, of happy people. Above all, it is not obvious that the masses, the public, the nation, must wait to legislate and even revolutionize until an economic evolution is complete. In reality, on this point, all socialist schools are wrong and the practice is quite different from what they wish. The relationship between the regimes that will follow one another in history is by no means what they describe. It is perfectly true that socialism is the opposite of capitalism. It is by no means true that it is the opposite of individual property. At this point, modern socialism is only the heir of ancient communisms. It denies a form of property right, but this, having been and still being normal, has every chance of subsisting as long as men believe in it. Even after 34 the economic regimes which suppose it have ceased to be the only ones. There will be survivals, entire institutions perhaps, for example the reservation of inheritance, the right of ascendants and descendants to inherit from one another despite any will to the contrary, a trace of the old family communisms remaining in the French law of the Civil Code, while it has disappeared from almost all modern laws. Likewise, it may be that masses of negative institutions of individual property are superimposed on masses of institutions of the type we know. This idea of the contradiction of economic regimes is one of the most familiar among the doctrinaires of socialism as well as those who criticize them. As we will see, the economic, technical and moral progress of modern nations in no way dictates these revolutionary and radical alternatives, these brutal choices between two contradictory forms of societies, but they are and will be made through processes of group construction and new institutions alongside and above the old ones. The dramatic and romantic views of history have nothing to do with reality. The decadence of one regime and the rebirth of another do not necessarily have this catastrophic and tragic aspect of revolutions, it is rather the slow loss of old teeth and the obscure growth of new ones that would serve to imagine this succession of regimes. In general, 54. That certain conflicts are possible and even violent, it would be absurd to deny it in the past and not to foresee it in the future, but it is absurd to conceive that conflict and 35 violence are the goal and the succession of institutions, the simple result. To think this way is to confuse the mode of an action, to confuse the accident with the action itself. It is to reduce to the rank of simple human, historical, comic as often as tragic events, the majestic and considerable alterations and the births and destructions of these infinitely real beings of reason which are the institutions of nations. Socialism, that of facts, is therefore not in the business of substituting a new society for ours, of transporting us to an ideal city in a Fenelon, 55, or Russian-style Salient. Socialism is the economic movement which builds national property and collective properties above, alongside, and below other forms of property and economies. It is useless to deny everything in order to build, we must build against all odds, if we want, but build above all. This is what is being done in our Western societies. We have seen how, we saw in the previous book how the other nationalism of tomorrow is not contrary to the nationalities of today. Likewise we will see that it is the institutions and groups of today's societies which often tend outside and beyond all preconceived ideas towards an ever greater socialization of an ever greater number of objects. In describing these facts, we will no longer be in 36 the realm of utopia than we were when we described the ideas, forces, collective institutions that make up internationalism. And we will have the incomparable advantage, at this point in our study, of being able to see things that we could only sense in the internationalization movement. This time we will be able to show the already evolved natural social groups which are interested in this evolution. We are here on the ground of the most precise sociology and the best made history, the modern one, the one where the facts are known most directly and above all, a crucial thing for sociology, by the figures and dates and places, by statistical processes, in a word. We will not only be able to indicate but quantify, give absolute figures and measure the importance of movements. vs. Hapter. 3. Economic facts. 1. We can distinguish three kinds of facts in all the movements by which modern nations have gradually become aware of their economic life and have attempted to direct it consciously. 1. There are on the one hand the economic facts strictly speaking which are themselves facts of socialism, rules, and progress in the general economic organization of nations or sectional of the large communities of which they are composed, industries of state, regions, municipalities, national organizations of capitalists and industrialists, national organization of employees, unions, consumers, cooperation, organization of mutuality, insurance. It is the interests themselves that have become collectivized. 2. There is the politically economic movement coming from above, the awareness and direction of the economic services of the nation. Not only was it necessary to legislate to better regulate the so-called capitalist anarchy, to make laws on limited companies, corporations, trusts, but also it was necessary to theoretically direct, for or against the capitalists, to the economy of the nation. Protectionism, concessions, prices for concession services. Finally and above all it was necessary to protect the worker, his organizations, and the very life and individual security of the nation. Hence an immense and powerful legislation entirely characteristic of modern societies, completely unknown to all types of previous or even different societies. 3. There is the political economic movement coming from below, from the mass of citizens making up the nation, and especially from its underprivileged classes. The movement is twofold: voluntary associations tending towards obligation, cooperatives, unions, mutual societies, popular parties, pressure from public opinion and these various bodies on the state, whether it legislates and protects citizens, whether it allows a free struggle of the masses against the propertied classes, or whether it itself gives in and establishes new services in their favor. This movement is also characteristic of modern societies, half voluntary and half obligatory, half economic and half moral. It is the work of citizens arriving at the awareness of new interests, new legal forms and imposing them consciously and voluntarily in the state. It is no longer simply the politics of theoreticians, it is the politics of the majority of citizens which has become rational, clear, often clearer and more sensible than that of their reactionary or revolutionary leaders. Economic facts. 2. It will perhaps be surprising that we do not describe at length here the very fundamental principle from which Marxism and all socialism following it have made their starting point, the progressive concentration of industries and capital and the progressive proletarianization of the masses, reduced more and more to wage labor, dispossessed of their means of production. The fact is that this fact is by no means so important and that it does not entail the consequences that we would like to say, so that the refutation of the theory of this fact has in no way the importance that one believes. Capital is in fact concentrated more and more, or rather there are formidable industrial and capitalist concentrations, unheard of even 20 years ago. The Steel Trust and Standard Oil were worth well over 5 billion gold francs before the war. The movements of funds of our big banks far exceed the public fortune of the past, in the time of Proudhon and Marx. The Levy Brothers Company, the great soap company, Coates & Co., the sewing thread manufacturers are each worth over £100 million today. Now these affairs are, or have been almost all in the hands of a few families, so that in fact there now exist both two fortunes and colossal enterprises, in all the great nations and in some small ones, for example in Belgium. But it is incorrect that this concentration was carried out at the expense of other forms of capital. In England and France, there are still almost the same number of small traders and industrialists as before, the same number of small fortunes. In truth, as has been well demonstrated, an ever-increasing number of large industries have been created and, parallel to them or for them, a number of small industries sufficient to replace the small businesses that the large ones had ruined. Such as for example cycles, photographers, specialties in general. It is therefore only possible to speak of growing inequality between companies and fortunes, and the injustice is mainly in the excess of the fortune of some rather than in the real impoverishment of others. Even the notion of proletarianization needs to be revised. The small agricultural owner who leaves his field, or the small craftsman who abandons his workbench, his profession, to enter a factory, are in no way more unhappy than they were before. They would not risk it if they did not improve their lot to a great extent. In fact, if they make cheap out of an independence that they feel is precarious, or direct their children towards the city or public jobs, it is because they benefit from it. In fact, the majority of them succeed. We now know that it is the most concentrated, the most richly financed companies that pay the highest salaries, that it is the most industrially advanced countries that provide the best life and not the darkest for their working classes. 3. They have room to raise their standard of living. We must put an end to the romantic fashion 3 dating from the time when Owen and Thompson, 4, knew the honors of apprentice life, and when the beginnings of big industry coincided with one of the most horrible exploitations of man by man that history has known. But the reason why we pass so quickly is more serious than these considerations of fact. It is a question of principle and method and evidence. It is not only socialist theories that are inaccurate on this point. These are the theories of economists and sociologists. All these theories leave a whole side in the shadows, the main one of the fact. Political economy and economic sociology do not have to say the last word here. The concentration of capital follows industrialization or precedes it and makes it possible. It is an effect or condition, it is not a sufficient cause, she's not even the same gender. Industrial concentration is not an essentially economic phenomenon, it is by mistake that we classify it this way. It is because the immense importance of the technical development of society is not generally known that it is confused with economic development. The study of industrial concentration essentially concerns this still little known branch of the social sciences, technology. It is a technical phenomenon. It consists of inventions and progress of industry or the connection of industries. Now we can conceive, and in fact we know, that many of the inventions which revolutionize industry every day are the disinterested work of scientists, engineers, working for personal, moral, aesthetic satisfaction. Neither capitalists nor manual workers have any particular right to exploit these inventions, which are entirely the work of elite individuals and the good of the community. We will return to this point several times, each time regretting our ignorance of technology and its true history. But who does not see that it is the scientists, the technicians, even more than the workers or the capitalists, who have really fertilized national capital? They have been the male element and not receptive or parasitic in this marvelous and mysterious process which really generates the wealth of nations. The problem of industrial concentration therefore essentially concerns another branch of sociology, and its practical solution must be sought in a completely new direction which we will indicate in our conclusion. The problem of the concentration of capital is quite different. That of the concentration of fortunes is in turn different from that, and this whole controversy is poorly started, between socialists and authors who refute them. Having thus cleared the ground, let us see how the economic regime of modern nations has been constantly and progressively collectivized over the last 100 years, how, of itself, it has become less and less the work of individuals but that of groups. Larger and larger, more and more aware of their interests and their strengths, and increasingly managing interests formerly and still now conceived as private by some, now conceived as collective and public by more and more parties important and informed by the public. 5. We will divide the subject into two parts: formation of capitalist communities, formation of non-capitalist economic communities, the taking of capitalist management by non-economic communities. Formation of capitalist communities. By these terms we understand the process which pushed, from within, capitalist interests to move from blind and anarchic competition to an increasingly complete, conscious, and regulated regime of collectivization. Because it is incorrect, although socialist propaganda and classic bourgeois apologetics agree on this point, that the capitalist regime is that of free competition, and tends more and more towards it. On the contrary, capitalists are organizing themselves more and more, and it is only in countries with mediocre industrial development, like France, that this evolution has barely begun. Elsewhere, in America, in Germany, they are by no means incapable of doing it. They have an interest in it. It is therefore that the curved line that the evolution of the regime of capital itself follows is indeed an increasing socialization and a decreasing individualization. Formation of anonymous and collective capital. 6. No need to dwell on this well-known subject. The transformation of the legal form of the main wealth is the very phenomenon of capitalist property, individual ownership of shares in the capital of a limited liability company. It is therefore essentially collective, because it is anonymous and with limited liability, with unreleased commitments. Liability is limited because if he, 5, is entitled to all of the dividends, he is in no way, once released, liable for the company's losses. However, the proportion of wealth thus possessed in anonymous form is growing every day. The proportion of state or corporate securities, and other securities of wealth, becomes greater every day. Even estimates of values listed on various stock exchanges are not accurate. They should be, especially in France in recent years, considerably increased, because a considerable number of very large cases are organized in anonymous form. The securities have never been offered for admission to any stock exchange. This admission was unnecessary, since in these cases it is generally families interested in this or that industry and who, to avoid the inconveniences of sharing, dissolution, liquidation, renewal of general partnership contracts, or limited partnerships, have adopted this form of contract, much superior in terms of convenience 7 and perpetuity to the various forms of association of the old civil code. 6. English or German statistics are much more accurate. In America and England, more than half of the public fortune is owned in this collective anonymous form. In Germany and France, much more than a third. 7. Socialist theories start from this well-known fact to dogmatize and teach that credits can be socialized without difficulty, the participation of the shareholder being very loose in the administration of the dividend-producing business. The reasoning is very simple: capital is already collectivized, it can therefore be further, let's collectivize it altogether. But it is as false as it is simple, because if, strictly speaking, we socialize all the capital currently held by private capitalists, but divided into seizable industries, it is obvious that at the same time we dry up all new provision of capital for new businesses, or the expansion of old ones. In fact, we kill capital by killing capitalism. What is more serious, national capital is being killed for the benefit of cosmopolitan capital, because it would be necessary, as the Russian Bolsheviks know, for a significant expropriation to take place at the same time on all the stock markets of the world so that it was effective. And on the other hand, we see these same Russian Bolsheviks currently appealing to foreign capitalism in the hideous and serious form of vast concessions of entire territories and direct exploitation, without benefit for the nation, of immense natural wealth, which are the true capital of the nation. So much so that by a miracle of inconsistency, here they are who, to avoid the exploitation of Russian labor by Russian capitalism, but ultimately for the benefit of Russia, admit the impoverishment of the Russian soil and subsoil, for the benefit of less respectable dealers. The socialist character of this process of concentration of capital must be sought elsewhere. It does not consist in the fact of anonymity, nor even in that of the capitalist communities which constitute them. It consists of publicity and availability given to wealth. Even property titles have themselves become commodities, and these are no longer the subject of simple private contracts, but of public appreciation, on the stock market. We must in fact realize that although the entire fragile and variable edifice of commercial law, on which the stock exchange regime is based, is only a kind of compromise, a trompe-l'oeil, it is intended to design under the aspects of private, individual law, contracts and civil obligations, a system of transmission and appreciation of wealth which has nothing to do with that of purchases and sales of commerce or private contracts. From this point of view, French law is surely the most retrograde of all, and French capitalists the most backward. The existence of enormous bond capital in France, while the distinction between bonds and shares is legally and economically very weak, and hardly justifiable, the recognition of interests in the action, whereas the action has, by definition, an entirely signed ownership, without reservation of any right in the company, and that in America for example the capital is carried as memory, and formed by the sale on the market of securities issued at market price and not at their nominal value. Wealth possessed in this way is above all conceived, even in the minds of its current holders, as publicly appreciated, negotiable, so to speak, on sight, and this is what most contrasts it with its previous forms of appropriation whose only transmissions were solemn but whose debates were kept secret degree, and whose results there is, between the individual property of the beginnings and backward forms of capitalism and the collective forms of the anonymous company, all the margin that separates advertising from hoarding, the notion of public wealth from that of Harpagon's chest. Let us add that, certainly by mistake, out of defiance of the dead hand, out of defiance of beings of reason, and also secondarily to guarantee shareholders, legislation requires real publicity on the part of public limited companies, capital, dividends, modifications to the statutes, and, even, in certain countries, very wisely require the revision, the hearing of their accounts by public experts. The advertising character is even more marked. Not only the property, but also its management are brought to the knowledge of the market, of the assembly of the citizens of the nation, can be judged by their present and future value, especially future, and can be counted. These are very particular features of this form of property, being thus subject to public approval. The rises and falls of securities indicate the favor or disfavor in which the boards of directors are held. There is already an organization of economic responsibility in all this. We will see that there is a practical conclusion to be drawn from this observation. 2. Organization, scaffolding collective capital, cartels, trusts. The industries and businesses thus owned can then associate with each other. These are omniums, cartels and trusts, which are associations generally in the form of limited companies of other limited companies. The scaffolding of these capitals associated and brought to the market, which are the companies and public limited companies, is complicated by an edifice of these same companies. The movement which presided over this organization dates entirely from the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. For it to be possible, first of all there had to be limited companies, and finally, thanks to this or that circumstance, they no longer had an interest in competing with each other but in organizing themselves, in getting along, to share orders, or at least to set certain rules and prices together. This could only happen between already large companies, aware of their common interests, whose leaders could agree on the limitation of competition through the exploitation of a common market. In most cases, it is with the benefit of internal protection by 11 customs tariffs, and very often it is with a view to progress in a common export, that cartels and trusts are created. German cartels, grouping together almost all similar industries to share orders and set main prices, protected before the war by customs duties and differential transport rates, which, thanks to this protectionism, and the high prices practiced on the domestic market, could charge lower prices on the export market, the effect being ultimately favorable to the national economy of Germany, because the development of cartels, particularly export cartels, leads to a better organization of industry. And a reduction in prices of the comeback that followed, it also ended up establishing itself on the domestic market, favored by the direct disposal of goods on site. American trusts, a little earlier than the German cartels, but also made possible by customs protection, groups of similar industries, formerly simply to fix prices and limit competition, then to distribute orders, finally to control, and to end up fully owning all private companies. These then only have the appearance of a separate existence. The old firm company still exists, nominally, legally. But its shares are sleeping, or at least the majority of them, in the coffers of the trust, whose shares are the only ones in the portfolios of individuals. We know the history of Standard Oil, the Steel Trust, etc. What we know less in France, and what we know better and that everyone knows in America, is the number of trusts, 12, and combines, with which America is covered, or rather was covered before the Sherman Bill, 1914-8, on the compulsory dissolution of trusts. Because American public opinion is worried about seeing the majority of national wealth monopolized in this way, not liking to see all of its work managed by a few large companies. 9. Novels like those of Upton Sinclair, 10, Ill, etc., further dramatized the dangers and injustice done to the people. Even the last farmer in the most distant block knew that his harvest had no price, that it was only transported at the will of heartless and mindless speculators. The alarm caused this dissolution. Apparently, the American railways are no longer trusted, they are subject to the regime of free competition. Apparently the Steel Trust is now broken into 40 independent companies, and competing on goodwill and cheapness. And with Standard Oil gone, numerous independent pipelines carry oil to ports and reservoirs, the prices of which are debated by a free market. The trusts have been fragmented. Apparently it is no longer Rockefeller, 11, Schwab, 12, Armour, 13, who own oil, steel, preserved meat. But everyone knows that, under the appearance of obedience to the law, American capitalists have maintained the essentials of their organizations. It is their men who administer all of the new companies. The majority of shares always belong to the same capitalists. And American industry is increasingly under the control of a few groups of tycoons. 13. In Great Britain and France, the institutions are infinitely less developed. Capitalist industry in France, with some exceptions, has no cartels, and even fewer trusts. The only cartels are not price cartels, they are those of coal mines, forges, oil. The only real trust is a subsidiary of Les Forges, and only deals with one item, it is the Comptoir de Poutres de Longwy. For the rest of our industry, it has barely entered the union path, and the majority, still owned in the manner of joint stock or private companies, lives under the regime of free competition, and even gets along with difficulty. For the defense of similar interests, except when it involves action on the state, the center of least resistance. Even the most highly protected industries before the war, textiles and silks, never really even agreed on joint purchases or sales. They have no other unity than before the taxman, the foreigner, the railway companies, or against the public. In England, the institution is more characterized. The reports of the Committees on Trusts, 14, have by no means depicted it in colors as dangerous as those favored by the American reports on the same subject. Outside of a very few very large industries, nothing of this kind exists. Soap factories, chemical products, tobacco companies, sewing thread factories, are largely combined, and even more than 14 controlled, basically unified, but even there, the aspect of the affair is still that of a large industry in the form of a private company, and even of a private business, the interests of certain families being predominant, and often marked even in the name of the company. Firm which manages to monopolize a very large part of this trade or this industry, the Coates, the Levers, the Mons, the Wills, 15, even give their name to what is constantly disguised in other countries. And furthermore, even the conduct of these great affairs is distinguished by a kind of honesty, and reasonable exploitation and profiting from an unprotected market. The only English trust which shows appetites comparable to the large American institutions is not even exclusively English, it is the Anglo-Dutch Oil Company, grouped around the Royal Dutch, Koninklijke Nederlandse Petroleum Maatschappij, Shell, and the Mexican Eagle, and of which Mr. Pearson, now Lord Cowdray, is the sole, with numerous correspondents in Germany and France. But there is, in the very nature of oil business, something which pushes them towards trust, and even towards cosmopolitan trust. They indeed require such immobilization of capital, prospecting, purchases of wells, construction of pipelines and transport fleets and reservoirs and refineries, and means of distribution, that they immediately organized themselves in trusts, groups of mines, refineries, transport companies, etc. The least of societies 15 is already an omnium. Finally, national, strategic, industrial and international interests force these cosmopolitan capitalists to attach themselves to this or that state, and to rely on their diplomacy, to compete through them. So much so that a part of the politics, not superficial but profound, of these last days is controlled, in France and in America, and in England, and in Romania, and will be tomorrow in Russia, by the existence of oil trusts and their natural and obligatory relationships. Thus private capitalism has come to be an organ of the state, and to treat the latter as an instrument, and reciprocally the state becomes capitalist, and handles the trust as an instrument. On the one hand the nation, which in England, through the Admiralty, owns considerable sums of shares in Anglo-Persian, etc., or through control organizations as in France, attempts to rule this vital industry, whose raw material deposits are almost all located outside its territory. And on the other hand, the interests are so colossal that none of the private companies, even Standard Oil and its subsidiaries, can no longer do without the assistance of the states, and that all end up accepting at least control of their that of their stocks, and if not those of purchase prices, at least of selling prices under certain conditions. We are really a long way from the laissez-faire and free riding of classical economics that the oil companies claim. In appearance, these are really national and international institutions which are born before our eyes, and which are no longer private capitalism 16 except in one aspect, not the most important, the absorption of certain profits. 3. The trust in depth. Thus capital is associated, for an exploitation, a company of an industry, then the capitals of various companies in the same industry join forces nationally and internationally, to organize all or part of their common interests. But we are always in the field of producing some kind of commodity, however varied it may be. Capitalism, even after having monopolized them, only claimed to govern one of the national industries reduced to a sort of gigantic private firm. He in no way claimed to govern all the various industries, much less organize all the pivotal and secondary industries. It was reserved for German capitalism to go beyond this stage. Just as Carnegie and Rockefeller invented the first two largest trusts in similar industries, so did Emil Rathenau, the old man, who should not be confused with Walther Rathenau, his son, theoretician and politician rather than practitioner, and Hugo Stinnes, through two strokes of genius, and the Bayers of chemicals, took over the industries in depth. Of course we knew well that the ideal for anyone marketing a product is to be the producer themselves of all the products that go into the manufacture of this product. We thus absorb the profits of all intermediaries. And, what touches even more the thinking of a captain of industry, we make ourselves truly independent of them. Whoever is master of all industrial processes, of all the materials which together contribute to forming the final commodity, is master not only of a part of the market, 17 but of all the successive markets in which it appears, avoids the by-fits and starts, and is master of his own home. But this was still only applied in a few private industries, steel works, mine owners, Krupp, Schneider, 16, etc. The tests that these men attempted, in the 30 years before the war, were of a completely different scale. If the historian of modern societies is allowed to already pass a judgment, it seems that those who conceived this new form, this new regime of capitalism and industry had even more genius than those who only trusted similar industries. This last type of trust was necessary to put an end to the madness of competition, which multiplies crises and jolts, and raises the cost of a host of overheads, added to small, unviable businesses. The discovery of the trust was only a matter of common sense, which Rockefeller and Carnegie made and applied with common sense. It took not only financial genius but above all industrial genius to design and create what the great German capitalists created. Certainly in the case of the chemical industry, and in that of the electrical industry there was an industrial problem which raised this question of industrial chains. The chemical industry essentially draws its profits from the multiplicity of its products and the careful use that is made of each. It is only a backward capitalism like that of France which in the country of Wirtz and Friedel, 17, allowed to evaporate in the majority of gas factories, until the war, many products that would have been had to distribute, and the founders of the Bayer Co. did not fail to ask and resolve the question. Likewise, the electrical industry does not only consist of establishing sources of current, but also of ensuring their regular use, and it is therefore only natural that the supplier of motive power is interested in all the industries it supplies. The discovery imposed itself on the mind of old Rathenau. But it is already something not to have neglected it and to have created the AEG, 18, while the large electrical industries in the rest of Europe remain stagnant, and 18 which we even see in France, this industry stupidly fragmented into a host of outdated installations. However, it is surely Mr. Hugo Stinnes, still alive and in the prime of life, a man of genius, individuality and frenetic power, who is the true inventor of this form of extraordinarily complex organization. He is the one who organized these industrial chains which control, intersect, and possess each other for the greatest benefit of the inventor or inventors of these hierarchies, but also for that of the masses. Of national industry. Because German industry immediately imitated this organization in every way. It was, at the time of the armistice, such a delicate scaffolding, and where all the parts were so essential to the whole, that the slightest crisis in one of the parts disorganized the whole. For example, the disappearance, during the appropriation of the Saar mines, of the coal reserved for the gas factories, and for which these factories were built, failed to disrupt everything, and still disrupted many industries. Almost always the starting point, possible in Germany because of the extreme richness of the soil, is coal, and it is at the mine that the coking plant, the sulfuric acid factory, the power supply are welded. River and maritime transport, chemicals, stationery, etc. Men like Thiessen, 19, like the man Reams of the Indies, like Stins, already saw further than national industry. They were looking for, they found, in France, in Morocco, the iron complementary to their coals, and they organized maritime transport to be masters of their freight, of the depots, of the 19 industries in solidarity with Germany throughout the world. If they had been in less of a hurry, they would undoubtedly have monopolized and organized part of the Schwerindustrie, 20, of the world. They wanted to be the masters too soon. Their imperialism, associated with that of the soldiers and sailors, was impatient. They devour the shame of their failure and their ruin, or hide it in a morgue. Baulein paid with his life, 21. But it is the European world and it is the nations, the little people, the blondes, or ill, the Germans, who atone for their faults. Great lesson in history. May it bear and show the danger faced by people who allow private interests to direct their destinies without control. Now, in Germany, it is only a matter of seeking a compromise between the industrial trusts created and the nationalization of pivotal industries. We will see this face of the problem present itself to us again when we study nationalizations themselves. 4. Effects of war. In this chapter, as in the preceding ones, we will always carefully distinguish the pre-war facts, which it is quite easy to grasp, in the full extent of their curve, and in their relatively normal aspect, and the phenomena of the war and post-war. We would happily be tempted to leave them aside as unobservable or without guarantee. There is an urgent need to take this into account since our work is above all about politics, and it is a question of describing the present situation of nations, and of deducing from it some rather rare precepts of practice. Because we are quite poorly informed, especially about periods of war. The necessary perspective 20 is not yet given. Then they were and are so profoundly abnormal, even among neutrals, sheltered from war, that one may indeed wonder whether it is wise to base any conclusions on them. And on the other hand, they have so altered the pre-war situation that we must at all costs try, if not to measure, at least to approximately describe this alteration. In the meantime, historians will work, statisticians will draw up their tables, but we cannot take their place. Even if we could, we wouldn't have time. So let's risk it. As well, a short space of time will invalidate or confirm the observations which follow. In the first place, the war in no way destroyed either capital or capitalism. It was the ruin of entire nations such as the central countries and France, Italy, Serbia, Russia, and the countries of which it is composed, the relative enrichment of neutrals and, among the belligerents, of those who, like America and Japan, took only a mediocre part in the war, or even, among those who are ruined, of certain portions of their domain, remained intact, and whose wealth, took on a certain added value, the colonies and protectorates of France and England, India, the dominions, passed from the state of debtor countries to creditors. It is even an absolute enrichment, and not just a relative one, that we must speak of. The stock of gold and silver went to the United States, Japan, Argentina. Australia and North America have merchant fleets that they did not have. India has once again become the fabulous country it was in the 16th century. Egypt has expanded its cultivated areas. These countries are even currently suffering from this enrichment, reflected in the rise in prices, 21, and their ill wealth. The necessities of war resulted in the immediate development of multitudes of industries, new sources of raw materials, in setting new forces in motion, in setting up new transport lines, new avenues of trade opened up. It was created from capital. But it is not only in the rest of the world, it is also among the belligerents, even the most ruined, that this phenomenon has occurred. Inside the country, considerable installations, new and formidable industries were created, immense stocks which are still being liquidated and which have found buyers. The efforts made for national wars were not all lost in military expenditure alone. The new railways, the new wharves and ports, the large captures of hydraulic power, all this remains. In the face of absolute losses, there are absolute gains, which must be deducted from the liabilities of the war. It is only in Russia and in the central countries which have not known or been able to develop a national industry for the war that the ruin is most noticeable, and where the means of production have not absolutely increased. As in England, in Germany, or as in non-devastated parts like in France. It would be premature to take stock of these gains, of this new capital. But it is not impossible to say who benefited from it, not simply nationally, but within 22 nations. We are indeed witnessing at this moment an extraordinary spectacle, the importance of which should not only strike the politician but public opinion which does not know him. We are going to draw attention to this subject, one of the most serious of all. The greatest nations have been ruined, but some of the economic classes of which they are made up have become rich, to the detriment of the nation, whose debt they refuse to pay. We studied this fact in England, a country where the public authorities have made a sincere effort to provide information, and where there are statistics worthy of the name. We could also study it in Germany, where the Republican Empire at least succeeded in carrying out part of the census necessary for the conscription of fortunes. The Italian documents are also convincing. It is impossible to study in France, where, contrary to the major interests of the nation, the majority of it organizes the secrecy of enrichments, where the rolls of taxes on war profits were only published until 1918, and were only painfully published in 1920, the year when the postal crisis began, which prevented their collection. But, overall, it is certain that the identical phenomenon occurred in France. The expenses of the nation, the securities issued, paper currencies, annuity securities, treasury bonds, have entered into the general circulation of wealth, but they are in the hands, they are debts owed, for the party which does not is not abroad. This part is relatively low, even for Germany. 23 currency and prices varying every day in the most diverse directions, the same stock gaining and losing enormous percentages of its value in the same year. It is indeed the regime of the skin of sorrow which is established. But as liquidations, whether increasing or decreasing, always benefit the capitalist who, for his part, can be as easily bullish as bearish, it is certain that despite everything, the peasants, the capitalists, got richer and richer in the war, and the post-war period, and that the peasants and artisans are rich, the fortune of small and medium-sized industry, of small and medium-sized commerce, being the only one really questionable. However, nations are burdened with formidable debts, which only the United States and the Anglo-Saxon democracies seem capable of paying off. 22. Germany and the central countries do not yet know theirs. Austria and Poland are ruined before having really arrived at national existence. Russia is a dead weight for humanity. Italy is roughly where Germany was a year ago. France at the point where Italy was the day after the Peace of Versailles. It is, financially, a column in defeat that the states which were the richest in the world before the war now form. And more numerous and influential texts come to wish for bankruptcy, the suspension of payments from states, to save at least the fortune of the nation, the property of individuals who are too heavily deprived, so that their circulation, their very mobilization is possible. 24. 1. Old capitalists, owners of industries or shares of companies which have developed considerably as a result of the war and can readjust. 2. Landowners, of built and unbuilt property, who have incorporated into the land rent, and houses, the increase in prices of agricultural products and materials, and the cost of construction. Between these two classes, more or less numerous depending on the country, two economic classes, one of which has not enriched itself, and the other of which has been ruined. A class, the manual workers, whose scarcity of labor led to temporary prosperity, but who could not, in part, nor knew, for another part, save on wages that were too high, at a given moment, not only in nominal terms, but in real terms, from 1915 to 1918. Another class, the middle class, that of small income earners, insured persons, retirees, civil servants, artists, all the liberal professions which do not were able to keep up with the cost of living. Anyone who only had a fixed income is now crushed. The rise in prices, and now that of taxes, have sometimes ruined, in a proportion which varies from 3/4 to 2/3 of their annual income, simple rentiers, and at least 1/3 civil servants and other employees of so-called liberal professions, with more or less fixed salaries, because salaries have doubled on average, prices and taxes have tripled on average in France, England, etc. The phenomenon will be even more pronounced as the economic consequences of the war and the cost of industrial reconstitution become more apparent. In fact, financial legislation and a number of legislative measures have diverted some from declaring in advance, and from better collecting real profits 25, on war profits, in particular on leases, and have prevented a number of properties from losing the capital gains which will inevitably be incorporated into them. In particular, anyone involved in business to any degree knows that today's balance sheets actually no longer have any meaning. The same things are counted at the most diverse prices, depending on the dates of purchase and depreciation. Huge old installations of inestimable value, long since depreciated, are counted for nothing. It is, in the same balance sheet, very often, very recent fixed assets, sometimes costly on purpose, which are counted at prices fantastic returns. The inventory and balance sheet of most businesses are far from being made, and as long as time has not established both the value of the currency of various countries, and a taxation system which does not encourage fraud, there is no hope that they will be fixed. But it is certain, however, that all industrial assets, and all land assets, built and unbuilt, will one day be revalued at their current value, in today's money compared to today's profits. The surplus value began to appear in agricultural property. It appears in capital increases by which large companies keep sums of money and dividends that they would have previously distributed. However, the looming industrial crisis will make this whole re-evaluation even more unstable. The disruption that we have described with regard to foreign exchange, 23, and international economic relations is even more visible with regard to national wealth. The standard is lacking in measurement. 26. It is a real revolution in all directions which is taking place before us, significant depression of the dominant economies and above all ruin of the states, consequently fatal collapse of the public debt, and of the typical form of rent, the state rent, and on the contrary, in other senses, taking possession by large classes of peasants, freeing themselves from the owner or the mortgage, and considerable enrichment of banks, large companies, and a hitherto unknown crowd of small and large intermediaries, real and new ones. Because the rights acquired today are no longer those of tomorrow. 24. The state has bankrupted its annuitants, its pre-war retirees, to whom it now only serves a nominal annuity, even when it had the conscience to increase it. And conversely, a growing mass of people are enriched by the public distress and the ruin of the state. However, in this turmoil what holds the best is, with the peasant class which acquires a sort of primacy, throughout Europe, the capitalist organizations themselves. There are several reasons for this. First, they escape, a certain number of them at least, from the ruin of nations, because they are not national but truly cosmopolitan. It is a socialist illusion, and even quite generally widespread, to consider the capital of a nation as of national origin, nature, exploitation, and destination. Not only have the oldest and richest sources of capital, even in antiquity, always been distant trade, the exploitation of 27 colonial markets and the trade in rare commodities, but also the volume of values whose investment was actually made abroad had grown to enormous proportions in the 30 years preceding the war. Of the approximately 100 billion francs of securities listed on the Paris Stock Exchange, 40 were foreign securities, 20 of which were state securities, including 12 Russian. But in addition, a certain number of considerable companies domiciled in France, banks, land loans, railways, post office, Suez Canal, etc., corresponded to capital definitively paid. The thing was even more true of the London Stock Exchange. It begins to be on the German Stock Exchange, where foreign stocks had grown in quantity and proportion. Capital is an essentially cosmopolitan thing. First, due to the ease of travel, it is enough to domicile its securities differently, or to move the headquarters of companies and subsidiaries, to lose or acquire the nationality that suits it. Then, by the very nature of the business to which it corresponds, loans abroad, concessions from governments, provinces, foreign cities, properties located abroad, maritime transport, financial affairs. A whole part of the capitalist's portfolio has therefore swelled to unknown but considerable proportions, that which corresponded to investments abroad, in states or in companies that the war had enriched. This is especially true of the London Stock Exchange, where the value of dominions, colonies, gold mines, oil mines, large companies etc. are now experiencing prices which, even reduced to gold parity, exceed all speculation. The capitalists deprived of the limited company, and in general of all the organizations that they administer, benefit from the considerable surplus value of the things to which 28 they correspond. In fact, the prices even of old equipment and installations, if they were the subject of true and sincere evaluations, would align with them when it comes to the pursuit of profits, not on the prices where they appear on the balance sheets, but on the prices of new equipment, because it is precisely the price, excessive in fact, of new installations which prevents their creation or which obliges the companies which create them to ask high prices which can, in their turn, ask. The old companies, which thus incorporate, if not to their balance sheet, at least to their dividends, all the margin due to general inflation, which results in a general increase in values, which is reflected on the stock market by the tremendous increase in the prices of the main industrial shares, and in law often by an overcapitalization of the shares, which have been doubled and tripled by various processes of wetting. As the Americans say. So much so that the prices obtained by capital, before the decline, had been roughly put at par, in public affairs, with the prices obtained by manufactured products. The swelling of some had caused the swelling of others. The phenomenon has taken on formidable dimensions in Germany. Despite the ruin of the country, despite the immense debt, and the crash of the mark, despite the terrible financial threat posed to all economic life by the uncertainty we live in regarding the amount of the external debt, which has yet to be fixed, in terms of contributions, 29 the inflation of capital, without yet being comparable to fiduciary inflation, is unheard of. Average dividends of 30 to 60% of paid-up capital, multiplication of shares to bring working capital up to the need to increase prices, rise in these shares which go so far as to increase tenfold in value in crazy speculation. Capitalism does not emerge diminished, it emerges increased, relatively, from the crisis. What has disappeared is its normal appearance. He is now monstrous and deranged. We will see later in what way, and we will demonstrate how it is impossible for him to correct himself. Asterisk. However, this breakdown did not endanger the large organizations that capitalism had created. On the contrary, the war and the post-war period strengthened their economic strength and their political authority. They made them flourish where they did not yet exist, such as in France and England, and further increased and strengthened them where they were established before the war, in Germany and the United States. On the one hand, Trusts took on an unknown importance as a result of the war. Successively all the national economies of the powerful belligerents, and those of a certain number of 30 neutral powers were organized. He had to. They were all blocked. Germany and the Centrals really only communicated with the outside world through the increasingly monitored and demanding intermediary of a few neutral nations. Russia actually did this in 1914, with the closure of the Baltic and the Black Sea. England, France, and the other allies were supported by submarine warfare. These are therefore nations which sustained a siege like cities of yesteryear, and which applied to their economy an obsidious mentality, moreover voluntarily accepted by all. We will encounter this fact once again when we examine the problem of nationalizations. For the moment, we will only describe part of it. All these economies indeed took a curious form, especially for everything that was either import trade, or distribution of goods, or vast supplies not requisitioned but withheld from the public, an association of the state and consortia or trusts. The state was the main consumer, he was or became the sole or main charterer, carrier, by virtue of his requisitions, he possessed almost all the financial power of the country being the master of purchases abroad. On the other hand, he had neither the personnel, nor the tools, nor the necessary technique, either from commerce or from industry. Little by little, in imitation, it seems, of Germany where these organizations were established at the end of September 1918, the states established consortia in the main branches of industry. In other words, kinds of trusts limited 31 to a few important houses. In France they were quite numerous and very varied in appearance and function. Some were basically a sort of consultative body, regulating imports and exports, distributing licenses to each other, and transport priorities. Of this sort were those of the textile industries. Others, on the contrary, were organizations in solidarity with all industry controlled by the state: oil, coal, coking, foundries, chemicals. The last almost rose to the level of a nationalized industry. It was the same in England. In Germany, it was even more serious, the state had pre-war cartels and trusts to rely on. It is only fair to say that the German capitalist leaders, the greatest among them, placed their talent with real disinterestedness in the service of the empire, and the masses who followed them, we must pay this tribute that she was animated by a fairly high spirit of patriotism, and did not pursue too much the profits, formerly classic and scandalous, of war suppliers. In short, it was to these organizations that Germany had to hold on for so long, and to be able to produce a considerable material effort for itself and its allies. And above all, an immense credit that the individuals group thus granted to the empire allowed it to live beyond all imagined limits. It was the same with almost all the belligerents, especially in America. There the trusts entered the service of the state. History will undoubtedly remember that a Barrack and a Schwab 32 and a Bedford entered the service of the federal government, 25, and for the salary of $1 per year, administered all the management of oil, steel, and transport, and credit. As for us, such a fact demonstrates that there is no class of men who cannot be asked, if necessary, and if sufficiently motivated, to sacrifice their interests. Basically, through war, trusts and cartels are strengthened, implemented, and recognized as legally existing. Not only were these national economic organizations both necessary and possible, but international ones were also needed. It was above all necessary for the Allies, who had the world's resources at their disposal, but their credit was united or quickly became so, or rather was reduced to that of France and England. What they could buy on the American markets, or what the British Empire agreed to give up from its requisitions in its colonies, had to be bought without the Allied nations competing with each other, and the purchases had to be made on common finances. Hence these numerous inter-Allied missions, inter-Allied trading posts, inter-Allied exchange offices, inter-Allied freight administrations, etc. Remarkable mobilization of capital and international and national trade, further completed on the day when the economic supremacy of the United States was fully placed at the service of the American nation which had finally entered the war, and through it at the service of the Allies. At that moment, the center of gravity of these inter-allied offices became American. It was really the great American trusts which directed, economically, the end of the war. Food supplies, engines, oil, railway and boat equipment, credits, finally, were made by these immense mixed institutions of the federal state and trusts, which, it may be said, 33 saved the Allies from ruin, if not from the defeat which their arms would perhaps have warded off even without this aid. However, the post-war period did not see trusts flourishing to the same extent as the war. Two great democracies of Western Europe, Great Britain and France, rightly or wrongly, out of economic liberalism and budgetary necessity, have dissolved almost all their semi-official consortia, and this association of the state and trusts has almost disappeared at this time. In France, all that remains is the coal and oil offices. In England, some purchasing counters, of still controlled materials, of shipping board finally only have a liquidation existence. The return to freedom was almost immediate in the United States, although they had not yet concluded peace and there was only the shipping board left, also in liquidation rather than in activity. In Germany, no doubt because of the economic crisis, there still exists, 26, the national economy of coal, steel, paper, foreign exchange, oil, fats, dyes, potash, considerable institutions from our point of view. But if the industrial consortia have disappeared almost everywhere, and regressed in number and importance, the trusts which were at their base have remained. First, even where they were not established, in France, in England, they became, through their official existence, a familiar thing. At the very least even in these countries of doctrinaire capitalist anarchy, a union notion of industry has been formed. A number of industries and businesses hitherto untrusted, in the field of sales agreements, and sometimes order distribution. At this point certain unions, cotton, lingerie, among others, have reached this point. The English were so alarmed by the schemes which persisted after 34 the armistice that an entire investigation by the Royal Commission was devoted to studying this question. The result was surprising, both for socialism and for liberalism. It is not, from a non-doctrinal point of view, but strictly sociological. 1. English trusts and combines were in no way the cause of the rise in prices, except perhaps in 2 or 3 industries and businesses. 2. Their profits were even relatively reasonable compared to those of intermediaries or those of banks. 3. Sales prices were relatively low compared to cost prices, the increase of which comes primarily from that of raw materials and the increase in low wages, which comes from the general increase in the price of life. In short, the trusts are already fulfilling their normal peacetime role, organization of industry, and through this organization relative reduction in the cost price. This is why they can and do multiply. Asterisk. The deep trust emerged even more triumphant from the war. What the Germans call vertical organization has revealed indisputable superiority, even over the organization of similar industries. Certainly it has almost never been recognized by the state like the consortia and trading companies. There was a reason for this, corresponding only to a part of an industry, and not to an entire industry, to its finished product. There was no reason to use it as an exclusive manufacturing or distribution agent. But if it has not played as considerable a national role as the unions, trusts and cartels, as a form of property and a regime of private industry 35 it has developed even more everywhere than the other. War requires prodigies of war organization. Industry, wartime or not, whether in France or in England, had deprived these countries of the German products they were accustomed to using. Germany had to look for replacements for raw materials that the blockade prevented from reaching it. The usual chains of independent industries were broken. Quite naturally, war capitalism adopted the superior form of the regime and the private industries of complementary industries sought not to let them create them outside themselves, but to create them for themselves. In France, the connection between metallurgy and mining is getting closer every day. Mines and coke works looked for their steel works, and vice versa. The connection of the electrical industries with all kinds of others is less so. The development of the chemical industries was of the same order. In England the same causes produced the same effects. The need for raw materials and products to be processed, or the possibility of using one's own byproducts, has led the very large metallurgical, construction, and chemical, soap, etc., industries to become themselves series of industries, taking here all the materials and using there the whole series of products and byproducts, and often selling or even using these. In Germany, Stinn-style organizations have made particular progress in chemical matters. Blocked and deprived of natural nitrates from Chile, Germany was able to continue the war thanks to the discovery of the exploitation of the Haber process. 27. This made possible both the manufacture of explosive powders, and that of fertilizers, and all chemical series. But from now on the overlapping of industries of this size is such that it becomes impossible to classify them, and even coke works, electricity, chemicals, stationery, coloring products, aggregate and build up and intertwine, and mix in incredible proportions. 36. A financial reason also governs all these phenomena, in addition to technical reasons and the lower cost price obtained. The capital required at the moment for the smallest industry, no longer just to set up, but to simply operate, has become so considerable that it requires financial support which goes far beyond the limits of the small capitalist groups formerly capable of launching a business in its infancy. The almost complete elimination of drafts, credits, payment terms, the lengthening of transport and delivery goods, forces companies that were hitherto isolated, and which can no longer obtain credit or find credit in isolation from banks, to merge, take sponsorship interests, shares from each other. More and more, businesses are omnium, that is to say deep within trusts while waiting to become national industries. Let us add to this the fundamental features of the financial economy itself of our great capitalist countries, the concentration of banks, of small private provincial banks, replaced by large banks with countless branches. The big banks themselves merge, reduce their number, increase their capital, the interest taken by the big industrialists in the big banks, of the big banks in the big industries. And we will have completed the picture of large modern capitalism. We will have seen the upper and most important part of the economy of the nation formed of an agglomeration of large and small capitals administered more and more consciously, together, by a group great directors, relatively few in number, appearing on many boards of directors, transacting business with each other. There is already a concentration of powers, but these powers are not in the hands of the state. 37. But they were temporarily and partially, during the war, and after the war, when the consortia placed themselves at the service of the state. And this was a first experience of nationalization, abnormal, which we will have to appreciate, and above all to remember. If it is not socialism, it is already the opposite of anarchy, of the laissez-faire of the liberal school. The capitalist machine has given itself its regulator. If it is not yet the nation itself which is in economic power, the general staff of capital, industry, and commerce of the nation is already organized outside it, but thanks to it and soon with her. This allows us to conclude. 1. The capitalist regime is by no means in essence as anarchic, as private as some wish and others portray. It has already given itself its national organization of services in public domains. 2. It tends through the regime of large concessionary companies, or formed sheltered from tariffs, or through that of trusts towards progressive nationalization. 3. It does not tend towards state ownership. vs. Hapter. 4. The economic movement from below. 1. These movements of capitalism are, basically, quite recent. They are far from complete because an immense part of capital, businesses, and industries are still totally or partially owned and managed privately and by name. The movements of the masses to create their own institutions and defend themselves are, on the contrary, quite old and date in short from the moment when nascent capitalism began to manifest its most cruel abuses. Their beginnings are not too poorly known and their history is infinitely clearer than it was some 20 years ago. Modern social movements are in fact one of those things about which we are more likely to write history than theory, so we have fairly good guides, and even for England too guides as perfect as it is possible to wish for. For these studies, we can even follow the Webbs in their theory of labor movements, which, in our opinion, is much more classic and true than many more recent theories. On the other hand, the process of socialization of the interests of the masses will appear to be fundamentally more advanced than that of capitalism, and although the vast majority of citizens are still far from power and even economic independence, but we can see to what extent and in what direction they come close. 2. General observation. All these movements are marked by the same character, spontaneity. And these are above all facts of free association, self-help as we used to say in the past, when we began the theory. This trait has been largely forgotten in recent decades. The workers' organizations, the unions, the consumer organizations, the cooperations, have claimed too much, or too much has been claimed for them, to the rank of obligatory organizations, to which they have not achieved, and to which it is perhaps not desirable for them to arrive. We therefore qualify them all as democratic. We will divide the study of this movement into 3 parts, depending on the nature of the institutions, unions, cooperatives, mutuals. Some correspond to workers' democracy, of industry in particular, others to consumer democracy, and to the general interests of consumers, others to the notion of the assurance of all by all, of each by all, which is the foundation of the democratic notion, and which we will call mutual democracy. The Democrats who were the first to talk about industrial democracy and consumer democracy were the Webbs. We propose to extend it to mutuality. The advantage of this name is considerable. First, it reveals the popular character of masses as they say in Germany, through these movements, classes or nations are organized. At the same time, this nomenclature specifies the legal form of these organizations, their spirit of freedom. And thus, even at the starting point of our research, we 3 find everything settled, by a clear definition, this eternal antinomic opposition of democracy or socialism, which both oppose as if there were contradictory principles here, and if it was not the same movement of emancipation, both of the nation and of the citizen. We will also divide the history of these institutions into 2 periods, pre-war, war, post-war. Because they were so profoundly affected, like the entire nation, by the morphological and economic events of the war that it is useless to want to conclude from their pre-war state about their future, and it is also useless to want to infer from their current state what they will be in more normal times. Worker democracy. We would prefer to deal with the professional group in general, if possible. Because, as we will see, still sharing the ideas of the socialists of the Guild, we do not think that there is a possible economic organization where all the men interested in a product are not linked together by the bond of an authority and a unique movement. And even, contrary to the ideas of these new theorists, we understand in the professional organization not only technicians, engineers, etc. but even the administrators of the industries concerned for. And for us the economic organization of the nation tends in part to divide it into professional groups. The proper object of a sociological study of industrial democracy should therefore be the totality of corporations and each corporation, and not that of workers' democracy which is only a part of it, because the workers are not in the national economy as a class and in each corporation as one of the sections. But if this is the real problem, it is hardly the current problem, it is neither the historical problem nor the political problem of this time. Because historically, what was formed was the Organization for the Defense of Workers, the employers' unions even being later in date. And politically, it is still workers' democracy which has the strength and which will organize the rest. Because you should hardly count on anyone but her. The corporation, the professional group, the guild, whatever you want to call it, is still only a forecast or a pious wish or a doctrine, only certain schools of sociologists, that of Durkheim in particular, hardly talk about it. Certain theories of social economy, conservative for the most part, such as those of the Le Play school, too, and certain new forms of socialism, particularly English. We will therefore only study the labor movement or the union. Moreover, the current state of the corporate organization is relatively poorly known. Statistics are only drawn from a few large industries, railways, mines, where all the workers who participate are in fact classified. For all others, especially in France, in the statistics workers are ranked according to profession and not according to industry. However, in order to reliably establish political theories, both groups of figures would be necessary. 5. It is naturally impossible to do, in a book of theory, anything other than a very sketchy sketch of the trade union movement of the great nations. It is rather from comparative history than from history proper that we must borrow its method and the facts which follow and which we believe to be the most salient. We will divide it into 3 periods: birth, growth, post-war. We will only study it in France, England, and Germany, but, from time to time, we will indicate facts concerning other countries. The history of employee organizations is usually told either in the English or the French way. We start from the Industrial Revolution of the end of the 18th century, or the French Revolution and the prohibition by the Le Chapelier Law of 1792 of any workers' coalition. 3. This is way too simplistic. 4. The first English trade unions were not simple groups intended to defend themselves against the machine, and the first French professional associations were not simple illegal and semi-political associations. In our opinion, 3 features characterize the long period of gestation through which these working-class institutions passed either in France, Germany, or England. 1. Their beginnings are not so distant from the ancient corporations which had not been imbued with their spirit and morals. In certain ways they were the direct heirs of the ancient customs practiced by the lower ranks, journeymen and apprentices, of the ancient corporations. This is obvious and known to the German labor movement. The corporation was not abolished in the countries of the Germanic Empire or the North German Confederation, except where the Napoleonic Code 6 had prohibited, ultimately, the formation of workers' leagues and associations, and still, at least morally, and often religiously all along the Rhine, the old brotherhoods of workers remained. In France, companionships existed for a long time. Some unions are the heirs, others the imitators, and almost all of them inherited some of their customs, the name of chamber union, that of comrades, etc., from numerous corporations. This even results from one of the rare historical investigations into a social movement that our government has undertaken. In England, the Webbs admirably demonstrated the same fact for the English unions. The break between the corporation and the trade union was even less than in France. First of all, they have never had to suffer from a law like the Le Chapelier Law brutally annihilating centuries-old institutions. Then, whatever the greatness of the Industrial Revolution, above all new industries alongside the old ones, and the workers could keep their old habits, where the workers of the new factories could find precedents and models. The origin of unions is therefore corporate. 2. The heroic period of the founding of the first unions proper was not only that of a professional struggle, but also that of a political struggle. In fact, in Germany, France, and England, workers, when they first organized, did so to defend themselves not only against the horrible employer exploitation of that time, but also against political oppression no less violent. It wasn't just for questions of big money or working hours that they joined a union. 5. From the beginning, the first small groups had higher aims. General policy first. It was the time when democracy in Europe was still in fact exclusively bourgeois, and when the worker, the passive citizen, was excluded by law from the political rights 7 recognized by theory and often the most solemn constitutions. The slow political revolution, which lasted 56 years in France, from 1792 to 1848, in England almost 100 years, and which began late in Germany was only completed by the war, was at its core a revolution of the masses, and in its process operated under the pressure not of the peasant crowds who have only recently awakened to political life, but of the workers, and especially of those in the industry of the big cities. The conquest of universal suffrage, the victories were the fruit of the political alliance against the monarchical or conservative state contracted by the liberal bourgeoisie and the workers of Paris, Berlin, Manchester. Chartism in England and the triumph of liberalism from 1827 to 1848, 1830, 1848, the Third Republic, the Commune itself, 1848 degrees, and the Reichstag of Frankfurt and the Landtag of Berlin, 6, even the Revolution of November 1918 in Germany, and also that of January 1917 in Russia are the work of bourgeois and workers united to emancipate from the state or class state, the majority of citizens. Because from 1820 to 1864 in France, England, and Germany until today, and especially in Russia, the word class state and that of conquest of powers still had this full meaning and still has it in the writings of Marx and Lassalle. The history of the conquest of universal suffrage and that of the conquest of the right of association of workers are therefore, in part, those of a single movement. Because the monarchical and constitutional bourgeois state from 1820 to 1849 in England, from 1815 to 1870 in France, and until 1890 in Germany, fought both the political right and the union right of workers and nonsensified peasants. The workers fought both the political tyranny and the economic tyranny of the state placed at the service of the bourgeoisie, and which prevented them from forming a coalition and acting in common. We are even witnessing in Germany the curious spectacle of a workers' democracy whose rights were recognized and extended well before the Prussian census state and the Prussian or Württemberg or Oldenburg monarchy were abolished. In these countries, the unions and the economic organization of the proletariat absolutely preceded the political movement, which gave trade unionism and even ate German socialism a very particular tincture of materialism and absence of political idea. 3. Not only did the anonymous people who founded and kept the first unions alive had a pure political goal, but they had clear views of social policies. They expressed them in the manner of the prophets, in clear formulas, concrete in form, catchy, which are still repeated, echoes of the old adages of eternal philosophies, and harbingers of new times. The workers who emancipated themselves spoke, and still speak, the language of the poor of all times, and yet it was another accent that they gave it. First of all, they had become, theoretically, citizens, and it was as members of the society that is the nation that they wrote the new notebooks of the economic revolution, after having seen the charters promulgated, and the various declarations of the purely political rights. Right to work, right to bread, right to the product of labor. This is how the people stammered their first demands. But, second point, it was economic rights that for the first time the people were aiming for. It was, already, the minimum wage and the insurance, against the right to the product of work which they did not yet claim in full, but it was already rights that they demanded and not charity contracts, benefits. Then, third point, these were not individual but collective rights, those of union members as well as those of non-union members of the corporation. They are the inventors and the first practitioners of the theory of collective contract, born of the people and by the people, and completely opposed to the old theories of the fair medieval price and the old customary legislation, or to the theories of personal law. Individualist of the time that we saw, 9 and still see, in the employment contract for individual rentals of services. From then on the free, legal, economic, and collective character of the unions was fixed. We pass, not with a cold heart, over all the sacrifices and all the prayers of these founders, of these leaders, of the first economic groups of the working class. The first strikes broken, the unions dissolved, forced to disguise themselves as fraternal societies, the activists hunted down by the police, rejected by employers, condemned, their very poverty of spirit. All this should be noted in a complete history. We only talk about it to show the moral, sacrificial side so to speak of this whole formation of these new communities in the nation. From the beginning the union was for the masses an end and a center of action. He still is. It took, and still takes, courage and a spirit of kindness to join a union. This is one of the points that must be remembered. The last period that unions went through is that of their growth. It is characterized differently from that of the beginnings by characters which are superimposed. She leaves on different dates, from 1857 to the war in England, from 1884 to France, from 1883 to Germany to the present day. But all over the world it presents the same features. We begin with the legal recognition of unions through the various laws which sanctioned it, and made them pass from the rank of simple, often clandestine, illegal, revolutionary associations to that of moral persons and beings of reason. Legal. This hasn't changed everything. The union remained an organ of struggle, contrary to the hopes of the big bourgeois or the great conservatives who legalized it, contrary to the bitter criticism of the socialists who became disinterested in the years 1870 to 1890. They both saw it as an organ of peace and transition with the capitalist bourgeoisie. It was certainly both, but after the war, ill of disputes, and in the struggle, and in the way in which peace is the interval between wars for nations. Because it was and almost always is the means of revolt and defense of workers who have only their union to oppose to the force of the employer's capital. And on the other hand it is not yet very much in economic use, he is only beginning to enter it. Not all employers and employees are unionized, most are only recently unionized, and many give and accept conditions other than those set by union tariffs and collective contracts. But it is especially not so in moral uses. Its legalization has not taken away all of the horror that the employer, the bourgeois, or better still the peasant still have for him. Here in the Vosges, where these lines are written, 7. The public even after the war considers the union as a new and dangerous thing, and the union member himself is very close to sharing this view and believing himself to be affiliated with I don't know what society full of unknown forces and animated by extraordinary designs. It legally remained everything it was from the start, legal, collective, economic, and above all it remained free. Although the union contains the seeds of the corporate spirit, although the union member strongly believes that workers have the duty to form a union, the principle of obligation is still neither recognized by the law, nor even by union customs. Even in our time we can join or not join, in fact and in law, the union. And you can join here or there, also in fact and in law, because a worker can be part of a trade or industrial union indifferently. Thus an accountant of the gas company can 11 affiliate either with the accountants or with the gas federation where he counts, if he wishes. He is still a free associate, free to enter, free to leave, free to change unions and professions. In fact the union is always an association and a self-help institution. But the union has become quite different from a certain number of points of view. 1. First it has become legal. Which means a lot of things about him. He has ceased to be illicit and persecuted by the police, there is nothing left but the economic persecution of which he is the object. This is moreover less and less admitted, if not by morals, those of the bourgeoisie in particular, at least by the governments themselves and by public opinion. Which generally results in contracts which end strikes by non-dismissals due to strikes, or by recognition of the union. It can own and administer funds, fulfill the role of mutuality of former companionships and corporations. He has his sickness cards, unemployment cards, widow's cards, his travel allowance, his employment offices often subsidized by the cities, France, or linked to government labor exchange offices, England. But moreover he is a moral person in the full sense of the word. Being legal on the one hand, being moral on the other, since it replaces for its members a good number of institutions formerly in the pure domain of charity and friendly solidarity of workshop comrades. 8. 2. It was given a collective function. First he took it upon himself, almost everywhere. The first strikes ended with interviews with bosses and employee representatives. The union immediately took the place of these unfortunate people designated for the employer's vindictiveness. It dealt for all its members, in the name of all its members, even in 12 particular conflicts, even in cases of individual resistance to violations of union rights. This is one of the most new aspects of this modern form of citizen groups, and which demonstrates to what degree of organization and complication our nations have reached. It is through the immediately irresponsible intermediaries that the communities concerned deal with, members of limited companies, trusts of various orders, represented by boards of directors or even by employers' unions contracting with workers who are not represented by themselves but by delegates, in England itself by union employees. Everything happens between communities. The employment and service contract no longer has anything individual. This is what this seemingly banal formula, recognition of the right to organize, means. It has even taken on a more considerable extension. In the theory and practice of the collective contract, because the contract past has become more and more a fact, and now becomes a right, by places degree, a contract of general rates, valid, not only for union members, or for the participants in a conflict, but for all members of the corporation, even non-union members, even those not present. In this he is the legitimate heir and already the substitute of the old corporation. But in this respect it already plays more than a legal and collective role. It is a quasi-legislative function that it fulfills there, at least a jurisprudential one. But let's not try to be specific. Words are lacking here, because it is indeed a new way of creating law which has been invented from scratch in our great democracies. Jurists insist on bringing this new law into the framework of the old one. They pile 13 quibbles upon quibbles to explain that there is no innovation, and that the old individualist principle of contractual law is not contradicted by this collective contract, and for others, the residential inter alios acta, 9. The pact passed between the employer and worker communities, or rather between a few delegates, takes on more than the force of a contract. It is something intermediate between a decree and regulation and a contract. Temporary like the contract, it is obligatory, morally and practically, since, like an order from the administration, it is valid for all and towards all. It is, in terms of function, the old corporate usage and custom, this time the fruit of a sort of legislation, conscious and contractual at the same time. Tariffs, union contracts, etc., are increasingly replacing the immemorial and venerable and often absurd local customs of which the code and jurisprudence still continue to apply. But they replace it with something entirely new sociologically. There is not that far that jurists would like to say between usage and contract and the law. It is indeed a new form of legislation that both political and workers' democracy has created. We find this question further on: had they invented only this new tool of law, this new form of law, these spontaneous organizations of democracy which are the unions would still have left a trace which will remain indelible in the development of legal and economic institutions great nations. 3. The union takes on more ambitious economic aspects and becomes a national organization. The old corporations were in some ways national things, in any case provincial, and sometimes even international. But basically they were only there by accident and were above all 14 local institutions. The first unions, which were hardly different from them or from workshop groups, were as isolated as possible. Hatters or typos from London or Paris, ribbon makers and silk makers from Lyon or Saint-Étienne, or textile makers from Rochdale, or miners from Lanark could not see beyond their town, or their factory, or the machines against which they were fighting. These were small groups of citizens practicing revolt against equally local despotisms of often heartless bosses. It was only gradually, partly under the influence of the political movement born at this time, that the unions came together, first corporately, but throughout the nation. On the other hand, the idea of a national union was almost immediately given to the founders of unions, but it is murky, and they were unable to realize it in practice. Everywhere, it is through local autonomy that the union began. It is in very recent times, in France, that we have begun to found only sections of national unions, and no longer autonomous unions to be federated later. The notion of the national corporate union is roughly posterior to the notion of the local union. We very quickly realized that the labor market was national and not local, that the strike breakers came from other parts of the nation, that there was an interest in immediately grouping together not only all similar workers in a place, but all those in the country, to establish, in the midst of local variations, local customs, often very divergent, a certain unity, a minimum uniformity, quasi-legislative, equalizing the opportunities of each category in all regions. We must not believe that this result was achieved very quickly. Even today it is far from being so in countries that are backward from a trade unionist point of view, 15 like France. We do not yet have national unions everywhere. And on the other hand, certain real national unions still retain their title of federation, such as the Fédération du Livre in France. It is the eternal debate of democracy, federalism or centralization, decided in so many different ways and in so many different meanings. But in general, it was the path of the national union that we embarked on at this time. The organization thus created spread the risks against individual or collective unemployment, or illness, supported strikes with all the force of the nationally grouped corporation, individual and collective resistance, above all, it could coordinate its action, penetrate backward circles as is still the case in the poor or impoverished classes, even impose its views on them, and bring refractory unions into the majority. Finally we end up, around the 1900s, with the constant practice of collective contracts, and national tariffs which were reached by the most important unions in Germany and England. In France, only a few have reached this stage, because local customs and practices and prices govern wages and working conditions there even more than anywhere else. National employers' organizations, on the other hand, were practically non-existent. There is, in reality, no opposing party to deal with. 4. The unions join together and form a general class organization. This is a very important moment in the life of modern societies. The notion of the working class, whether it corresponds to reality or not, plays a fundamental role in modern politics, and in the collective mind. In any case, from the end of the first half of the 19th century it began to appear, and to become part of everyday language and popular formulas which lead to convictions. The workers have conceived, at the same time as their professional interests, their class interests. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, the old corporation had disappeared, but at 16 alone could group together all the members of the same profession, masters, journeymen, and apprentices. The industrial and political revolutions had suppressed it more or less violently. The professions, those in large-scale industry at least, employed ever-increasing numbers of formerly unclassified workers, former field workers who had come to the factory, simple employees, renting out their labor power. On the other hand, the givers of work and wages were less and less professionals themselves. They were capitalists represented by boards of directors, seeking only dividends and profits, and having intermediary professionals exercise, engineers, technicians, accountants, foremen, their rights and their authority to direct the work itself. From the time of the first French socialists, of Saint-Simon, of Fourier, the division into three classes, capitalists, technicians, workers, within each profession, was given. The first formulas of socialism, still among the truest, composed and associated capital, work, and talent. Finally, the gradual disappearance of craftsmanship, and even of its intermediate forms, custom work and at home, the way in which the worker was dispossessed of his profession by the machine, especially in certain large industries, textiles, metallurgy, gave an acute awareness of their proletarianization to these masses whose rights had been violated. In France, the canets of Lyon and ribbon makers of Saint-Étienne, the typographers and lithographers reduced to unemployment by the mechanization of printing, silk, and ribbon making, were among the first to embrace the notion of the working class. Forged by socialists. 17. We can even say that they were the first to experience its reality. In England it even seems that the notion is almost entirely proletarian in origin. It was reinforced, highlighted by Marx and the Marxists, by the Germans, Lassalle in particular, even more responsible on this point than Marx himself. Since then she has only progressed. But it was able to do so by the very fact of the existence of unions and their national organization. Here's how. The national unions, not content with including the employees of the profession, grouped together, and gave themselves a central organization, the CGT in France, the German Centrale, the English Trades Union, 10, to be distinguished from the trade unions, which are the unions, with its curious double organization. Congress and Parliamentary Committee, the unions, even before becoming national, had very quickly united with each other. They appealed to each other in the event of a strike, in the event of insurrection or repression, in the event of generalized unemployment and industrial crisis. They had to defend common interests, in particular to push judges and courts to establish case law, to act on parliaments, even from the point of view of union legislation, of labor legislation, on governments, which increasingly dealt with them as with powers. The functions of the central organization have only grown over the past 40 years. We groped for a long time, various temporary organizations alternately grouped the unions in very varied directions. But in the end we arrived at a formula that was almost identical everywhere. The working class, or rather salaried class, has thus become more sensitive to all its common interests, more united, more organized, more organic and more conscious in a word. Because it has its own organ of direction 18, as a class. We will even say that this is the main reality and nature and function of this notion, which we will criticize later, of working class. Even if economically it is false, it has a fundamental political and economic role. It created national union unity. This is where it was carried out infinitely more clearly and more effectively than on the political field, where socialism still encourages workers to group together. The working class of a country is in truth the organic grouping of its unions. Conversely, trade unionism, even now, is the idea of a single group of employees. Both terms denote exactly the same thing. And the claim of trade unionism to absolute autonomy in the management of employees seems perfectly justified to us. 5. They have a political attitude, but this is a secondary trait or rather derives from the simple consequences of the very fact of union unity. The two characteristics of recent trade unionism, its political character, and the revolutionary aspect of its political activity, are only the expression of trade union unity and the considerable social force that this unity represents. Whether linked to socialist parties or not, trade unionism does indeed have a political life. Either these parties are subservient to it like England, and in general the Anglo-Saxon countries, especially Australia and New Zealand, where the Labour Party is essentially the organ of the unions, or else it is officially linked to them and almost subordinate, as in Belgium, as recently again in Italy, or in fact, as in Germany for the so-called independent or red unions, those of the Centrale, 11. Or it is totally independent as in France. But in this case as in the other, the unions take a political attitude, that of the demand for economic power and power 19 by the working class that they represent. They are not only the organ of representation of the general interests of the working class. They claim a share in managing the general economic interests of the nation. They claim to be the instruments of transformation and the necessary authorities for the management of the transformed society. From 1890 onwards, their manifestations of this kind became more and more frequent, even verbal, more serious, more effective. Their share increases, especially in England, with the growth and progress of the central organization. The English unions have gone from simple formulas voted on, so to speak, automatically from the oldest congresses, to increasingly lively expressions, and to the formation of a party. The French, on the contrary, went from total demands, and so to speak anarchists, to the organization which gave weight to these language demonstrations. But in either case, the Union became a national political force, whose importance, as we will see, was increased by the war. 6. This force was not led according to the old principles of democratic politics. Certainly, it is always legal and moral in its substance. 12. Of course, unions are always the expression of a democratic movement of citizens wanting access to property for all, but in two respects they are revolutionary. 1. First, it is towards a new form of property that they tend, it is collective union property that they claim to achieve, and not individual acquisition, hence their refusal of any participation in profits, of any civil property which would make them responsible, of any participation through work actions and other combinations of conservatism and social transactions. They claim to be, and, according to us, they are the inventors of a new law whose idea is being preformed, and whose realization is slowly taking hold. But this right does not seem to come from the same sources as that which has governed our capitalist-owned societies, and is opposed to it by an opposition which is, as we will soon see, truly revolutionary. 20. And from now on the idea of this right is so strong that, rightly or wrongly, it will push unionist opinion to refuse any transaction and compromise. The working world, or rather the salaried world, has so concentrated the sensation of its unity, of its sufficiency, of its right, that it no longer has any other. The idea is forming within him, dangerously for him and for the nation but, in fact, in a grandiose way, that he is a new world, new order. 13, say the Italians. 2. But it is not simply by the goal that this political attitude is revolutionary, it is also by the action that this idea directs, by the spirit which constantly animates it. Here we encounter the ideas of direct action. 14, the general strike, and revolutionary trade unionism, born in France, that of usurping control, and the taking of economic property which began to take root in England, just before the war, by the Guild Socialists. Here we have actually arrived at the most recent forms that workers' democracy has taken on, as a result of the war and the post-war period. 2. The war and post-war period. We are infinitely less well informed about the war and post-war period of Union life. We will therefore not dwell on it, and moreover, in our discussion of the problem of nationalization, we will be obliged to deal with the same questions again. Let us therefore confine ourselves to a few indications. 1. In the great nations at war, Great Britain, France, Germany, the unions, and especially their central organizations, played a considerable political role. They were extraordinarily, and to the great amazement of many, patriotic. They were believed to be, and most of them said, that they were deeply pacifist 21 and internationalists. The French CGT in particular had so often threatened to oppose with general strike and violence any war, absolutely, whatever it was. National sentiment, rightly or wrongly, it doesn't matter, has triumphed. In France and England, the unions for a long time led the most loyal fight with the rest of the nation against German aggression. It was the same in Germany, where duped public opinion believed that the nation was defending itself against an attack by Russian autocracy and a plot by the Entente. An error if you like, but legitimate in the face of Tsarism, which for German workers' democracy embodied tyranny and barbarism. The unions then provided immense services, they did not sabotage the mobilization and even participated in it. They participated in the organization of war industries, and in the organization of work in particular, recruitment, dilution, in other words distribution of labor outside of usual locations or professions, resolution of conflicts, temporary abandonments, union privileges. Unions, national unions, centrals, did all this. They demonstrated the high national spirit which could animate them, perhaps higher than that of the bourgeoisie, which surely, in France and in Germany at least, does not fulfill its duty of money as the working world fulfills its duty of pain. The main worker activists, Jouherho in France, Legion in Germany, Henderson, Kleins in England, even accepted serious, purely political responsibilities. In England, they even entered the war cabinet, playing loyally for their country, their popularity, and their future. 15. We have only dwelled on these facts because they 22 are, although abnormal, demonstrative. Because if in special circumstances the very organization of the working world can be so profoundly national, it is because it is so by nature, profoundly, and there is no other class of society which or more deeply and more consciously degree. 16. This political and national character of Union action continued and accentuated in the post-war period. In Germany, it was the unions even more than the political parties. The sudden general strike of November 7, 17, which overthrew the Kaiser, and it was the unions forming the workers' councils, and even the union members of the armies forming the soldiers' advice. And in short they maintained order, the framework of German society. Since then they have been one of the most energetic supporters of republican governments, defending them left and right. It was shown in January 1919, and in February 1920 with the greatest energy when they saved the Republic twice. Proof that trade unionism, which can be an instrument of revolution, can also be the very organ of social order. Great example especially if we compare it to the Russian disorder, caused, in the same circumstances of military and social crash, by an insufficient national consciousness of citizens, and more especially of soldiers and workers. In France and England, the happy measures taken for a progressive demobilization and rehabilitation of industries, the day limited to 8 hours, which allowed everyone to find work, all this was due to the influence of the unions, and to a certain and happy understanding of statesmen. It didn't last. But the critical moment, that of the return of the troops, passed fortunately, largely thanks to the goodwill, not bargained for, of the union executives. We could say 23 that it was the same in America and in Belgium. Everywhere the union was a force for social cohesion, the glue that held together in dangerous times. 2. The unions have grown considerably. They have almost everywhere doubled their numbers. This increase took place during the war and post-war period. The reasons for these increases are multiple. Here are a few that are obvious. These are not necessarily the most decisive, and it may well be that original research would reveal others that are much more essential. First of all, this national authority of the Union, its political, even bureaucratic, power, during the war when the activists of the labor exchanges, of the labor exchange, were in direct, official relation, with the ministries of munitions, of war, the organization's employers, managed, directed the workforce, protected and instructed the isolated worker, a newcomer, to the union and even to the profession. Then the considerable development of war industries had called huge crowds of unclassified workers, or otherwise classified workers, or people formerly idle or assigned to domestic work, to become workers in large-scale industry. Now the masses that industry brings together, concentrates and organizes have themselves organized on their own ground, questions of hours, conditions, and above all food and housing, brought them together strongly. Finally the laws, multiple regulations concerning insurance, canteens, minimum wages, working conditions in industries having contracted with the state, and all were, and the very extension of these laws, in England in particular the laws on unemployment and insurance, to categories formerly too disinterested in union action, employees and laborers. 24 The final conquest of the 8-hour day, granted, so to speak, by force, by legislatures panicked by fears of Bolshevism in France. England, Germany, not only popularized union action, but even obliged. To top it all off, the general disruption of the entire national and international economy, the rise in prices which was part of it, forced employees into multiple mass movements to maintain or increase their real wages, and these movements were administered and directed and created by the union. The even more abrupt rise in union membership after the war is due to the return and remanagement of workers whom the army had returned to civilian life. No doubt, at least this is our personal experience, the army taught many of them the benefits of common action, and no doubt they carried this herd instinct, this feeling of shoulder to shoulder, or if we want bigger words, this esprit de corps that we contract from armies, and which gave them their strength. Mr. and Mrs. Webb point out with great accuracy that English unions have mainly progressed in corporations, hitherto untouched by the unionist spirit, of unclassified professions, employees, laborers, 18. It seems that the same is true in Germany, for the female workforce in particular. The only large group of employees who do not yet seem to be affected by the union are agricultural workers. The female workforce also remains on the sidelines, almost everywhere, and the abstention of these two masses explains the margin between the number of employees and that of salaries. We will return to this fact regarding nationalization. 25. 3. The internal structure of unions has changed. The principle of organization has become more and more broad as the unions have grown, less and less strictly corporate. We have definitely moved from the trade federation to the industry federation, or rather in less secular terms, more and more unions bring together all the salaried personnel who contribute to the manufacture of a product, or the execution of a service. The majority of union members in Germany are now grouped into 4 or 5 large associations, Metallarbeiter, Bergarbeiter, 19, etc. In England, it is the Triple Alliance of Miners, Transport, and Dockers, 20, which brings together the most active and largest forces, more than 2 million out of the 8 million union members. In France, it is also the Subsoil Federation, the Metallurgy Federation, and the National Railway Union which concentrate a number of more active unions and whose action is publicly more important than that of the others. It is no longer only the workers of the same corporation or even of a specialty, like the fitters in the metallurgy, the locomotive engineers in the railways, who group themselves into small local sections, painfully aggregated into a weak federation. The whole mass of workers of all kinds who come together, not because they have exactly the same profession, the same interests in all respects, but because they have the same boss, or the same type of bosses, or rather because they are encompassed in the same industry which requires men and abilities of all kinds. Thus, the railway industry employs track personnel who are almost exclusively 26 made up of metallurgists or construction workers, or clerks, a traction staff which is almost exclusively made up of drivers and machine mechanics, and depot metallurgists, and those formerly poorly classified workers, switchmen, semaphore guards, of electrical lines, even grooms, etc. An extremely numerous operating staff, part of which is barely responsible for manual work, and another is, so to speak, purely handling, drayage, shipping, couriers, etc. Likewise, miners now include day workers, underground workers, and employees. Employers and public services now find themselves facing a working class organized exactly like them, according to the interests represented, and no longer just professional skills and career interests. We will undoubtedly be criticized for having considered this development only at the last and in this last period, while the principle of amalgamation is very old in English trade unionism, and that of the Federation of Industry dates back to France. From very ancient times and from the very beginning of the book Federation, which always included binders, margineurs, etc. But a partly French invention, and although commonly used in France for more than 20 years, it only entered into the practice of very large unions very recently. The merger of the Mechanics Union and the French Metallurgy Federation was just before the war. Likewise in England, the fitters have not yet given up their independence. Everywhere, the exceptions, the unions 27 which resist are numerous. In many cases, these are only union federations, as in America where a local union adheres to both its trade federation and its industry federation. The reason why we have only begun to talk about this phenomenon here is that the movement only took off just before the war and only took hold, especially where the trade union movement is considerable. England, Germany, very large dimensions than before and after the war. Above all, a considerable change of mind has occurred, alongside this change in organization. The Union was, until 1910, little more than the instrument of defense of classified workers and manual trades, a means of protecting oneself against employers, but also against the rest, the reserve of the army of labor, limitation of the number of apprentices, limitation of unemployment by reducing output or working hours, that is what its main weapons. He didn't give up. But it has ceased to be only an organ of struggle and defense of the monopoly of manual skill. It has become something more, the monopolist of all classified and unclassified work, including the accounting work of an industry. This has changed more than just its functioning, it has changed its method of action, its goal, and it now sees another stage before it to take. 4. Notion of worker control. The organizational change was spontaneous. Nothing theoretical about him. No prejudice even. It also led to a profound change in morals. The workers realized that they could only effectively defend themselves if all categories, 28 similar or not, were in agreement. As the English proverb said, a few carders can stop the spinning, but the spinners cannot stop the carders. It was even necessary to attract the foremen and employees, who had long been outside the unions. Because their work stoppage also led to the stoppage of other workers, and they could also to a certain extent replace the others, as we see in strikes of electricians, tramways, etc. Currently the unions are more willing to adopt into their ranks the technicians themselves, engineers, etc., than the latter are willing to unionize with them. At the same time, industry is less and less a private affair, and directly administered by the owner, but on the contrary anonymous and managed by directors, accounting engineers, who are themselves appointed by the owners or their representatives. These appear to the workers as employees themselves, whose interests should be the same as theirs. Which they are in fact to a certain extent, so that the idea has arisen in the brains of the workers that the other employees, up to and including managers, are part of the same class as them. Both theory and practice return to the old Saint-Simonian notion of the industrialist, of the producer, with the difference that the owner of shares appears like the owner of land. But this leads to a real transformation of the union mentality. The union begins by being a simple association for the defense of wages and the improvement of working conditions and only grouping together manuals. He now claims to participate in the management of the industry, and now he aims to secure management personnel. He aspires to leadership. In the meantime, he is content with a compromise. This is what we called workers' control. 21, a word which comes from England and seems to have been invented by the Guild Socialists. He means that the union, all categories included, now claims 29 to have a share, if not the whole, of the administration of the company and all the powers in matters of internal organization of work. But here we find ourselves in the presence of ideas even more than of facts, because this control is still only a demand, and has not yet received satisfaction. I can only see one English public service, the railways, where the experience is only at the beginning and reduced to a delegation from the NUR, 22, to the National Board. In Germany, law and custom have only created Betriebsrates more on paper than in reality. 23, moreover, they were established rather out of fear of Sovietism and to replace and basically to dissolve the workers' councils which had played or tried to play a role in the first days of the Republic. In fact, it is not to our knowledge that they actually participate in any industry in even just the direction of work. In reality, I only know, personally, one example, and it is in Belgium and in a non-employer cooperative institution, that of the Labour Commission of the People's House of the large socialist cooperative of Brussels, where the employees, represented by union delegates, participate in the very organization of work, or rather in the distribution of personnel, their attendance, their regulations, their discipline. 24. We are not even, again, at the management of the company. In fact, it does not seem that this notion of workers' control is either ripe for imposition, or even very sure of being imposed. The formula itself is unclear, and the movement unclear. It may very well be that this is one of those missteps of which communities are capable, just like individuals. The notion is also ambiguous, questions of wages and discipline are mixed in, which are questions of pure and simple worker defense. From this point of view, all we are demanding is a kind of right of supervision in matters involving union members, the union cannot and does not want to take an active risk, going as far as losses, in the very management of the company. It is in reality in this form that it is popular in the working world. But on the other hand, it is clearly a demand for the management of the company. The union, all categories combined, claims to have an equal share while waiting to have total power in the administration of the industry. As such, it marks a notable change in the state of mind of the unions. These no longer consider themselves only as organs for the defense of wages and work, or at most for demands for the means of production, but as a normal organ of production, as the legitimate holder of rights or a share rights, in the meantime sovereign, hitherto recognized only to capital, and representatives of the capital involved. It is for this reason that this last form of unionism is important and interesting, even if it is only a phenomenon like so many others, which we cannot predict or contradict. In any case, the war and the post-war period left trade unionism stronger, more generalized, better unified, better organized, more ambitious, closer to bringing together all the active personnel of the industries, more active as a result, closer to achievements. Immediate, because it increasingly realizes the monopoly of work, while waiting to realize that of work and talent combined degree and to be able to claim for them the lion's share that capitalism has until now claimed for itself. Workers' democracy, at least in England and Germany, if not in France, is in the process of transforming into true industrial democracy, and of conceiving how the citizen, as a producer, can manage the totality of certain processes at least from the production. In short, the nation, its active, hard-working part, is partly, 31 in its employees, already divided into large natural associations of employees, and secondary groups, which will one day have to be entrusted with ownership and responsibility, are beginning to form. We are going to meet them again about nationalization. But parallel to the movement which grouped the workers and ended up associating them as producers, a second democratic movement grouped the citizens as consumers, and also began to section the nation, and to organize it in such a way that it can control its economic interests. 3. Consumer cooperation or democracy. It is very remarkable that consumer cooperation was not established first, and that the notion of cooperation is not yet restricted to it. Theoretically, historically, and even today in fact, it has a completely different extension, and denotes a fairly large number of diverse institutions which are in no way directed by consumers as such. This is a sign that the transformations of the idea of cooperation are far from being completed, that they are confused from multiple points of view with what is not it, and that consumer democracy is still far from having a clear awareness of itself. Even 32 leaders do not always know what the cooperative regime they are aiming for is. Let us first elucidate this notion, that is to say, let us separate from the notion of consumer organization all those that history and the law have mixed with it. In other words, let us define the institution consumer cooperative, and eliminate from our consideration everything which in common parlance bears the name of cooperation, but is not it. A little history and geography will better understand the problem of cooperation. We will be infinitely briefer here than on the unions, not that the history of cooperation is less interesting than that of the latter. But it is less long, less dramatic, less eventful, less jolted by the resistance of the ruling classes or the state, less sensitive to major alterations in the economic regime of nations. It looks like one of those rivers of the plain, with a modest source, which ends up having a powerful drainage, and whose course at first hesitant, erratic, congested, ends up rectifying itself and forming in the current state of its course a hydraulic mass which carves out an approximately rectilinear path. We will therefore primarily focus first on marking the historical relationships of consumer cooperation with others, on showing how it detached itself from them, was constituted separately, and currently forms a great organizational force, which has not yet given its full performance. We will 33 mainly focus on describing its present state, of which we have also given a more in-depth study. Cooperation is, like the union, above all a realized idea, but it is an idea of the masses, almost everywhere it is small groups of individuals who have realized that they have the same tendencies, the same obscure perceptions. In the deepest circles of society, small associations were formed, proceeding gropingly, blindly, empirically, starting from sometimes unreasonable principles, then correcting them, when they could last, dissolving when they encountered too great practical difficulties. And yet the idea lasted, was perpetuated, arrived here and there, depending on the social atmosphere, to be realized more or less powerfully, or, despite the failure, the stubborn old people, not discouraged by what the layman called utopia, took up the work again. What we are telling here is the story of the beginning of cooperation from the heroic period up to and even after the discovery of the so-called Rochdale principles and their popularization, around the 1860s, in England and Scotland. Reread the classic works devoted to it, you will see the associationist idea, ill. Christian socialism, leading to numerous experiences, including those of workers, to numerous failures, similar attempts, attempted in the most diverse environments, almost all city workers, failing almost everywhere. Then the principles begin to take shape, the two illustrious weavers of Rochdale formulated them on their own, in a cellar, following a strike, in a text which is still the decalogue of the cooperative movement. However, in Glasgow, in 34 Leicester, other associations were already founded on the same principle, or almost, disappeared there or could boast, like the Equitable Pioneers, of being the inventors of what will one day be one of the forms of social life. It is also the history of the French movement, such as our friend Gaumont, 25, is writing it, amassing so many documents before it is too late, and still incomplete, because so many memories and people and things have disappeared. We will see the multitude of these societies, many of which were already called cooperatives well before the very idea was launched, or mutuals, which is the same thing. The name mutual did not have the same success as the word cooperation, but it is one of those linguistic accidents, as there are so many. The arbitrary choice of a word and a formula are in fact the sign of social intervention. We will see the long tradition of the Fourierists, of the Cabatists of all kinds, we will follow the chain, which extends over 50, 60 years, of the dedication of brave utopians and socialists, Proudhonists, Blanquists of all kinds who try by all means to realize a part of the future society in the present society. Their faults and weaknesses, especially common sense, do not prevent them from holding the torch and passing it on, or rekindling it whenever they can. Brave people, workers and petty bourgeois for the most part, who group together in terrible corners of Lyon or industrial Paris, canets, lithographers, workers who found a workshop here, a bakery there, who give there, with a few enthusiastic, a large part of their lives, who see the company founder, and who nevertheless will still try, years later, another adventure. The work was repeated 100 times, never abandoned in these dark and poor backyards and shops. Sons and grandsons and friends keep the idea alive. And from time to time lasting achievements. The phalansteers crumble, but the familistera de guise remains and prospers, foundation of the good Godin, 35, a curious mixed institution of capitalism, cooperatism of production and consumption, 26. Proudhon's banks and Proudhon himself are ruined, but the idea remains, and multiple consumer associations in Alsace, Paris, Lyon had already found the Rochdalian principles before they were known in France. The cooperative workshops of Louis Blanc, 27, and Pierre Leroux, romantic socialists of the Second Republic, foundered with the coup d'état, but there still remain the eyewear makers of Paris, 28. Nothing makes us feel better than this tragic story, comical at times, humble almost all the time but always honorable, the treasures of dedication hidden in numbers. Nothing makes it clearer what force of renewal, of perpetual moral and economic activity smolders in the minds of the citizens of the great democracies, especially in that of the suffering classes and of the few defectors from others who sympathize with it. Nothing more gives the impression of the unlimited possibilities that collective effort and the freedom left to this effort imply. Because these initiatives provoke countless inventions and countless actions. These are countless forms of actions which are attempted, tried, until a few happy discoveries, viable legal and economic formulas end up grouping more and more numerous individuals, more and more interests, into powerful organizations. More serious, and that the crazy utopia realized obscurely in some very small environment, results in some imposing movement of national interest this time, and of such force that it imposes itself on the public authorities. This is in fact the history of cooperation, like that of all 36 movements of deep democracy. They are comparable, by the sacrifices involved, by the search for ideas and formulas, by the violence of the passions that they arouse, to the great movements of sectarianism within religions. Or even, we could even more solemnly compare them to the grandiose and at the same time modest beginnings of most great religions. With this difference that what is sought here is the grouping of interests, and that the citizen who took initiatives most often sacrificed himself to the interest of others and not to a divine power, the contact of which even Piacular could afterwards all bring benefit at least in another life. There have truly been men in this last century of people's history who have been good to man, without hope of divine reward. The religion of man for man that Saint Simon and Comte and Enfantin preached is where it worked. We will draw conclusions further from these facts which are only modest in appearance. Cooperation begins with the two most difficult things to achieve, banking on the one hand, production on the other. Owen and Proudhon both led their banks to bankruptcy and liquidation, which did not prevent other good people from imitating them, with the same failure. But there remained the idea which has since developed in the form of credit cooperation. At the same time, the Owenists in England, the Fourierists, the Christian Socialists, the petty bourgeois socialists in France with Louis Blanc, advocated cooperative production groups. It was a flowering of cooperative workshops. Most English companies went bankrupt. 37 The Second Republic, on the contrary, saw a certain number of them prosper, much more than one would think, especially as a result of state orders. But the unfortunate workers' groups had 2 years later to face both the suppression of these orders and police dissolution, following the coup d'état. Almost all of them sank. However, some still remain powerful today, Paris eyewear makers, etc. And around well-known men, Leclerc, Rampal, Godin, old Fourierists who made their fortune. 29, the very tradition of production cooperation was maintained. It was also maintained in bourgeois republican circles, where it remained an article of faith, until our time, with Waldeck Rousseau and A. Daumer, up to M. Henry Charon, 30, where production cooperation is assured of relatively considerable subsidies, and also in the French working class, small groups of whom have taken up and resumed this task for 70 years, and have experienced not only failures, carpenter from Paris, lithographers, and in recent times, glass worker emancipation. Likewise in England, since 1860, a certain number of productive societies have succeeded in forming respectable and important institutions. Like production cooperation in France, credit cooperation also finds powerful support in German public opinion, first among the liberals with Schulz Delitzsch, 31, then among the Catholic conservatives, in particular when the Raiffeisen funds had the development they took from 1875, because these two forms of cooperation, however important they are in no way, in our opinion, social novelties. They do not constitute institutions typical of the economic regime that nations are creating for themselves. They alter nothing and presage nothing. In the case of production cooperatives, they allow relatively few individuals to become personally emancipated by becoming owners of their corporate workshop, or even the factory, of some stocks. In reality, the production cooperative transforms the associated worker into an ordinary capitalist. Even they tend so much towards this that, to preserve the movement's philanthropic character, it was necessary to react against the insensitive way in which a certain number of them were transformed into simple anonymous companies. Because the partners willingly provided help and, in short, played the role of bosses. In most cases, we have hardly reached profit-sharing companies, such as the Charpentiers de Paris, where the management, the direction, the shares share the largest share of the dividends and do not 38 leave only a small part to be divided in proportion to wages between workers. It is only very recently and in France that the Emancipation Workers' Glass Works has brought new formulas to success, attributing management and profits largely to the owner-worker organizations. But these are completely exceptional institutions, and basically, however strange it may seem, quasi-capitalist establishments of the working class which makes capital grow there. Credit cooperation is likewise an institution of pure capitalism. Where it flourishes, in Germany, it certainly serves a considerable number of small craftsmen, small traders, small farmers, in the case of agricultural funds, who pool their capital, and free themselves from the usurer of the countryside or the cities, of the wholesalers and suppliers who ransom them with his credit, and of the banker who is a modern usurer. As such, they reduce to a certain extent, by removing these few invisible intermediaries, the exploitation that weighed on them. But it is for their benefit, and it only strengthens their power and their capital and their small property. Which is interesting, but is only interesting for them. Likewise agricultural cooperation. This one is of more recent date. It began in Germany with credit unions around 1886, then the purchasing and sales cooperative was created. Since then, she has established herself in certain countries, in Germany and especially in Denmark, her chosen land. In France, it is less prosperous, but is growing very quickly. Inventions such as skimming, milk pasteurization, starch production, cooperative distillery a certain wealth of the peasant, even a simple farmer or sharecropper, have made it, if not necessary, at least so useful that one wonders why, simply by routine, this management process is not even more widespread. In fact, in Siberia, even before the war, all sales and purchasing in isolated villages, where private commerce had never thought it worthwhile to establish, was cooperativized. In Denmark, although local trade is not very strong, almost all agricultural products or products necessary for agriculture are managed cooperatively. In fact, these cooperatives have arrived or are destined to become a normal institution of the agricultural economy, and they constitute 39 progress since they eliminate country usurers, dangerous mortgage loans, sales intermediaries who take profits still medieval on the sales or purchases that the peasant makes. In the case of Siberia or Denmark, they have already managed to constitute organs of the national economy, and are, in short, accountants and managers of part of the export and movement of the country's wealth. However, they are still, like production cooperatives, or credit cooperatives, more closely related to the current regime than to the future regime of society. In fact, they are above all associations of small capitalists in a cooperative legal form. Moreover, in most cases remuneration goes to capital, and not to work, or to consumption. Those which are making the most progress are more about mutuality than true cooperation, attracting part of the consumption or part of the work that they organize through bonus distributions. Some quite sophisticated ones are at the same time purchasing organs and are truly consumer cooperatives, purchase-sale of fertilizers and food products, of animals. A certain number are at the same time distributing foodstuffs and are, already, a kind of nationally organized producer corporations. Egg counter, Danish pork counter, 32. As such, they are linked either to the union or to consumer cooperation and give an idea of these mixed institutions whose possibility and viability must be admitted, and which are desirable. It is to this extent that they act on the current regime of the economy, but it is when they approach either the National Association of Land Workers organized for the sale of their products, or the cooperative of consumption and are a form of it. This is the beginning of the 40 complicated series of developments which will undoubtedly occur in all our national economies. Because it is by no means certain that the large economic organizations into which nations are divided will confine themselves to this or that productive or distributive department of the economy, and even less to this or that specialty, agricultural, industrial, or other. On the contrary, we easily see them as being responsible for multiple functions, as these agricultural cooperatives already are, as we are going to see consumer cooperatives tackling production, as are large national, even international institutions such as the Panama Canal, the of Suez, or such large companies, or such trusts which ensure its production, its sale, the lives of its employees, etc. What is in appearance, in economics, is not necessarily less simple and less effective than apparent simplicity. An elementary division of labor only increases the number of intermediaries and employees attached to the same operation. Just as we now see machines of very complicated appearance carrying out in a few turns and very simply operations which formerly required very numerous, varied, and slow movements of several workers, in the same way, by bringing together, by articulating the cogs of industry and distribution, by assembling more of them every day, we will certainly build much larger machines, but ultimately more flexible, more regular, and with better performance. 41. This is what consumer cooperation did. We will see it grow and become more complicated, until it begins to alter the capitalist economy of our nations. Its beginnings were extremely modest. However, the idea that has driven her ever since is an immense revolutionary ambition. In fact, it is one of the rare mass movements that is what it promised to be. She immediately thought of reforming the regime not only of consumption, but also that of production and property. We will not write, after so many others, the history of the equitable pioneers of Rochdale, and the beginnings of the movement. It was sufficiently popularized first by Holyoake, 33, and then, over and over again, for years, by theorists, first bourgeois economists, and then socialists, at first only of certain schools, then all of them. But let us note the clarity with which the principles were then laid down. In fact, some date in part from Owen's time, and go back to the three congresses of 1830 and 1833 that the associationists organized, 34 because there were already fixed once and for all, 1. The character exclusively economic, non-political, independent of any religion or doctrine, of the movement, 2. Its socialist character, which must result in common ownership of land and means of production. But the economic, moral, and political failures of the Owenists had obscured the ideas, and it was, in fact, a real rediscovery that the good pioneers made, or that many other small societies had made a little earlier, either in France, either in 42 Switzerland, or in Scotland, or in the rest of England. But of these institutions, only the pioneers are still standing, and its principles have long been the table of cooperative law, both moral and economic. Now it is truly marvelous that so few men, in such humble conditions, were able to suddenly find so many happy principles. The others had found one or the other, but the whole thing was created at once. It was not enough to have a clear view of the goals. What makes the discovery rare is that it was necessary at the same time to find the practical principles, and even to find them all at once, because the lack of one could lead to the downfall of the company. These principles can be summarized in a very small number, and they have all been recorded either in the statutes or in the internal regulations of the equitable pioneers. 1. Direct, cash, public sale, at market price, of healthy goods and good weights. 2. Administration by elected and frequently reporting boards of directors and supervisory boards. 3. Equal rights of all members, one man, or one woman, one vote. 4. The capital provided by the members is only entitled to interest, the profit is distributed at the end of the financial year in proportion to purchases, and not in proportion to the capital invested. 5. A percentage must be given to education. Each of these principles is in fact essential, and none, it can be said, 43 has been added to them. We will not comment on them at any more length than is necessary to show what organic whole they form, Where everything is articulated. 1. Consumer cooperation is an economic institution of distribution, of sale, and not of simple distribution domestic. It is placed within normal commercial conditions, but on an essential level of honesty and morality. 2. Its administration is democratic, because whatever the capital that each member deposits or whatever the rate of his consumption, he only has one vote. But it's good democracy, not this direct, inorganic democracy, with imperative mandates, irresponsible general assemblies, supervisory boards, squabbles. Administration is delegated to civil servants, supervised by councils, and they report frequently. 3. What is pursued is not profit but the lowest cost price. In other words, the cooperative community does not reward capital and modest capitalism, that is the member. A certain number of companies, even with cooperative rights like Swiss law, do not even admit anything other than the contribution and do not know of actions. It pays for consumption, or more precisely it does not pay for it, returning to it in proportion at the end of the year the overpayments, the excesses that to cover risks and costs it has taken from consumption. In reality, it reduces the cost price. In this respect it has been possible to say, not without some exaggeration, that 44 the cooperative society is the only one which does not pursue any profit, and which is, following the Owenian and socialist dream, entirely an economy of use and not profit. This is often repeated but not without exaggeration, because the low-cost price is still a profit. In this triple capacity, as they have known for a long time, the cooperators are revolutionaries. They have instituted new forms to the detriment of and against old forms of economics, and they have already won. 1. They established a new standard of business, by and for you. It is certainly as complicated and even more so than the old distribution of retail trade which still flourishes in most of our countries. It requires the same operations, and some additional administration. But it is more honest and it is more rigorous, involving customers in its success, and above all more sustainable. A well-founded cooperative is an eternal thing like capital itself. It consists in fact of an association which in principle is perpetual between consumers of the same good and has every chance of becoming so, since it satisfies the interest of these people who are at the same time their own buyer and seller. 2. They established a new form of ownership of capital, or rather they demonstrated that we can create something, and even capital, without initial capital. The capitalists have known this for a long time, they who practice the system of commissions and door passes, sales of customers, contribution shares, even issues of founders' shares, and, last but not least, preferred shares. But this is what economists ignore or pretend to ignore. What is essential in cooperation, as in the founding or transfer of any commercial enterprise, is the right to a market. It is the market, the customers themselves. 45 From yet another point of view, the cooperative idea and cooperative action are revolutionary. They aim at the entire nation, outside the forms ill of commerce. The fundamental idea of consumer cooperation, of any cooperative, perhaps, like that of any business, is the aspiration towards indefinite extension and in every direction. Strictly speaking, the old-fashioned merchant happily confined himself to the very small sphere of his shop, content not to lose his customers, to whom personal ties most of the time linked him. There are still some, and many of this kind, especially in commercially backward countries, like many parts of France. There are still cooperatives of the same type, small associations of families, often prosperous, old too, which even manage to obtain quite considerable results in remote places. But normally the consumer cooperative has a formidable force for expansion. In this respect it is like the union, like mutuality, like capitalism itself, it tends to absorb all forms, and similar forms. A cooperative, however small it may be, tends to add new members every day. The increase in turnover is its goal, that of its capital and reserves, its means, and it can only 46 achieve means and goal by encompassing more and more consumers and absorbing more and more of their consumption. There is a circle here, not a vicious one, because there is no vicious circle in practice, when the action jumps and rebounds on the same ground. Normally cooperatives even tend towards the national form. On the one hand, they have all currently created their own wholesale purchasing and production organizations, which are always national. On the other hand, since J.C. Gray, the late secretary of the English Cooperative Union, launched it, they have always tossed around the idea of a single consumer cooperative per country. It is obvious, in fact, that they have no limits other than these borders of the nation. On the other hand, theoretically, from the point of view of an ideal economy and practice, it is useless to have all kinds of diverse, even competing, companies spread across the country, and it is useless to complicate, by various accounts and by opposing interests of independent cooperatives and their wholesale stores, the administration of something after all identical, the interest of consumers of a specific country. There is still great progress to be made in this direction. If, personally, for 47 practical reasons, of current maturity of minds and institutions, we opposed premature extensions of large cooperatives, and even more so unified cooperation by country, and if we have highlighted elsewhere the radical failure of the single cooperation imposed by Bolshevik law in Russia, it is not that we in any way ignore the tendency of consumers to found only one consumer democracy per country, and even less the merits of this trend. There are only a few steps that separate us from this ideal, we agree, but we want us to cross them cautiously and not attempt a leap where the finest organizations could break their backs. From this point of view, consumer cooperatives and the consumer democracy that they are beginning to outline, have a superiority, as organs of economic formation of the nation, over the unions, however great the importance that is recognized. To these. Because this movement corresponds to the entire nation and not to just one of its classes, the most important, but which in short still only groups sectional interests, or the interest of a section of the nation. The consumer's interest is identical among all citizens of a country. And we can 48 even wonder if the skillful and fair management of this interest would not be enough to adjust private interests among themselves on the one hand, and to make the sum of private interests coincide with the general interest on the other hand. Which is the very problem of utilitarian morality which receives its solution here, partial at least. Let us confine ourselves to one indication which militates in this direction. We observed that wherever a cooperative society existed, even one not open to the public, it played the essential role of price regulator, not only for its members, but throughout the entire society. Extent of the community, a sign that good management of private interests can lead to fulfilling a useful function for the entire community. But the problem is infinitely larger and raises that of the relationships between production and consumption, between public and private interests, which consumer cooperation mainly pursues, and it is better to treat it further, when we come to the overall problem. The seemingly most extraordinary phenomenon presented by consumer cooperation is that it is not limited to revolutionizing consumption or, more precisely, the distribution of wealth, it is beginning to revolutionize its production. We understand that it brutally dispossesses the small merchant of a clientele that he 49 served poorly. We understand that it fights mercilessly, like a business against other businesses, against large-scale retail trade, and we know that the new cooperatives with multiple headquarters and management are opposed to large commercial companies with multiple branches, like department stores. This revolution is basically only that of a form of commerce by and for those interested, against another form of distribution of goods to those interested by capitalists who exploit them. But that it tends to take over considerable productive industries, and to organize not only the distribution but the production of commodities, is what seems extraordinary, and which is nevertheless normal. First of all, it is the normal process of capitalist commerce itself to tend towards production, and one of the most considerable advances made by most of the large auction houses is to ensure either control, or the property of the industries which were until then their suppliers. Likewise, manufacturers are moving more and more towards direct sales every day. The lingerie and clothing trade, for example, have been transformed in 50 both directions over the last 30 years. Cooperation, as we have seen, believed in this program from the first day. Founded by workers who united their interests as consumers but who thought above all of their situations as producers, it immediately had this goal, to transform itself into an ideal asylum for producers, who would have gradually emancipated themselves. But here, like so many other events in the life of societies and individuals, the idea came true differently than it was dreamed of. The poor pioneers of Rochdale and the Knits of Lyon saw things from afar, 1,000 times better than the licensed economists of their time, but they nevertheless naturally saw things badly, as we undoubtedly still do. They saw that they were emancipating from the tutelage of a boss, the brave fellow baker who baked their bread. And they imagined, theoretically they were not wrong, that little by little they could produce everything that was necessary for their consumption, and transform themselves into emancipated owners of their industries. Amusing fact, some very old English companies, in love with this plan, devoted their first profits to purchasing shares in local industries, and thus made excellent investments. But the realization of one of them recently raised a most curious problem, the 51 current members having appropriated the relatively considerable profits of the operation saw themselves vilified by almost the entire English movement. All that cooperation pursues is not the profitable dividend but the very organization of consumption for all and production for all. Because that's what it's about. Very quickly, large companies established workshops and industries intended to satisfy their needs. Moreover, most companies started with baking, a business which is in reality an industry. Some, in Belgium and the north of France, succeeded almost immediately in carrying out this industry on a large scale. In France we have nearly 400 companies which are in reality cooperative bakeries, a certain number in Deux-Sèvres and Charentes. These havens of agricultural cooperation in ancient and modern forms, are also heirs of the old common oven where the peasant brought his flour and made his bread. But butchery, charcuterie, coffee roasting, even shoemaking, were undertaken almost everywhere. However, this production, which we technically call domestic, was limited, and although it still reached considerable numbers, especially in large German 52 and English companies, it had to be complicated in other ways to achieve a more important result. It is through the organization of consumption itself that action could be initiated. Very quickly, before 1861, the Lancashire companies, around the venerable Rochdale Company, organized joint purchases. In addition, as most were bakeries, the question of mills arose. They had some. Societies in the north of England imitated them. The Cooperation Wholesale Society, 35, of England was founded. It was both a wholesale purchasing body and already through its mills a production body. In 1864, the SCWS, 36, of Scotland was founded. These were only relatively minor difficulties that had to be overcome. The Scottish wholesale store is only going through a crisis, due to a circumstance which was not within its control. It had committed funds to a maritime construction company founded by the workers and production cooperatives of the region of Glasgow. And now they are organizations so powerful that they are among the richest, strongest, and most influential businesses in the world. The English WS brings together more than 1,000 companies with £1 million of capital, shares, and depositary bonds. Scotland's SCWS almost 6 million. 53 Their sales totaled more than £7 million in 1920. They made up about 60% of Scottish cooperative sales, and about 20% of English cooperative sales. And the self-sustaining output of both was over £20 million, almost 60% of total sales for the Wholesale Society of Scotland, 25% for England. The other countries do not have the same cooperative success to record, although Switzerland and Denmark closely follow even the Scottish figures and thus almost achieve the best results obtained. But we have analyzed these facts elsewhere, in detail. Here we must summarize them, and draw the conclusion on the current state of production and cooperative trade. As we can see, they constitute a new form, not only of distribution, but of production, What is even more important than their novelty is their form. It means that they are technically a viable economy. Moreover, their rapid development and their constant financial strength prove that this form is not only normal but great. Because they develop notwithstanding the often unfair, often violent competition from private or affiliated capitalists. The British wholesalers and the German GEG, 37, had to fight against the law, against the trusts, in particular those of soap, which they themselves threatened and defeated. End of manuscript. Complement to the nation. The principle of nationalities. 1. The word nationality has taken on various meanings. 2. 1 designates what makes a particular citizen belong to a particular nation. We say that so and so is of such and such a nationality. This is the ordinary, scholastic, correct meaning, national quid deity of an individual. The other designates what makes a particular group of men form an independent nation. It is the national quid deity of a collective individual this time. In this sense we say, principle of nationalities. This word means, right of nations to self-determination. Finally, a third meaning designates not existing things but possible nations. Thus we speak of Jewish nationality, of Ukrainian, that is to say of masses of men who have not been independent for many years and of whom Renan said spiritually, they aspire to become nations. Here it is simple virtuality that the word denotes. The use made of it by the common people, even diplomats and jurists, is therefore abusive, and dangerous, because it confuses multiple questions, and we will abstain. We propose to replace the abstract question of nationalities with the completely concrete question of nations, their place in human history, their current moral role. 3. And the opposing principles of cosmopolitanism. We will thus speak of realities, because nations are considerable and recent moral beings. 4. And which are far from having completed their evolution. Our method, called sociological, like Durkheim or Aristotle, will thus be rigorously pragmatic. And, as reality governs practice, as it is on it that even our ideals must be regulated, we will thus be able to arrive at solutions which will not be dialectical or a priori, but rather political or ethical, that is, i.e., leading to positive, possible, and desirable solutions to the moral and political problems of the present time. I. The nations. We will first ask that we be granted 2 definitions, that of the nation, that of society. Society is a group of men living together in a specific territory, independent, and attached to a specific constitution. But not all societies are nations. There are currently all kinds, 5, of societies in humanity, from the most primitive like the Australians, to the most advanced, like our great Western democracies. Without going into the difficulties of classifying societies, allow us to use Durkheim's classic distinction between polysegmental, clan-based, tribal societies, including the primitive forms of the state, and non-segmental or integrated companies. Among these, 2 types of societies have generally been confused under the name of nation. 6. In some, central power is extrinsic, superimposed, often through violence when it is monarchical. 7. Unstable and temporary when it is democratic and reserved for assemblies of the people or simply of the elders. These societies only deserve the name of states or empires. There we only find subjects and kings, or assemblies as tyrannical as barbarian despots. In the others, the central power is stable, permanent, there is a system of legislation and administration, the notion of the rights and duties of the citizen and that of the rights and duties of the homeland oppose and complement each other. It is to these societies, which are obviously more morally elevated, that we ask to reserve the name of nation. Aristotle already distinguished very well the theta nuata from the pi lambda epsilon iota. 8, by the degree of consciousness they had of themselves. 1276, a 28, etc. If we accept this definition, the number of nations becomes singularly limited and they appear, especially the large ones, like beautiful flowers, but still rare and fragile, of civilization and human progress. The first were small, they were the Greek cities. The first great one was Rome, which, by a stroke of genius, extended the right of city beyond the suburbs and founded the first civitas which was not a city, and the notion of a civis which is not that of a place but that of a right. All this disappeared around the 5th century AD. Lesson for us, citizens of a civilization which is not much older than the Greek at the time of its collapse. Since then, I can only count 7 or 8 large nations and a dozen small ones in all of history, and some collapsed and others are very young: France, England, Castile-Aragon, Switzerland, Bohemia, Poland, the latter two losing their independence, which they have only regained today, Netherlands, Prussia, Russia, the latter has perhaps not yet reached this level, United States, states of South America, Italy, Germany, Balkan states were successively born into national life. And finally, British dominions very recently elevated to diplomatic independence. To give a complete picture of nations, we would still have to classify them among themselves. Because they are unequal in size, in strength, in wealth, in civilization, in age, in political maturity. We must in fact feel the grandeur and dignity of these works of men and times that are the great and old nations, whose unity is almost perfect, whose laws are models, whose politics are human and wise and whose others imitate. They were also the strongest and won the war or almost won it. This inequality is also recognized by the practice, formerly of what was called the Concert of Europe, today by what is the Board of Directors of the League of Nations. The latter will really have the right to claim, when the United States returns and Germany and Russia are admitted, composed as it is, of delegates from the large and a few delegates from the small nations, to administer with authorized common interests and resolve conflicts of nations among themselves, or between them and societies that are still only on the path of progress. This is the description that can be made of the sociological state that humanity has reached. Nations are the last and most perfect forms of social life. They are economically, legally, morally, and politically the highest of societies, and ensure better than any previous form the rights, lives, and happiness of the individuals who compose them. Moreover, they are unequal to each other and, as a result, it must be noted that their evolution even within known limits will continue for a long time. 9. From these very simple considerations of fact, we can already draw a first series of practical conclusions. They are subject to public international law. 1. The first thing to do is to help societies that are not yet nations to become ones. Now these societies are of two kinds: some were formerly nations or are on the verge of becoming so, such as Lithuania, Greater Serbia, etc. For most of them, the war and the peace treaty achieved their independence, and the problem of nationalities lost part of its acuteness in Europe, due to the disappearance of the German, Austrian, and Turkish tyrannies. 10. It was a great good that came out of a great evil. There are hardly any problems left to be solved in principle except in Russia, with regard to the foreign masses, Ukrainians in particular. Everywhere else, there will be questions of detail which remain in dispute and which the procedures provided for will undoubtedly resolve without recourse to force. 2. The rest of these societies have never been nations and some are even very far from becoming one. To both nations owe their help. 11. But it is a new concept of law that has just emerged. There is a very long way between the theory of mandates, of guardianships intended to lead backward societies towards freedom and civilization. There is a very long way, I say, between these doctrines and the ancient customs of annexation, of violent colonization, of Raubwirtschaft, as the Germans say, or even the policy of zones of influence as is still unfortunately practiced in the Near East by the great powers and by Greece. 12. In short, we can note here a relative agreement between politics and morality. The right of peoples to self-determination is no longer contested. Societies have become respectable and sacred beings like individuals. In their victory, the great democracies proclaimed the eminent rights of the collective will, they which had founded the rights of the citizen. It is this sacred character of the collective individual, a conception of philosophers since Grotius, which has entered into practice throughout the world. Had our era only produced this new morality, it would already have the right to pride itself on having done something for humanity. But it is not only from the point of view of international law that it is possible to draw practical and normative conclusions from the considerations that we have presented on the current state of societies. From the point of view of their public law and private, there are also some observations to be made and some rules to be deduced. Not only are nations unequal among themselves, but no modern nation has reached such a point of perfection that it can be said that its public life can only progress under a new and superior form of society. The highest, those who behaved best during the war, Great Britain, France, Germany, I mean those who developed their national forces the most and best, are not yet perfect nations nor equally perfected on all points. Britain is finding the necessary modus vivendi between itself and Ireland and decentralizing. Germany is centralizing. France is just getting on the road to tax justice. Great Britain is regressing to professional armies, and a non-national army has been imposed on Germany, the disadvantages of which we have seen. In some, certain capital public services are nationalized which, in others, are abandoned to private initiative, more or less controlled by the state. The railways are the empire in Germany, they are private property in England and France. Education is completely free in England, partially in France, not at all in Germany. The large nations therefore have a lot to do before reaching a level of happy centralization and happy decentralization comparable to that which small nations that could be taken as models, such as Switzerland or the Norway. Finally, it is very recently, especially in England, that the idea of nationalization has emerged, that is to say of a form of administration, by the nation, of economic things which belong to the nation. This is the most recent form of socialism, the one which probably has the most future. Because it is not deduced from an ideal or a dialectical critique of bourgeois society, but from an observation of the facts and the idea that the best administration of things is that of those concerned. This principle has long been applied, in matters of municipal socialism, or in some avant-garde democracies, such as Switzerland and Canada, with their railways, or in the administration of certain farms which, by chance, have not been conceded, such as ports in certain countries. However, it has not entered into the regular practice of large nations, and the concession of very large public services to individuals is one of the main causes of the discontent of considerable masses who agree less and less not to work either for them, or for the nation. But there is a reason for this delay. It is very difficult to innovate in law and administration. However, this nationalization presupposes the abandonment of the notion of a sovereign state, which, irresponsible, would obviously be a bad administrator of economic goods. It presupposes, quite the contrary, the idea that the nation is a natural group of users, of interested parties, a vast cooperative of consumers, entrusting its interests to responsible administrators and not to political bodies recruited, in general, on questions of opinion, and, ultimately, 13, incompetent. This is a completely new form of law and economic organization. It is premature to say that it has proven itself, but it would be just as absurd to ignore the services provided to the Swiss public or the German public by their railways administered by direct management. Mr. Edgar Millot has demonstrated this abundantly. 14. However, there is still much to be done to find the true formulas for these nationalizations, to adjust the interests involved, and to found new traditions and processes, and to form the necessary bodies of administrators, where the workers and employees will have to always be in the minority. The entire economic life of nations is therefore barely beginning to be born. 15. But the fact is that all the processes of national life are far from having reached their final developments, and even from being all outlined even in very old and very great nations. The sense of the social and the national is only beginning to awaken. At the moment, it is mainly expressed through surges of socialism. But this is only the meaning of the social applied to the economic things of the nation and claimed for it. It is essentially national. These surges also come from this overexcitement of the social sense which animated the nations at war. They have seen the possibility and the greatness of national administrations, and although not all war institutions have been equally successful, the masses moved by their ideals resist and refuse to continue to give the management of their interests to private administrators, however estimable and however practical they may be. They want the experiment to be tried. The principle of nationalities, or, to put it better, the life of nations therefore has a long career ahead, in matters of international law, public and private law. They have before them a distant and great ideal, economic, aesthetic and above all moral. Before the international, we must bring the ideal city into reality, and until then the nations will not cease to be sources and ends of law, origins of laws, and goals of the most numerous and greatest sacrifices. Heroic. 2. Internationalism. However, there are a certain number of ideas, opinions, feelings, spread among considerable masses and which seem in contradiction with this national life. These ideas are called internationalism. But here again the common language is vicious. In fact, he confuses two very distinct kinds of moral attitudes. We propose to reserve the name cosmopolitanism for the first. It is a current of ideas and facts which really tend towards the destruction of nations, towards the creation of a morality where they would no longer be the sovereign authorities, creators of the law, nor the supreme goals worthy of consecrated sacrifices. From now on to a better cause, that of humanity. This movement should not be underestimated. He is neither without grandeur nor without strength. Not all the men who went to Zimmerwald during the war were deserters or enemy agents. And they risked their lives. Today it is a very widespread state of mind among anarchists, communists, writers, and women. Among some, there was a need to put themselves above the fray. Among others, there is a violent reaction against the war and against the principles of national aggression which caused it. These feelings are still often found among many true veterans who suffered in war, are disappointed or hopeless in peace. Quite notable portions of the working class, 400,000 in the last German elections, have followed this gospel. It is necessary, in the relative success of these ideas, to take into account the present time, and the reaction against the selfish policy of nations, against the brutality that the war has unleashed in the world. It should also be noted that among many of their followers, they reflect a protest against militarism and chauvinism, rather than resistance to national ideas. Thus the latest direct action movements were made on questions of nationalization. But if we want to be fair with regard to this movement we must not give it too much importance. Its popularity is that of a sect, reinforced by the existence of a communist state in Russia. It will cease with these causes. On the other hand, the working classes themselves are increasingly attached to their nations. They are increasingly aware of national economic interests, in terms of work and industry, often they are protectionist, such as in Australia, in New Zealand. They would be even more so in the case of social revolutions which would be localized, as we see, at this moment, in Russia, victorious Bolshevism even becoming imperialist. These ideas have no more chance, nor less, of being key ideas than all utopias. Because they are just that, they do not correspond to any reality of the present time, nor to natural groups of men, nor to the interests of defined groups. They are the final outcome of pure, Christian, metaphysical individualism. This policy of man being a citizen of the world is only the consequence of an ethereal theory of the monad man everywhere identical, of a morality transcendent to the realities of social life, which only conceives of a homeland humanity, laws than natural ones. All ideas which are perhaps ultimately true, but which are not reasons for action. 16, for most societies. In any case, to the extent that they are subversive, they have already provoked reactions that liberal minds may consider excessive, but which mark the strength of resistance of states and public opinion. We will therefore not take it into account. The second current of ideas has a completely different force, and it is full of rationality and reality. He begins to clarify himself from these adventitious elements, due to the proximity of utopias and cosmopolitanism where he was born. We propose to keep the name internationalism. It is the movement which tends to unite nations and not to destroy them. Internation is the opposite of a nation. Internationalism is, if we are willing to grant this definition, the set of ideas, feelings, rules, and collective groupings which aim to design and direct relationships between nations and between societies in general. Here, we are no longer in the domain of utopia, but in that of facts, at least in that of anticipations of the immediate future. In reality, there are a number of social forces, 17, which tend to regulate practically and morally the relationship life of societies. These forces proceed in the way in which relations between these clans were gradually regulated in the past, within clan-based societies, and in which, for example, the tribe suppressed private wars, comparable also to the way in which, at the beginning of the great formations of states, the central powers had the main task of severely limiting the sovereignty of tribes, cities, provinces, etc. It is certain that, nowadays, all morality and practice tend to no longer consider states as absolutely sovereign beings having, like Machiavelli's prince, the natural right to do anything to everyone, including understood the unjust, the horrible, as long as it was for his own good. There is in fact now an international morality. This now seems perfectly established. We only want as proof of this the momentum which moved a growing number of peoples towards the Entente, as the war, as led by the Central Powers, appeared to be conducted more in contempt of international law, of morals, and the independence of peoples. Moreover, the Central Powers which unleashed war for dynastic purposes paid homage to this same morality, because they found no other justification in the eyes of their people than the need to defend European civilization against Turkish and Russian barbarism, even they succeeded in persuading them thus. This morality, certainly, arrives only painfully at its expression, even more painfully at sanctions, except diffuse, much more painfully still at the institutions which alone will allow the internation to become a reality. But we see no reason to despair. On the contrary, there are considerable and new facts which currently dominate the entire life of relationships between societies and which cannot fail to be registered in practice and in law. The war and the peace that followed it, in fact, had two consequences which are contradictory only in appearance. On the one hand, the principle of national independence is enshrined, on the other hand, a fact has emerged which now dominates the entire life of relationships between societies, that of their growing interdependence. The ruins of war and the nature of peace have even increased this interdependence extraordinarily. What is even more important, politically and morally, is that this interdependence is known, felt, wanted by the people themselves. They very clearly want this interdependence to be marked in the laws, in a true international law, public and private, codified, sanctioned. Here, the people are ahead of their leaders, some of whom, skeptical old men, give too little credit to their own constituents. But it is not possible that such a strong movement in public opinion would not be founded in reality and would not succeed in imposing itself in law. Also, where this opinion was greatly enlightened and corresponded to conscious and grouped interests, the League of Nations begins to be a reality. We are referring to the part of the covenant concerning international labor legislation. We point out that the 2 points of the covenant in which, despite everything, the American senators have not been able to lose interest, are, the International Labor Office and the Permanent Court of Arbitration and Justice. It is no less remarkable that the part of the covenant which provides for real sanctions against companies which go beyond the rules is still the one which concerns the application of the conventions which must standardize working conditions throughout the world and avoid unfair competition. The states, the bourgeoisie, the workers' organizations have thus committed themselves, through a pact entirely comparable to those that myth places at the origin of many ancient societies. It remains to be seen how this pact will be observed. But we have good confidence, because, as of today, the International Labor Office is functioning and we only have to wait for its first sanctions. These will be proof that there is indeed a League of Nations, since a society manifests itself above all through its power of sanctions. *. We could, at a pinch, be satisfied with this proof. But we prefer to give an enumeration of the main facts of interdependence of modern societies and show how they conceive them. 1. War leaves societies in a state of absolute economic interdependence. The global market, especially that of gold, has never dominated local markets so much. The division of labor between companies holding raw materials and manufacturing companies has never been pushed further. The supply of exhausted countries and the reconstruction of devastated countries are handled by international organizations. But there is an even greater difference in the way these facts are conceived. In the past, they were only familiar to small groups of financiers, naturally cosmopolitan, since they derive their fortune from the global market. The working circles also represented them quite well: Political International, sick at the moment, Lively Trade Union International, International Alliance of Cooperatives, also alive. And in this regard, I will allow myself to claim for the cooperative movement in which I am interested the honor of having established the first program of production, rationing, and distribution of goods between allied countries first, then, Conference of Geneva, between peaceful and neutral countries. Now this program has become that of the Supreme Economic Council of the Allies, and will undoubtedly become that of the Economic Council of the League of Nations when it exists. However, the situation is much more complex. Knowledge of these facts has made immense progress. They are now known, wanted, accepted by all. The public, the rulers, are talking, something that would have been unheard of 6 years ago, about currencies, international credits. The exchange of goods is regulated by contracts between nations. We admit the right of poor nations to be supported by rich nations who, it must be said, do their duty better than they would have done only a few years ago, as proof of the sacrifices made by neutrals and former enemies in favor of Austria, starving and ruined. 2. Significantly increased moral interdependence. The movements of human opinion take on a generality that they have never had. Europe, then the whole world, rose up against dynastic wars first, then against certain ways of waging war, in defiance of the rules of international law. Public opinion, even that of the Central Powers, today repudiates Machiavellian diplomacy, that of secret treaties, that of disrespect for treaties. This is what President Wilson's famous 14 points express, to which no state has yet had the courage to refuse to adhere, as the philosopher who formulated them surely expressed the will of the people. Moreover, not even violations of the law, by a curious return, result in reinforcing the law, as when neutrals or allies buy ill-gotten shares in a financial company from Germans, a devastated country. The legal bonds that species of this kind create are infinite. And all this is expressed in practice by numerous procedures, by successive conventions, by articles of treaties, and, finally and above all, by the institution of numerous tribunals of arbitration, reparation, compensation, etc. In any case, there is a great fact which must not be forgotten by the most harsh critics. This morality of respect for peoples and individuals was that of the alliance troops entering Germany victorious. They created a precedent for chivalry that no army in history had established. It will remain even if the peace treaty has not lived up to the hopes that its gestation gave rise to. 3. Will of the people to no longer wage wars. We had to demobilize very quickly. And the national armies have indeed returned, without forming these large bands, as we saw in the past in Europe and as we see today in Russia, and elsewhere. 4. Will of the people to have peace, true peace. Armed peace, the exertan principle of peace, which is an unproclaimed war, Plato, Lois, 626a, have had their day. The people want us to disarm, right or wrong, but it is obvious that they renounce their greatest interests rather than remain under arms. At the moment, in the Near East, France and the United Kingdom are limiting many ambitions. The disarmament of the defeated countries is a matter of time, that of the victorious countries will perhaps take place, if less advanced peoples do not disturb intentions which currently seem sincere. In any case, a reduction of armaments is taking place on land in Great Britain, at sea in France, and the reduction of other armaments is on the agenda in both countries. 5. Limitation of national sovereignties. This is, in my opinion, the most notorious moral and political fact of peace, however lame it may be. The Covenant of the League of Nations, even if it remains unapplied, has established, through almost unanimous support, a new legal principle. It is the permanent, absolute, and unconditional character of the principle of arbitration that it proclaims. It no longer contains those reservations on the honor and vital interests of the states which contain the treaties passed according to the pre-war principles to which the American Senate tends to return, if we are not mistaken, or if changes in political personnel do not facilitate certain developments. Something also new and as important, it is planned that the League of Nations will itself be an organ for recording and applying treaties and rules. In fact, it already works, in this capacity. It was she who organized and ratified the plebiscites. It has already replaced many institutions that were thought to be essential. It has already established many precedents for these sources of law. Finally, something little known, it has already begun to seek to sanction this written and unwritten law of which it is the instrument. These sanctions are not yet those of force, which most state constitutions would not allow to be made available. But first, in fact, the strength of the Allies was placed at the orders of the arbitrators that the League of Nations designated. And moreover it has acted, many times, by a sort of moral constraint like that which it exercises in the plebiscite regions, where it is it which has in short prevented recourse to violence, and where it prevents currently the violation of minority rights. Let us again recall the sanctions provided for in matters of labor law and hope that the founding commission of the Court of Justice, which operates in The Hague, will find the rules, procedures, and forces which will ensure the enforceability of the sovereign decrees of this court. This is the state of the internationalism movement in our modern world. It does not tend towards a supranation which would absorb the others. It is roughly comparable and slightly higher than that of Greece during the various Amphictyony attempts. It is almost identical to the one where Socrates would have wanted to see the Greeks when during the horrors of the Peloponnesian War, he wanted them to consider themselves, Republic 470b, all as Hellenes and that their wars would not be treated as uprisings, revolts punished or appeased by others. Humanity wants to be populated by gentle, wise, and philanthropic nations, and for war to be nothing more than a lesson given by prudent friends who want neither the slavery nor the ruin of the sinner. 3. Conclusion. These tendencies of peoples must find the fullest support among philosophers. Nothing is contrary to the principles of national independence, nor to the development of national characters. This is proven by fact and by reason. Organic, conscious solidarity between nations, the division of labor between them, according to soils, climates and populations will result in creating around them an atmosphere of peace, where they can give the fullness of their lives. They will thus have on collective individuals the effect that they had on personalities within nations. They will create their freedom, their singularity, their greatness. It seems to us that, despite certain appearances to the contrary, humanity is tending towards a sort of parliament of the world like the one the English poet dreamed of. This parliament will be, like the parliament of Old England, the means of guaranteeing the freedom of these new subjects of law, the nations. These will thus be able to evolve towards higher forms of societies, and new forms of international life that we cannot foresee. We are far from this ideal. I agree to this. Cruel regressions are visible to our eyes. In Russia, in Armenia, this international morality is being defeated. Classes and nations will perhaps struggle as horribly as they have just done. But, 18, why should the philosopher despair? There is already a step forward. If human rights do not yet exist, there already exists human morality, which the most cynical must take into account. There already exist things, groups, human interests, and behind this, there can be at any moment, the whole mass of humanity, capable of sanctions other than simple disapproval. We saw it clearly. Why, 19, would philosophers not take a vanguard position in this march? They took it well when it came to founding the doctrine of democracies and that of nationalities. The English and French were ahead of their time, and we must not forget either Kant or Fichte. Why would they choose to remain in the rearguard, serving vested interests? Their voice has never had a greater chance of being listened to, if it is sincere and finds the wise and necessary formulas. 20. Just as at the time of the Peloponnesian War or that of the formations of the first Chinese dynasties, at that of Confucius and that of Socrates, the people turn to those whom they call their sages and whom the reactionaries call sophists or wisdom merchants. It is up to them to answer the questions that people ask them. They want at the same time to preserve their goods, their order, and their freedoms, and they agree to share them and extend them to all. They want to keep what they have dearly acquired, but they also want to make the necessary progress. It's up to you to guide them along the path of wisdom, to make some understand that it is dangerous to oppose the new order, and to make others understand that this new order is not so contrary to the new order. It is ancient that, to establish it, it is necessary to resort to violence which would surely delay this sublime birth.